Okay, so I'm waiting for everybody to be here present at my stream. Anybody? Once this is one, I'm gonna start. Also, my color seems a little off. Whatever. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. So let's see. Yeah. So I can ban all these meta views. Elizabeth furtively. Oh, never know. They're still here in chat, I think. Going to Twitch. Anyhow, I'm gonna wait 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and then I'll get started. Actually, I can get started right now. Now this is one viewer. Yay! So, welcome everybody. Today's topic is cryptids. So, what are cryptids? Cryptids are said to be these, how do I say it? Ancient creatures that have been roaming in our Earth for like the longest time ever, and that nobody really has like any, not recollection, but any sort of a um kind of like details over. By the way, oh wait, did Domino's came here? Somebody followed me 51 minutes ago. What the fuck? I remember that. Oh yeah, you. Never mind. Sorry about that. It's just I was live earlier playing balloons, but yeah. So what was I gonna say? So basically, cryptids are these creatures that nobody has any information on, but are said to be spotted in different areas. An example is the Leviathan, which is famous from coming from the Bible, right? And people have said that they see these big creatures that just roam around in the sea and swallow ships, kind of like here, right? But then there are other mythical creatures that come from mythology, like the Hydra, that are said to be spotted and other stuff like that. So there's a lot that can be said about cryptids, and because cryptids are said to be mysterious, and actually some animals were supposed to be what you call it, basically classified as cryptids until they were discovered. Um, they ended up basically becoming animals. So like in zoology, let me bring on the correct definition. Cryptid definition, zoology. Cryptozoology. No. Oh yeah. Cryptozoology, right? Here, I'm gonna read this the definition. Is the study and search for animals, and especially legendary animals such as Sasquatches, usually in order to evaluate the possibility of their existence, right? That's what cryptozoologists do. They discover, they try to search for cryptids of some kind. But here's the truth: leviathans and stories of ships getting destroyed and eaten by sea creatures are actually most of the time just freak accidents that occur and can be explained through a giant squid basically thinking that the ship looked a little bit like a fish and latching its tentacles around it, or even just like a freak encounter where like the ship runs into like a bigger whale or something and the whale is confused for a leviathan or some other creature, because back then in the old world nobody really had any intuition as to what these animals could have been, right? Nowadays we have things like the Sasquatch, like, oh, we have evidence of the Sasquatch and stuff like that. But because of media and social media, more specifically, we live in a post-truth world where all of this could be falsified. So This means that there are thousands and thousands and thousands of videos out there, and they all contain basically um there are people just filming like Sasquatches and stuff, and they may be false. But then there's also like a portion of those videos maybe, who knows, true and stuff like that. But because there's so many, there's a saturation and a big, excuse me, not polarization. There's a big amount of fake videos. There's a large amount of fake videos out there. We'll never know which one's true, which is false, because of all of these intertwining phenomena, basically. You know, I hate speaking that way, but at the moment, my words elude me because I would speak more, you know, down to earth. But yeah, what was I gonna say? So today we're gonna be just kind of like seeing what cryptids are, right? Cryptids range from a large amount, from the gray alien to possibly even like certain like ghosts and stuff like that. And they are all very wonderful in their own ways. Um, cryptids sometimes are even mentioned in literature nowadays, and they're used more as goals to push a sort of meaning onto the events of the story and stuff like that, right? And it's very important to keep all these in mind because most of these videos that I'm going to present today, which I don't have any in line right now, like in thought, I haven't picked out and cherry picked anything. I'm just going to click on whatever I find when I search a cryptid, honestly. But that's besides the point. Most of these videos are probably going to present the creature as, oh my god, we got footage of the creature, right? And it not being like real. It's just going to be in a, I guess, like a simulation of how it would feel like for that creature to exist, right? Anyhow, so yeah, that's pretty much my thing on cryptids. This is impromptu. I had nothing, no, you know, I didn't research anything to do this. So, you know, take my words with a grain of salt because I am not the entity here that will say you're false, you're true, right? Because I'm just one person talking to two viewers. So yeah, um, let's move on, right? Oh, I opened the reception. Off. There we go. So yeah, that ends the presentation. So I was gonna go the truth, the made up. This is the only outline I had. But what makes it scary? So okay, yeah, I forgot to explain that. What makes cryptids scary is that there may be one right outside your house. Just kidding. No. Is certain creatures that come from like, I guess, like internet lore, like the rig and stuff like that, which is said to be a cryptid apparently. No longer a creepy monster, a creepy pasta monster, right? And you know, creatures like Bigfoot, basically, or Sasquatches, where I believe Sasquatches are said to like yell like weird humans, and then like when you get close to them, they like kidnap you or something like that. You know, it's like weird shit like that out there. So yeah, that makes them scary because cryptids oftentimes too are put in this scarier light because of the connotations they have, right? Certain people also consider angels as cryptids, funnily enough. But that's getting out of base, right? There's so much we can classify as a cryptid. So it's open interpretation as of now. I'm gonna take anyhow. So let's start describing everything here. This is my scary one. See, there's stuff like this, the swamp beast, shocking autopsy revealed, season 1. But I'm not gonna watch that because it's copyrighted. Can I do cryptids explain? So we can watch Mental Floss. You know, watch this. Oh yeah, I freaking forgot Mothman. All these ones. I'm pretty sure I covered some of these.
According to legend, there's a giant red.
There's big sloths in the Amazon, stuff like that. Those are classified as cryptids, but those are more down to earth, right? So let me just pause the music for now. And most cryptids also have like a little more oomph added to them, where they get like magical powers. And the Mothman is an example of how people looking back at this event that happened, they were like, "Oh, it's a premonition, it's a bringer of doom and stuff like that," right? You know, they'll have stuff like that. Here, there's like the Jersey Devil as well, and other stuff like that. And as of recently, I think Siren Head or whatever has become a cryptid for fucking whatever reason. This is weird. There's the night crawlers. Okay, so you can open this. These are old videos. Bum, bum. Mm, cryptid profile, Corfu Island creature. See, there's stuff like this. That's just like normal. It's like normal creatures that are have gone extinct, and stuff like that. And yeah, have allegedly true skinwalkers first. I mean, I don't know about this. And there's always, how long is this already? 14? 44? Yeah. We watched that one. 7. That'll take us to like 9. Uh I scare very easily. Don't worry, these aren't scary. These are just like things. I don't believe in any of them. Mine is the more realistic ones, like dolphins. There's the pink dolphin that lives in I forget what lake in China or something like that, or a river. That one's thought to be extinct, and it may be actually alive, but researchers don't know because of how hard it is to study them. Ooh, resident spot strange creature. Oh yeah, and most of the time, like the Sasquatches and Bigfoot are like hoaxes and stuff like that. It could be like a military, like the sounds could be like military operations, just like to train soldiers and stuff like that. Where's Cryptid Forces? Yep, we can watch this one. Curious archives. Cryptid horror stories. You can listen to some of these maybe at the very end if we have time. Roblox Cult of Crew, what the fuck? Cryptids and creatures. Ooh, yeah, these look yummy. So we can go here. We can go
Oh
here.
look, another iceberg video.
We can do this one like over here. Uh, then we can do cryptozoology. Did I get rid of a video? Hold up. It's man, not music. It's been a while since anybody's used it in their scary videos. Zoology. What is cryptozoology? Maybe we can watch some of this. I don't care if I get like copyrighted. It's an old video. Actually, hold up. There's probably a better one. What is cryptozoology? Let's see. This is another hour video. Holy fuck. It's gonna be long. So get your Cheetos ready and yeah, we'll start in a moment. Fuck it. Let's just see what happens. Oh, we'll keep this one in mind. And obviously not a what? Whoa, what the fuck? What? I am not a criminal. I don't know. I just don't feel safe putting that shit on there. Let's just watch this 3 minute video. Near the end, and then yeah, we can do this one, what is cryptozoology, and then we can watch this one, and then we can watch the megalodon. And there's another cryptid, by the way, or considered one, anyways. So we can do megalodon. This, and we can just learn about it. And yeah, let's just start. Let's get right into it.
Poison-spitting worm.
So this video is 22 cryptids explained. Let's start all over. By Mental Floss. I believe they're a science channel.
Did you know that, according to legend, there's a giant red poison-spitting worm-like creature
Yep.
that lives?
Yeah, it lives in Mongolia.
Hi, I'm Erin McCarthy, editor-in-chief of MentalFloss.com, and welcome to the list show from my living room. The Mongolian deathworm is also known as the Algoi korkoi, which translates to something like large intestine worm.
Yeah.
Description
And it
down
spews
by
acid.
Chapman Andrews, the explorer who may have indirectly inspired Indiana Jones, and who, it feels important to point out, was skeptical.
There were rumors of a explorer that they found Mongolian deathworms, but they were never true. They were fake.
It lives up to that name. In his 1926 book On the Trail of Ancient Man, Chapman wrote that the Mongolian
Why my color looks
described
off.
the beast as, quote, shaped like a sausage, about 2 feet long, has no
Yeah.
head nor legs, and is so poisonous that merely to touch it means instant death. If you're picturing a blood red version of the graboids from Tremors, well, you're not alone. The
Yeah.
Algoi Korkoi is said to be active during the months of June and July, and reportedly, you don't even need to touch it to be taken down by the deathworm. It can kill by spitting its toxic, corrosive venom at you.
And this little urban legend right here has actually inspired a lot of monsters.
And many reports seem to be of the I have a friend.
Because some say that like it grows so big that it can swallow
But
human.
many people believe that it's
But,
real.
yeah.
And continue to search for it to this day. And the Mongolian deathworm is just the first of many creepy but cool cryptids that I'm going to share with you today.
Yeah. So that's cool, right? So it's gonna start off like like a little scientific, then it's gonna go to like a little fuzzy territory.
Let's talk a little bit about what a cryptid actually is. Merriam-Webster defines a cryptid as, quote, an animal that has been claimed to exist but never proven to exist.
Yeah.
And this feels like a good place to note that from here on out, when I refer to a creature that lives in a place, understand that I'm really saying that creature is said to live in that place. Dubious veracity is an essential part of cryptid storytelling, but it might get exhausting reminding you that
That's why it's important to like when we describe things in science or for science, it's important to describe things clearly and not to hide behind words and vague definitions, right? Because if we do that, it really kind of like misguides people.
Besides, it's more fun to proceed as if these creatures are real for the next 10 minutes at least. Anyway, the study of cryptids is cryptozoology. What creatures actually qualify as cryptids kind of depends on who you talk to. But in general, mythical creatures like unicorns and dragons don't count because we know they don't exist.
No, they're mythological. The story behind the unicorn is that people confused rhinos as unicorns because when they went to I think Africa, they're roaming in Africa, right? Roams. Yeah, the plains of the Sahara, yeah.
Categories, including seemingly
The
paranormal
Sahara.
or supernatural entities with some animal-like characteristics.
It's quiet for us.
Species known only from the
Is it? Well, the whole point too is like you guys are supposed to watch it along with me. But like I'll up the volume if you all want me to. Just like I keep it that volume because then like they're gonna start talking over me. And that's not good because I have a soft voice.
Related to any known species. One creature that belongs in the latter category is North America's Bigfoot,
Yeah.
aka Sasquatch, a bipedal ape-like creature most closely associated with the Pacific Northwest. Plenty of people claim to have seen Bigfoot or captured evidence of the creature, from video evidence to casts of huge footprints. And Sasquatch is a part of many of the traditions of indigenous people. There's even one village in British Columbia.
The bad part about the Sasquatch is that it can be easily faked, all the evidence.
Sasquatch, which they call buckwis. They're just a part of life.
But
Across
it's
the Pacific is the Yeti, a creature
again,
native
it's a
to
cultural
Asia that
thing
first
too.
appeared in
So
folk
if
tales told by the Sherpa people.
they like
The
that
Yeti and the
Sasquatches don't
abominable
exist,
snowman are actually one and the same.
kind of denies
The name
certain cultures
abominable
of their
snowman
culture,
came from
right?
a translation error that appeared in a newspaper in 1921.
So we
Some
gotta be careful
believe
with
that
what
the
we
Yeti
say,
and Sasquatch are
and
actually
why I need to
species
learn
of
to say they
animals
don't just
hundreds
flat
of
out
thousands
exist.
of years ago. Gigantopithecus, a polar bear-sized ape native to southern Asia. But genetic analysis of hair hasn't yet turned up evidence of either animal. Analysis of Yeti fur, for example, revealed that the sample wasn't from an ape, but from a
The
Himalayan
Yeti
bear.
took the Roman
Okay, so
the
you've
Himalayas, right?
obviously heard of Yeti and Sasquatch. But there are plenty of ape men and other hairy humanoid cryptids you probably haven't heard of. There's Almasty, which apparently shares some characteristics of Neanderthals and roams Central Asia. The Amamungo is an ape man that hails from the Philippines and apparently likes to disembowel goats with its long fingernails.
Amamongo?
Amphiliachmor, aka the Big Gray Man, inhabits the summit of Ben McDewey.
No wait, Amo means master. I don't know what Mongo means.
Amphiliachmor, aka
Oh wait, like this is what I'm gonna take it from, but this is like wrong. When you say Mongolo in Spanish, it means like you're fucking. I'm gonna translate. Hold on. Translate. It means Mongolian, right? But like they usually use it in the sense like eres un mongolo, which means like you're just acting stupid as fuck, right? Which is kind of like derogatory in a sense. But like when you do this, so keep in mind the derogatory meaning, unfortunately. Fuck, I can't do the Look. Owner. whatever. Amo means master, right?
aka the Big Gray Man, inhabits
When
the
you
site of
think about it like that.
Dewey.
So the fact that they're calling somebody a master, Dom, and he fucking kills goats and stuff like that, maybe an idea as to where it comes from, but it's also probably ethnic to the tribal lands of the area where it's
The
said to
skunk that hails
be
from the
from.
Philippines and apparently likes to
It's probably ethnic to excuse me, not tribal, in the Philippines. For some reason, I thought it was in South America. But yeah.
Amferliachmor, aka the Big Gray Man, inhabits
Gosh.
the summit of Ben
Try pronouncing
the
that.
second highest mountain in Scotland. Supposedly, you can hear its disembodied footsteps in the gravel
Something
of the
that
mountain.
is something around
and when
me.
the fog thins,
I'm
you see
gonna
a
not
hairy
sleep.
humanoid,
I'm gonna
3 times
hold a
taller than a
false
man.
sword on life
Yowies,
and
which
W.
live in the
This is
Australian
not scary.
outback, originated
Just
in indigenous Australian
Yowies. Yeah.
tribes.
Yowies are like
These creatures are said to be
Sasquatches.
extremely hairy and between 7 and 12 feet tall.
I'm a
They've been
Yowie. I'm
described
just kidding.
both as Australia's
But I
version
think
of
it's like
Bigfoot
used
and
derogatorily
roams
too.
over the earth at night.
The word?
A phrase that sends a shiver up my spine. There's also the Hibagon, which lives in the mountains around Hiroshima in Japan. And there are many others. Experts say these ape-men legends occurred independently across cultures. Benjamin Radford,
which is
deputy
interesting.
editor of Skeptical
How the same
Inquirer
stories
magazine,
rise up in the same
told Live
cultures.
Science, quote, the idea of a wild,
Same thing happened with
man-like other creature
the stories of
existing
like
with us, but
rabbits
just
and
beyond our
stuff.
understanding is heavily rooted in
They're
mythology.
similar.
The Honey Island swamp monster is a 7-foot
Like the
tall,
tortoise and the
400-pound
rabbit?
stinky gray-haired
There's
beast
similar
first
stories all
spotted by
across
two
it. This is
hunters
not
in
rabbits.
Louisiana's Honey Island swamp in
They
1953. Casts of
they
its
all have
footprints
to do
have
with
shown
like
to have 4 toes,
how we should take our
one
time.
off to the side and 3 thin webbed toes on the front of the foot. Some say it's the product of mating between escaped circus chimpanzees and alligators, which doesn't seem scientifically sound, but what do I know? We can't do a list of cryptids without talking about the Loch Ness Monster. Sightings of a beast in
They're
the
probably
area
from like
of
Europe.
Loch Ness go back 1,500 years.
Loch Ness
But the
Monster.
modern obsession
This
began in
one, yeah,
1923.
this was a
After a new
Plesidon.
road was built that offered
People are
an
obsessed
overview
with
of
it,
the
but
loch.
the thing is,
A
it was a
loch is
hoax.
basically a Scottish word for a lake or other inland body of water, by the way, and it's more properly pronounced loch.
Loch, yeah. See, so she's European. Plesidon. Plesiosaurus. There we go. Plesidon. Yeah. People are obsessed with finding like a plesiosaurus because look at how big they are. Look at how cool they look too. But the thing about these I guess dinosaurs, because they are, right, is that they're all extinct. People think that there could be like a small population that survived because they could survive underwater for long periods of time. But there has been no such proof that they exist.
Please let me know how I did on that pronunciation in the comments. Anyway, the most famous
Yeah,
photo
they're
of Nessie,
cool
dubbed
looking,
the
right?
surgeon's photo,
But
was
that's a
taken a year
hoax.
after that. And what's interesting about that photo is that, according to some, it was an elaborate attempt at revenge. In 1933, the Daily Mail sent Marmaduke Wetherell to Loch Ness to find the creature. Wetherell
They never
discovered some
did.
four-toed footprints near the water, took casts of the prints, and sent them off to a museum for analysis.
Yeah.
And, of course, he wrote about them. But it all blew up in his face when the museum revealed that the prints didn't belong to Nessie but to a hippo.
Yep.
Someone, possibly Wetherell himself, had likely used the foot of some kind of stand to put the prints in the mud. The Daily Mail, who had sent Wetherell to find proof of the monster, decided to attack and humiliate him. If you think that sounds rude, you're not alone. Wetherell apparently didn't appreciate it either.
See, that's the story.
He and his stepson used a wood plastic composite and a toy submarine to create their version of the Loch Ness Monster, then took it to the lake, photographed it, and the film wound up in the hands of a doctor. That doctor developed the film and sent the photo to the Daily Mail, which published it. But when the photo started generating a ton of publicity, the hoaxers apparently decided not to reveal what they'd done.
Yeah.
Because not everyone believes
The story kind of died with the guy.
It didn't come to life
But then they eventually revealed it.
in the world of cryptids, nothing is simple. Nessie isn't the only aquatic cryptid out there. Another is Tahoe Tessie, which supposedly lives in California and Nevada's Lake Tahoe. Yet another is Ogopogo,
This is
which lives in
interesting.
Okanagan Lake in British Columbia.
Yeah.
This creature appears in Siach and Shehepmic tales as Inhatka, an evil entity that required natives to make a sacrifice to cross the lake.
Isn't
White
that
people
scary?
reportedly started seeing the creature in the 1870s. The name Ogopogo is
Yikes.
thought to derive from a popular mid-20s nonsense song that included the lyrics, "His mother was an earwig, his father was a whale. I'm going to put a little bit of salt on his tail. I want to find the Ogopogo." Ogopogo caught on, and unfortunately, as with so many things, the original native name for the creature was wiped out.
It was wiped out, yeah.
Carlin C.
That's
for
the
pointing
scary
us towards
part.
the Ogopogo.
See,
Our next episode
that's
is
why a lot of cultures and languages are kind of like, for example, when France wants to change the word streamer, from or take it out of like their language, it's because they're trying to preserve their language because there's not that many French speakers out there. But it could also be due to like xenophobia and stuff like that too. But like for example, and like for Spanish speakers, they hate when like you use like anglicized words because we could very well create our own words in Spanish and continue the culture, right? But bringing importing over words from other bigger cultures, it kind of dilutes the culture, and it gets into like a lot of things. I don't really know where to lie with that, honestly,
All about
because
English
it just
language
depends
mistakes.
on what
Comment
happens
below
and
with the
what
common
the word
English
is.
language error that makes your skin crawl the most.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, Dr. Charles Goldman, an expert on inland aquatic systems, believes that sightings of lake monsters like Nessie, Tessie, and Ogopogo are actually mirages caused by temperature changes in the deep, cold lakes.
Yeah,
Another
I can see
possible
that.
explanation is very big fish like sturgeons that live
Not
in
just
lakes.
like they look like
The
snakes
Congo's
and stuff like that.
Mkelebebe is a different water monster altogether. This
This
35-foot
is like
long herbivore
I
lives
forget
in
what the
rivers
dinosaur's
and is
called.
said to resemble a sauropod
There we go.
dinosaur, down to its long tail and neck. Tales about a mysterious giant animal in the area date back to the 1700s, but the creature first popped up in modern literature in the 1909 book Beasts and Men. There have been a number of searches over the years, including an expedition funded on Kickstarter, but the Mkelebebe, a name that means one who stops the flow of rivers, still hasn't been found. The Darahu is an otter-like Irish cryptid that's said to be half fish, half hound. The
What the
aggressive
fuck?
7-foot-long
Okay, that one's
creatures
weird.
supposedly live in lakes around Ireland and are known as Irish crocodiles.
We know where they're
Sightings
from.
date
They're
back
from
to the
Ireland.
1600s. And there's even a depiction of a
What the
Darahu on a
fuck?
gravestone of a woman who is said to have been killed by one of the creatures in 1722. I have a request.
Irish
No matter
culture
how I go,
and
please
Scotland
put an
culture are
elaborate
very
description
interesting.
of the cryptid who killed me on my
From like
gravestone. I'm gonna
I forget
pop
what
up
it's
in a
called.
YouTube video
Fuck.
with
There's like a
300
horse or
years of
kelpie.
note
There we
about the
go.
woman
Kelpie. Ireland. Yeah, these things. Nothing came up. Right. There's nothing there. That's the art. That's art. But yeah, the kelpie and stuff like that. And there's another one like similar to a kelpie that's like red, and it has like a fucking scythe. And its name actually derives from like Thor or like something like that, like
woman who
Odin.
was mauled
And
by
it's
a
supposed to be
half
all the
lion, half
opposite
pig.
that Odin
What a
is, because like
claim
all
to
those
fame.
all
According
those
to
cultures
indigenous
were
Australian folklore, the bunyip is a
influenced
creature
by the
found in
Norse.
lakes and swamps in Australia that is fond of eating people, especially women and kids. Descriptions of the bunyip are all over the place, but many describe it as looking something like a seal. Also, it supposedly lays its eggs in platypus nests, and as a person whose dream is to see a platypus with her own two eyes, I have to say, that is very not cool.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on to the half creepy creature, half man cryptid section of the video. The Loveland Frogman is exactly what it sounds like.
What the
a humanoid
fuck?
frog. The creature was
I've
first
never heard of
spotted
this one.
swimming in Ohio's Little Miami River in 1955. Then, in March 1972,
Imagine
it
though
was seen
seeing
by
a fucking
Loveland,
frog
Ohio police
mutant
officers
just like
on two
walking
separate
around, just like
occasions. The first officer
trying to like
described a
eat you,
3 to 4 foot tall creature that
throwing
weighed
out its
60
tongue
pounds,
like
with
Yoshi.
leathery skin and a face like a frog or lizard.
Just
The
like
second officer even shot the creature.
That'd be a
In
yikes.
2016,
You can imagine
the
that thing like
Frogman was supposedly
like,
spotted again by two
fucking
people playing
grabbing a
Pokemon
horse
Go.
and just swallowing it.
One of them emailed a video of the creature to the local news saying, quote, "We saw a huge frog near the water. Not in the game. This was an actual giant frog. I took a couple of pictures and a video because I'd never seen one that big. Then the thing stood up and walked on its hind legs." He added, quote, "I swear on my grandmother's grave that this is the truth." After that article came
Sam
out, however, the
Jacobs.
second officer from the 1972 sightings came forward and called it a hoax,
Yeah.
claiming that the creature he'd spotted and shot was an iguana that had been missing its tail. A
Oh.
blogger was also able to basically duplicate what the Pokemon Go player had captured in his video using a small statue of a frog with light up eyes. But even if the Loveland Frogman isn't real, these
Interesting.
totally awesome I Saw the Loveland Frogman t-shirts are.
Anybody want to buy me those? I'm just kidding.
You might have heard about Maryland's Goatman, which
Yeah,
we
the Goatman.
discussed in our
Yeah,
episode
it goes,
about the origins of urban legends.
There's like a bridge where goatmen are said to be seen, and these are more demon-like entities, and more you know, basically cited by people that just want to see them, right? Like if you go to like a bridge, like I think there's like a bridge called Goatman Bridge, just straight up. Goatman Bridge. There we go. They say you can find goatmen here and stuff like that, and that they'll like drag you to hell and stuff like that, or like I don't know, fucking like um take over your
He's
body
not
and
the
stuff
only
like that.
goat-based cryptid. Texas's Lake Worth monster is also a goat man that is apparently 7 feet tall and 350 pounds. And the Poplick monster is a half-goat, half-man creature that lives under a railroad trestle bridge in Louisville, Kentucky. It reportedly uses hypnosis to lure people out onto the bridge and to their deaths. Now let's go from
A lot of
creatures
these
that are ghosts.
creatures may seem like a little random, but they all have stories behind them. For example, what does it mean by like the goat, fucking hypnotizing you? Why does it do that? Where did it get its powers from? What cultures attribute that to goats and stuff like that? You know what I mean?
To a creature
There's a lot
that
of things you
eats
gotta
goats.
think about.
Chupacabra is Spanish for goat sucker.
Yeah.
This creature, which first
Chupa,
appeared
which
in Puerto
means
Rico
suck.
in the 1990s,
Cabra, which
has
means
creepy
goat.
red eyes, stands on 2 legs, is 4 to 5 feet tall, has spikes on its back and very long claws on its hands, and oh yeah, it likes to drain livestock of their blood. The legend spread all over Latin America, into the United States, and into legend. But DNA analysis suggests that many of the so-called chupacabras are actually canines with
And they're like
Ancient legend has it that the swamps
they
and
have like
bayous
rabies
of
and stuff
Louisiana are haunted
and other
by the
diseases.
rougarou, a werewolf-like creature that apparently hunts 2 types of prey: Catholics who don't observe Lent, and
Oh my gosh, guys, it's a fire!
unlike werewolf legends,
I'm just
however,
kidding.
you don't need to be
I'm just
bitten
kidding.
by a rougarou to become a rougarou.
Joke, it's a joke.
According to Jonathan Foray, executive director of South Louisiana Wetlands Discovery Center, quote, "One of the ways
rougarou.
that you could become a rougarou is if you did not observe Lent for 7 years in a row. You
Okay.
can also become a rougarou if someone curses you, but if you're a bad kid, make no mistake. Rougarou wants to eat you. To protect yourself from the rougarou, you need to place 13 objects, like pennies or rocks, on your threshold or windowsill. It supposedly
Why do you
works
think it
because rougarou
does
can only
that?
count to 12. This, I understand.
Can't count to
I'm
12?
also bad at math. The ahul is a giant
Okay, there's
bat
like probably
monster
something
spotted
there.
by a scientist in the jungles of Java and Indonesia in 1925. It's named after its call and is said to be twice as large as the large flying fox bat, which, with a wingspan of 5 feet, or just short of 1 aron, is among the largest bats in the world. Some have said the creature might be a pterosaur. Others believe it could be an owl.
Yeah.
Finally, let's finish up with a giant cat. The beast of Exmoor prowls the fields near.
Yeah, so this one's less of a cryptid and more of like it could be real, because here's the thing: in the UK and specifically more in England, the zoos there are said to keep like lions and stuff like that. And there was this one year specifically, in according to, I don't remember what year it was, but the point is like some of these animals could have like very well have escaped, but like maybe not propagated a population, but just have been like escaped animals that just are prowling somewhere.
Somerset and Devon in the UK,
Yeah.
and has been spotted numerous
But
times.
they're
since
as
the
to like
1970s.
whether this one is real,
This
I
is
don't
not
know.
the kind of cat you'd want to cuddle with.
This is more like
Of hundreds
weird.
of sheep have been pinned on the creature, which is said to be up to 6.5 feet long. One farmer whose sheep was killed by the beast said his sheep's face and neck were stripped clean off. The corpse had also been sucked dry. The killing was apparently so quick that the sheep didn't even struggle, and so quiet that none of the other animals near it were disturbed. Some believe the creature is a big cat like a puma that either escaped or was released from a private owner after it became illegal.
So this one
to
could be
own big
very well
cats in
real.
the 1970s.
But,
But
like,
given that big
back
cats
then.
like these only live for
As of
around
now,
15
like, no.
years, and that sightings persist to this day, it seems like the mystery of the beast of Exmoor remains unsolved.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about a cryptid that's half bat, half cat, with razor-sharp talons and huge
Oh my
yellow
god,
eyes. It
Dracula!
lives
I'm
around
just
this
kidding.
apartment and show up whenever you say the word tree.
Wow, that's a cute cat.
That's the face of a cat who is 100% going to murder me in my sleep tonight. Don't forget to drop an English language mistake in the comments for a chance to be featured in our next episode. And remember to check out
Scary
Local Plus
stories,
every
real
Wednesday
oranges,
for
the
new videos.
Annabelle doll.
We'll see
We're
you
gonna
soon.
talk about that one eventually. Dude, one of my scary streams should be like dolls and stuff. There's like Robert the doll. There's another doll that they found in like Australia or something. But yeah, don't ask me how I know all this. I just know it. So next up, we have Mythical Creatures of North America, a documentary. If this is an actual documentary that was aired on TV, I'm just gonna skip on to the next one.
Mythical or legendary
not,
creatures.
We're just gonna listen to this.
Cryptids. Monsters. Unexplained beings. Whatever you want to call them. Every inhabited region of the earth, it seems, claims
His definition of a
to
cryptid?
know, and most have bone.
Well, he's
chilling
covering
tales
mythical creatures, which is
associated.
kind of like
North
yeah.
America
Cryptids
is
are in
certainly
there,
no exception.
like,
In
they're not
fact, some
mythical,
of the cryptids from
per
this
se.
continent have achieved international fame.
So
and
just keep in mind, I think his definition
Hello
will
and welcome to
probably end up
Fire
being a
Word.
little more open.
I'm Justin. In this video, we will be going over
Okay, good.
many of the most famous mythical creatures of North America.
So there may be some
reviewing the
repetitions, some
associated
not.
folklore, and considering if, perhaps, some of the witnesses of these creatures may, in fact, be telling the truth. Thank you for joining us as we add another video to our campfire playlist. Now then, let's get to it.
So
The
it's gonna start right now.
Pinelands of southern New Jersey stretch for over 7 counties.
It's gonna talk about the
encompassing
Jersey
a
Beast.
million acres, a huge portion of the state's overall territory. It is believed by many residents that a dark, malicious creature inhabits this forest,
Ooh.
often simply called the Leeds Devil or the Jersey Devil. The
Yeah.
creature is often described as nothing short of a
There's also the alternate name, Jersey Beast. Right? Let's see. Or did I get this wrong? Jersey Beast. I think I got the naming wrong. Excuse me. I'm probably like thinking of another one.
genuine
Jersey Devil, this guy.
monstrosity, said to have the head of either a goat
There
or
was
a
like
horse,
footage of it
hooves,
flying around, but it might have been a
wings
bat.
like those
Like
of a
fake.
bat, and a forked tail. It is also said to have a body structure that of a
And it was
biped,
born
which
from,
resembles a kangaroo.
it was like the
emits
13th child of a
high-pitched
wife or something.
screech which terrifies all who have the displeasure of encountering the beast. The origin tale of the Jersey Devil is quite murky, and in fact, various contradicting tales exist.
Yeah.
Most tales, however, attribute its origins to 1735 and the family of Jane Leeds. It was in that year, or the prior one,
Imagine
that
seeing, like, a
Mother
donkey
Leeds
being able to
discovered
fly.
that she was pregnant.
Be
Mother
interesting.
Leeds already had 12 children, however, and, not wishing for another one, cursed the child, saying
having bat
that
wings
it
is
would
kinda
be
funny.
the devil himself.
There's like a horse or something that like only
Months
lets
later,
the impure ride it. I
Dark
forget what
and
it's called.
stormy night, where the wind howled and the trees violently shook, a baby boy was born. A perfectly normal baby boy. However, gradually, the seemingly normal child began to change, acquiring hideous features and a violent disposition along with them. Eventually, the boy was beyond recognition, as the child began
The story very well could be about like a child, just growing up, but like being a little different than the other children, and people back then not knowing how to like handle different children and just being like, oh, we got a color child, right?
to grow wings. The family knew not what to do. At last, when its wings were fully formed, it assaulted
Oh my
its family
God.
and escaped through the chimney,
Oh.
flying into the
There's like a
pine-bearing
piece of like the
fire
Cheeto
after a purported
that went down my
failed
throat,
attempt to
and it landed in the
exorcise
windpipe,
the
and then I had
forest.
to cough.
It is
Sorry
said
about
it remains to this day. By the late 1700s, the legend of a devil in the area was already popular. Reports would continue through the 1800s into the modern day.
Here we go.
In 1820, Joseph Bonaparte, older brother of the former Emperor
Oh my
Napoleon,
gosh.
claimed to have seen it
I haven't heard of this
in the
backstory.
area. For the next century, the mysterious deaths of livestock.
I haven't heard of that part.
remained
I don't think that part's
By
real.
the 1900s, Jersey Devil encounters were blowing up in the news.
But and like I said,
In
there's different like
1909,
backgrounds, different
leading to schools closing and hunters
know,
roaming the
hearsays.
forests looking for it. By 1960, people had had enough, and a
The
reward
Jersey
was
Devil.
placed on the beast.
$250,000? Damn, you'd be rich. What the fuck?
$10,000.
Yeah.
Nothing was ever found, however.
What the
despite a few
fuck?
hoaxes.
Imagine finding the
Thus
Jersey
remains a
Devil,
mystery.
just like being like,
The simplest
"Hi guys, I'm a
explanation is that
millionaire
the
now."
sightings are a combination of hoaxes and misidentifications
insane.
encouraged by this legend, such as misidentifying sandhill cranes. Perhaps the
could be
creature
that.
is associated with Daniel Leeds, an unpopular figure from the era in colonial history at the time, often thought of as a devil. Perhaps it is a myth invented to scare children and keep people
Yeah.
away from dangerous areas. Or perhaps there's more to the Pine Barrens of New Jersey than we realize.
Probably not, because we have satellite imaging here and in
For
the
the
U.S. and
second
it's
creature
obviously
on our
like
list,
constantly
move
scanning these
north
things.
and west to eastern Canada.
Where we don't know is like
Discuss
South
a
America,
far
because
more
there
ancient
there's a lot of
being,
like
first
rural
described by the
areas, right?
Algonquin tribes.
haven't been touched.
Winter in northern North
because of the
America
tribes.
is often a challenge, commonly a life-threatening one for the people who lived prior to industrialization. Long and brutal winters caused people to take desperate measures to survive, eating
Yeah.
anything they could to make
Is he gonna talk about the Wendigo?
Anything. It is in such times that the Algonquin peoples believe the Wendigo
Yeah.
hunts most vigorously. The Wendigo is a creature,
But
which
it's not
takes
really a
many
cryptid. It's more of a
forms.
mythological
Tales
thing.
differ from
But
one Algonquin
like I said,
tribe to
it's
another,
mythological.
but each associate the Wendigo with traits and activities that the tribes faced and wished to eradicate: greed, selfishness, and cannibalism.
No, it's
In fact,
not. It
the
doesn't
Wendigo is very much the
exist.
personification
It's like
of
a
these
skinwalker.
things. Some tales state that the Wendigo is a creature which resembles a kind of decayed humanoid stag.
Next
whose
thing you know, you
face
guys
has
see me
become
fucking
visible
grow
to
out of
this
nowhere.
day,
Just like
though this
my
depiction
fingers
may
become
have
all
arisen
spindly,
from
and I'm like,
European influence and is more likely a modern.
I'm like fucking going
More
crazy,
traditionally,
dude.
it is portrayed as a corpse, very thin
Is
and
it
bony,
easily
to the
okay?
point of being a skeleton
fine.
covered in stretched skin.
That's, see, that's a scary
Has
depiction of a
long,
Wendigo.
sharp
But it's
claws,
most likely just like, you know,
sometimes said to be made of
cannibalistic
ice.
people of the
Its
tribes that
eyes
were
are said
kind of
to
like
be
not
either
bad,
large and
but
glowing
more
or
exiled
sunken
from
into
their
the skull.
tribes
It is
because of
also
what they did and
due to
how
the nature of the
not,
creature carries,
you
generally
know,
very
pure
large,
they look anymore.
sometimes extremely large. The Wendigo is cursed with endless, extreme hunger, stalking the forests of the north, especially in winter, looking for its next meal. However, when it consumes,
And it could also be a
for
force of
its
nature, if I
soul,
remember.
it grows in proportion to the size of its meal, and therefore, it can never be satiated. Yet the Wendigo is a very powerful being regardless, with immense strength, speed, and even an ability to manipulate winter weather. It is not invincible, however, and is vulnerable to things such as fire and silver. Some accounts state that people can become Wendigos by giving into temptation during starvation and resorting to cannibalism, or that the Wendigo is a spirit which causes suffering individuals to become cannibals themselves. Sometimes even, someone who is simply greedy and who flaunts their wealth or does anything which places the individual over the group are at risk of the curse. Indeed, the creature has lent its name to a purported psychological disorder, Wendigo psychosis, which causes people to crave human flesh. Most
Like, it's just an unfortunate name that we took,
of the disorder,
unfortunately.
however, as has not been observed
But
in
it depends on how you look at it. It could also be like us trying to like preserve a culture.
Clendenin,
But that's like,
West
I don't know, white
Virginia,
saviors.
November 12th, 1966. 5 men digging a grave in a cemetery.
Like, there are
claim
very
to see
few
a
Native
strange,
American people in
winged
like psychology. Meanwhile, the total number of doctoral level American Indian psychologists in the U.S. is estimated to be 200. Very few people, right? So it was more probable that a white man came by and was just like, "Oh, I want to discover a condition myself," and just flopped in the name, without consoling anybody.
Man-like creature fly above them and then just
unfortunate.
above the tree line. It is an incident they cannot explain, and it is not the last. 3 days later, near Point Pleasant, West Virginia,
Is this
a small
Mothman?
town on the border of Ohio. 2 young couples are driving at night near the McClintock Wildlife Management Area when they observe something which stands
These
out
footages
as
always remind me of that, like, what is it?
At
Clinton Road,
first,
the
it is
fucking truck
merely
that
a
chases
pair
you or
of
whatever.
glowing red eyes. But as they progress along the road, they see something utterly
Yeah, they see
terrifying.
the.
They claim
the
to have seen the
Mothman.
body to which the threatening eyes belonged. A hideous, man-sized, if not taller,
Well, that
winged
looks
creature.
sick.
They attempt
Holy
to drive
fuck.
away from it,
Looks
but the
real.
creature, whatever it is, takes flight, taking off quite suddenly like a helicopter, and pursues them. Even as the driver reaches speeds
Most people
of
don't know the
100 miles
colors
per hour,
behind,
the
or
creature
what colors
remains right
these
on their
cryptids
tail,
are.
squeaking, they
So,
claim,
like,
a
an
big
artist depicts
mouse.
you see the
When the
Mothman probably
couples
be
reach
colored
town,
black,
they
just to
find
like
that the creature is
symbolize,
gone.
an
They
omen or
immediately
something
call
going
the
on,
police and give them their account
or kind of like add
First
shadiness,
report
stuff like that.
of the Mothman.
And the red eyes is like the
Incidentally,
only
same
coloring,
night,
I guess, that they
Newell
really give.
Partridge, a contractor
And when you
who
see
lived
something with red
100
eyes, what do you
miles from
think?
Point
It's
Pleasant,
like
reported
pleasant or not
seeing
pleasant?
something eerily similar.
That's what I
On
think.
that night,
It's like
he
good or
was
not good.
watching television when suddenly the
red
television
eyes and I'm out
began
of there.
cutting out,
I'm like,
and he heard a screeching noise coming from outside. He and his German Shepherd went out to investigate.
You could very well have
When
seen
he
like a
spotted
deer
the
or
thing,
like
he shined his
cat or
flashlight
something
on
that
it,
just
revealing
had the eyes
two
glowing.
glowing red eyes, which he said reflected the light like a bicycle reflector. Whatever it was, his dog, unfortunately, ran after it and was never seen again.
Yeah.
This night was the
8 people
first
saw-
of many over the
they
next
say they saw a
year
creature.
in which West Virginians and Southeast Ohioans would
Uh-huh.
report
You will
seeing what had been termed the Mothman. The reports were all very similar. A winged creature with the body structure and size of a man and ominous, glowing red eyes. As the story
No body
spread,
color,
a crowd
though.
of people arrived in the area
It's
to
dark,
see what
right?
they could find. Many
So
with
people assume it
onions,
just blends in with the
determined
darkest
to
wall.
catch any unnatural creature
Bitch took
inhabiting
the
the area.
dog. Yeah, that's-
Feeling of paranoia
that's sad.
and fear for
I
some,
know.
and excitement and adventure for others gripped this small
Homie
West
motherfucking-
Virginian town. One
Wait,
person
wait,
even
homie
claimed to have
Mothman.
found an
I
egg
don't know why I saw
that
motherfucking
turned out to be a
homie
shotgun,
Mothman's
one of a
crossed
number
the
of hoaxes
line, yeah.
revealed during the
Go
excitement.
hunt him.
Amid all this excitement, however,
Oh my
others
God.
favored a
He's not real,
simpler,
though.
more
He's just like-
natural explanation.
he's
and
just a
considered
cash cow at
not
this point.
giant
For certain,
Mothmen, but rather giant birds.
what's his-
One the height of a man with red marks around its eyes. The
Damn it, okay,
sandhill
what the-
crane. It would be easy to mistake the red spots around the eyes of a sandhill
Yeah,
crane
it could
for
be the
the eyes
that. People think
themselves,
it's that.
pathologists note. Much
you
like the
scared?
white
It's not
spots of
that
killer
scary.
whales. It is not a native inhabitant, but may have wandered outside of its normal migration route.
Yeah.
However, the crane's eyes would not have glowed like many people who observed the Mothman said they did, and no bird watchers observed the species in the area in that time.
Mhm.
Some critics therefore turned to another bird for explanation. The
Yeah, the
barred
owl.
An owl common throughout the region whose large eyes do reflect light shined into
Yeah,
them
and it
with
shines
an
red.
ominous red glow. However,
This is
barred
more
owls
probable in my
do
opinion.
not reach
Bro,
such
for
sizes.
scaling,
Still, the explanation stuck as a viable hypothesis given the fact that
locked up
people
for
are unreliable at estimating size in such encounters.
Dude, these aren't
especially
real.
Terrified. Sightings in the area continued for over a year until December 15th, 1967.
When I used to believe in
On that
God,
date,
I used to pray every
tragedy
day
struck the
until I
area.
realized, oh
The
fuck,
Silver
this shit is
Bridge
real.
crossing over the Ohio River collapsed that afternoon, resulting in the deaths
Oh,
of
that's
over
new chat.
46
What?
people. After the incident, the
What is
sightings
this?
of the Mothman ceased in the area for years.
Yeah.
Some believe that the Mothman had arrived to signal the impending doom and
Mhm.
had disappeared when the doom came.
So he became more of a
Sightings would
symbol.
Pick up again years later as people claimed
My
the
tiny
Mothman
brain can't
had
comprehend
returned
what is real and
and
what
would
is
spread,
fake.
not only across the
This
country,
isn't real.
but across the world.
All of these are
Some
just
claim
urban
the
legends
Mothman
brought up
is a consequence
for different reasons, right? For example, UFOs were cited more back then in the 1940s because of the Cold War. America in the 1940s, 1950s, 1960s, even 70s, because of the Cold War, and the reason why is because the space race was going on, and above that, people had this hyper vigilant outlook in the skies, and they were afraid that Russia was gonna retaliate one day because they were gonna become a they are at the moment they were a superpower, right? I don't know if they are still. But the point is, people were really onto edge. They were like, oh fuck, are we gonna get bombed? Are we gonna get nuked because Russia had nukes, right? And it was something new, and so people were hyper vigilant on the skies, being like, oh my god, what's gonna happen? And that's why they spotted stuff in satellites and stuff like that.
Whatever
and
the
thought they were
Mothman
UFOs.
was,
Nowadays, when we see
it,
weird shit
be
lights, it could be
sandhill crane, barred
weather
owl,
phenomena that we
mysterious
just
creature, or
uh,
nothing at all.
not
It
paying
has become
attention
an
to.
icon of the area.
Oh, there's a
It has
really
become
good video I watched a while ago. Yeah, red, that red stuff. Fuck. Okay, where am I looking at? It was a video. Science. All it works. Work. I don't think I'm gonna be able to find it anymore. Ugh. The point is, we don't just see thunder. There's other parts of the lightning. For a second before lightning strikes, there's a red portion that goes up, and many people don't understand what that is. I forget what it's called too.
Movie star.
But the,
being a
por-
subject
the
of
point is
book
that
was adapted
there's
into
also
a
a little
Hollywood
sphere
film,
or halo that
Lost
appears
Man
above the
Prophecies.
lightning before it gets basically summoned. That can happen, right? And it's very rare
April
to be found.
21st.
Hold up. Halo above. Yeah, there's these things. These things. Red jellyfish sprites. They're called sprites, and then there's a halo. See? So these get summoned before the lightning gets it basically shows up. And they look quite fucking beautiful. And look at how similar they look to a UFO. Uh, to this day, still only one atomic bomb such nuke has been used by America, which slightly disgusts me. Yeah, that's bad. But like, I was gonna say, other countries too have used such tools as well, such as Russia, but they've experimented with it though, and it still messed up a large portion of their tundra lands. But yeah, see, these are what I'm talking about. They look really beautiful in R. The thing about them is that they can only be seen with a really good camera, and sometimes they're seen by the naked eye, but just for like a split second. It's just like, bro, let me flex, little shit. When I say read it like a little shit, where did I see that? Dude, I need to stop assuming what people talk. Little and some fancy shit. There we go. I read ahead on accident.
1977.
So I'm just bringing that up because it's all phenomena that we may be like, oh, it may be like a thing in my eye or something like that, right? But in reality, you actually observe something for a split second.
It does not appear to be a deer.
I also want to bring the concept of like, what isn't real to me doesn't mean that it's not real to you, because it could very well be real. My frame of reference is completely different to your frame of reference. For example, when I take off my glasses, I can't see that well. Everything looks really blurry. But somebody that has 20/20 vision, their vision is ecstatic, really ecstatic.
Like a watermelon,
No, it's really excellent and stuff like that.
Or a nose.
So maybe I like see a shadow bouncing here and there, but would that actually be like a shadow person? No, it's probably just my eyes seeing something, and because like how fuzzy my vision looks, it thinks it sees a shadow person.
Private forever, where others
other stuff like
not
that.
to report seeing the exact same thing that very same night. 15-year-old John Baxter
So this alien thing.
observed an unusual creature while walking home on Miller Road. Baxter later produced a sketch which was eerily similar to the one Bartlett had produced for his father. The two reports were made independently of each other, and the two teens did not know each other.
John
And
Baxter.
then came a third report from Abby Brabham, who claimed to have seen a creature on Springdale Avenue the
Oh my
following
god, that's like a
very
cow.
similar in description, albeit with green eyes instead of orange. From the reports, it seems that the creature followed a path in a straight line, in the vicinity of water. Bartlett's friends, who were also in the car, never reported seeing it, but Bartlett said that he would swear on a stack of Bibles that he saw something. He also seems to have never enjoyed the publicity gained from the incident, telling the Boston Globe in 2006 that the incident is embarrassing, and that he even dreads getting phone calls about it every Halloween. Apart from one incident the following year, which Bartlett says may have been a prank or a natural...
We can watch more specific videos on certain creatures.
Or anyone else has claimed to
Keep in mind, I'm gonna
43
just talk about cryptids in general.
It stands out among
We
cryptids
still have a lot.
for these
So,
reasons.
yeah, it's an
It
hour.
seems likely that there was
It's gonna take us to, like,
something
12,
unusual
probably.
running around the area on that night. It may have been a young horse called a foal or a moose calf, though moose are extremely rare in that area and no foals were reported missing. It may have been an escaped exotic animal like a slender loris. None were
durable? But like, how would they be
escaped
spotted
the
from
area,
that
but
far?
there is an illegal exotic pet trade. It may have been an extraterrestrial. So why would an advanced being capable of interstellar travel come to Earth simply to run around naked in the woods of
Wait, would they want to
Massachusetts?
observe like a little
It
kid?
could
Come on.
very well have been a prank.
What the fuck?
Or
Why John Baxter's like a kid
we
right
have
there?
yet to understand. The area is, after all, known for strange incidents.
Or was it his kid? Or I don't remember who. I wasn't paying that much attention to what they were saying. But the
spring
point
of
is, that's the
1955,
cryptid, right?
Loveland, Ohio, 20 miles
Dobby
from
Demon.
Cincinnati. A businessman is driving home along an unknown road in a marshy area late at night when he is stopped by the sight of something absolutely bizarre. Stories differ as to what exactly was seen and how events unfolded, but one account holds that he stopped his car to observe three figures.
This is a beautiful
about
shot.
3 to 4 feet tall, conversing with each other. Though
Dude,
they
I
still
love when the
had
moon
bright
looks like that.
eyes
I
and
love the
legs,
moon. I love
they were
pictures of the moon.
not people.
Send me pictures of
He claimed that they had leathery skin and the faces of frogs.
And the frog, see,
One of the
fucking...
creatures, according to
Notice how he's starting
produced an instrument
to the
described
east
as
of
a
America.
wand.
I'm pretty sure he's gonna move west
Sparks
as
that flew
things
a
stop
fright to the
lining up and being a little random.
area before anything happened.
Dude,
This was
I'll be
the
honest,
first sighting
I feel like whoever fucking saw or claimed this was a thing
but not the last.
was probably high as fuck out of their minds. I don't know. This is some shit you see like in SpongeBob. Like, it's just like a fucking frog walking or some shit.
Whatever it was,
Sorry for cursing. It's just like,
drag her under the water.
I find that very
Mary
funny
broke free,
that a
but
frog
the
man
net
just
killed her,
walks.
And when she came ashore, found a number of cuts and a green stain on her leg the shape of a palm print.
It's not even like a
Whoever was
kappa or anything like that,
responsible was
right?
not cited, however, and
It's just a
indeed,
freaking
the
frog.
next known sighting of the Loveland frogmen would not occur for over 15 years.
Oh my
On
god.
March 3rd, 1972, police officer Ray Shuck was driving around an area close by, Riverside Drive, near the Little Miami River, around 1 a.m., when he too noticed something unusual. An unknown creature, he claimed, ran past his car. Believing
Was it a
it to be
frog man?
dog, he stopped his car to get out and look for it. But what he saw was no dog.
It was a
Rather,
frog, oh my god.
it was a lizard-like creature, which upon being seen, stood erect. It then jumped over the
I actually love that picture because look, it puts it to size to what he said he would have seen.
quite perplexed. and
But
wondered
like
if
the
this
other guy,
was
the
related,
girl rather
though they were
mentioned,
able
it was
to find
probably an
nothing but
iguana,
tracks.
or it was an iguana rather.
Elucidation perhaps came a few weeks later, with a third sighting. Another Loveland police officer, Mark Matthews, was traveling around the area on Kemper Road when he too came across an unusual frog or lizard-like creature. Unlike the other witnesses, he was able to shoot it and capture it, claiming he knew no one would believe him if he didn't. He put the creature in his trunk and drove to show it to
This
Shockey.
picture of the moon is nice.
Shockey confirmed that the creature which was stored in his trunk was the creature he had seen last night. But it was not a humanoid frog. It was an iguana,
yeah.
that was missing its tail, likely a creature which had escaped an aquarium. Case closed? Well, for the incidents of the 70s, indeed.
Yeah,
The
but
other
other people
still
spot
lack
frogmen. I don't know
explanation.
why.
Numerous reports have been made in the decades since. The most recent major report coming from 2016, when a couple playing a game called Pokemon Go claimed to have seen the creature in the area. In fact, it was this incident which caused
Yeah, bro, let's go catch Gyarados, dude. That fucking image right there. It's a fucking frog. Come on.
encounter with the iguana to light. Sam Jacobs, who viewed the creature, swears that he saw something and was even able to
it's
take
so
a photograph
absurd.
and video of whatever he saw. The details in the picture and photograph are extremely hard to make out, apart from glowing eyes, which are quite common among a number of animals when light is shined into their eyes. What exactly he and the others saw remains a mystery.
It's just a frog.
Canovanas, Puerto
Loveland
Rico,
frogman.
March
Oh,
1995.
chupacabra.
Farmers come across an unwelcome discovery. 8
Yeah.
of their sheep had been killed.
It's like I accidentally sometimes say that the chupacabra is Mexican, but that's because like at this point like they have like so many chupacabra stories in like
no one
Mexico.
can explain it.
Um,
and it is the first
like I fucking confuse it to where it originated
fear
from.
spreads
But it
across
originated
the
in
sea.
Puerto Rico.
More animals can
Oh my,
be goats.
what does
owls,
OMW mean again?
rabbits,
Oh my
horses,
world.
a list of
On my way there right now, right
animals
now.
strange
On my way to catch
unexpected
Froakie, exactly.
circumstances. Reports of
There's a
some
gen,
approaches, in fact, began
one
to
Pokemon
spread
that's actually a
across
frog.
North America, and eventually
It involves from
the mainland
Poliwag.
United States.
Or Poliworld
It was
rather.
not the first time farm animals had been killed like this. A similar event occurred in
Forget what it's called.
1975 in the village of Mocha, Puerto Rico, which was attributed to
Polytoad, the way it's called.
El Vampiro
Polytoad.
de Mocha,
They probably caught
the
Polytoad.
vampire, and was believed to be linked to a satanic cult.
Gotta
Cattle
get
mutilations,
that
incidentally,
Gemini,
had been
exactly.
taking place in the United States and Mexico during this time as well. Months after the March 1995 incident, in August, a woman named Madeline Tolentino reported seeing the creature responsible. Further witnesses added to the descriptions throughout autumn, one of whom claimed the creature broke into his house and attacked his child's teddy bear. They described a creature somewhat like a lizard man or a gargoyle with green, scaly skin, large,
So that's how people
bug-like
say it looks
eyes,
like.
wings.
I'll tell you the what do you call it? The sensationalized story. My aunt told me that it looks like an alien because she's seen a chupacabra or something like that. It's not a teddy bear. It's a sheep, or a cattle. I don't know. But what was I gonna say? Basically, it looks like a alien, and then it also turns into a little fly, comes into like your house, and then poof, turns into an alien again, and then it fucking eats you. So she turned it into like a boogeyman story. So that's why we have to keep the windows closed whenever it fucking rains or whatever, right? Very interesting
Fangs
and very,
quills
very,
going
very
down its back. It is
what's
said
the word?
to be about 4 feet tall,
creative.
walks like a kangaroo, and has a foul odor of sulfur. Farmers, losing their livelihoods, and governments, losing tourists, became greatly concerned.
It's a
and
porcupine,
immediately sought
dude. What the fuck?
explanation for the creature
That's
that
not an
can be
alien. That's a
called
porcupine.
El Chupacabra. The
El
goat
chupacabra.
More
Il,
than
il,
1,000
il. Some
deaths
people will
of
say
animals
il
were blamed on the
chupacabra.
creature in
Chupacabra.
1995 alone. More deaths were to come.
It'll be
in
like
the next
French.
few
It'll be like
years.
il chupacabra.
Authorities and scientists began hunting the beast,
Bruh.
discovering little, apart from things such as
It's
three-toed
El
tracks they
Chupacabra.
were unable to explain. Reports grew in the American states of Florida and Texas, and
Yeah.
throughout Mexico. By 1997, reports from as far away as Perth, Australia began coming in. Clearly, something was responsible
Oh,
for the
no.
deaths of these animals,
El chupacabra
but
me
no
persiguió
animals
a
fit the
Australia.
description that was repeatedly given,
Australia.
at least in Latin America. In the mainland
Not
United
me
States,
tearing
a
up
different
because you
creature
mentioned the
was reported.
boogeyman,
A creature
who I'm
which
deathly
more
afraid
closely
for
resembled
as for
a
some
canine.
reason as a teenager.
Blood-sucking animals, like
The
vampire
boogeyman
bats,
doesn't
generally do
exist.
not kill their
In
hosts,
fact, El
and
Cucuy is
generally
worse.
don't harm
And then
them
there's La Mano
from the
Peluda.
transmission
Oh
of
my god.
disease. Creatures which do kill animals, however, like wild dogs, panthers, or foxes, generally do not simply feed on the blood of the creature alone. The normal
Okay, don't see me. But like they never told me the story. They always said if I put my hand between the couch, the mano peluda would drag me into hell. They'd be like, te va a llevar al infierno. And I'm like, oh my god, oh my god. I'm like, no voy a hacer eso. Right? Hopefully nothing disturbing comes up. Yeah, he fucking puts you in a sack and just sacks you away. That's literally it. I don't know. That's not El Cucuy. That's from like a fucking Japanese movie. But yeah, but those aren't cryptids. Those are like
explanations were
you
out.
know, urban
The
legends.
incidents were too complex and widespread to be attributed simply to hoaxes. What was it then? An undiscovered creature? A genetic experiment gone wrong?
Genetic experiment.
Demons?
I haven't heard that one in a long while.
American researcher Benjamin Rad
He's like I
pointed
think in
out that the original
Extra Normal
chupacabra
de
description
Impacto,
closely matched that
which is
of the
a
sci-fi
Spanish
creature
ghost.
popular
I'm
at
now
the
sleeping
time.
with my lights
From
on.
the
Okay, congrats. Here's the thing though. Here's the thing though. I'll be honest. I also used to sleep with the lights on sometimes when I would watch like scary things until eventually I was like, these things don't exist. Then I stopped doing that. The El Cucuy face was terrifying, bro. It's not that terrifying. Which one am I looking for? Blah, 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 blah. Let me remember. I was gonna search up something right now. I don't remember.
Species, drawing the description common in Latin America.
Oh yeah, extra normal de impacto. Soy yo. Extra normal de impacto. There we go. These guys, they would always explore, and they have like the full fucking episodes on here. They used to pop out on Azteca America, Azteca TV. If y'all don't know what that is, Azteca TV. This guy, TV Azteca, and yeah, they were interesting.
More doubt was cast on the idea of a monstrous vampire lizard roaming
The
Latin
channel you
America
can get here
when
now.
it was pointed out that the claim
I don't
that
think
the
you could get it
animals
anywhere
had
else in the
been
US.
vampirically drained of blood was never verified, and attempts to
These
verify
tales
that
of like people
aspect
getting
of the
Televisa
report
from here,
showed that,
from
while
Mexico
there was,
over
of
to like
course,
here in
blood
America,
loss,
if you
they
live
had
like close to
not
the border.
actually been blood
Which is
drawn.
interesting.
Rather, the animal corpses had entered into a stage of post-mortem lividity, a state in which the blood of the corpse had collected into the interior of the creature and coagulated, giving the appearance of major blood loss.
This is a jackal? Or are you talking about? Oh, wait, no.
Of Latin America remained a mystery.
Jackal? No, no. Yeah, listen. These rabbits have actually been confirmed to be real. For the longest time, they were thought to be cryptids, but those horns growing out of their head are actually a disease that eats them alive or something.
With scientists believing
It's so
it to be a
sad.
creature people
Actually, let me search that up right now, just to like not be. Distinct species. They are simply cottontails and jackrabbits afflicted with the rare virus. Virus. Da-da-da-da-da. This is really common. A virus that affects the rabbits produces a syndrome called Shope's papilloma. Oh yeah, it's like a papilloma is like a thing that causes like warts and stuff. It is most common. Papillomas are the virus that causes keratinous tumors to grow out of the skin. Well, yeah, which is basically a wart. They look like grown and shaggy concreted clumps. These horns grow seemingly randomly, dangling glaringly from the bunny's coat. They are not discrete, parried structures at the top of the head. So yeah, it's just like a wart. Never mind. See, there we go. I was about to spread misinformation on accident. But like, see how sad that is? They just have big ass warts growing out of their head, and because of that, they're gonna end up dying. Unfortunately,
mistakenly believed they saw in fear.
because predators just are gonna
However,
like
in the US,
see like, oh, you're sticking
description
out,
of a hideous,
and they won't be able to
hairless,
like hide in their
dog-like
dents.
creature with a foul
So big the
odor
warts grow.
remained popular and unexplained. This too, however, biologists felt they could explain. This description seemed far more realistic than the vampire alien lizard of Latin America, closely resembling what biologists believe to be canines. Dogs, foxes, coyotes, and even non-canines like raccoons suffering from sarcoptic mange. Mange is a condition in which parasitic mites cause substantial hair loss as well as irritation and thickening of the skin. Predators suffering from this disorder may be driven to hunt livestock, as their illness prevents them from effectively hunting more difficult but safer prey, such as wild rabbits. It is not uncommon, actually, for these animals to simply bite their prey, leaving puncture wounds, allowing the animal to later die of blood loss, as was the case with these creatures. This hypothesis was confirmed when several creatures, accused of being chupacabras, were actually killed and identified by professionals as canines with mange. Thus, the mystery was solved. Or was it? Were these animals really the explanation for all of the chupacabra attacks? And what about the three-toed tracks that were found, and the many reports of the lizard-like chupacabras? Was it all just imagination?
It's the lizard people.
I'm
just kidding.
Creature attacking the livestock of Latin American farmers after all. Further
that's like a whole other thing too. Holy
rhesus monkeys to mongooses to Mexican hairless dogs to an unexplained, undiscovered creature. The aforementioned Benjamin Radford, who has done extensive research into the topic, believes that the evidence suggests that there is nothing crazy about the reports and that the explanation given is sufficient. Others, namely those who claim to have seen it, disagree. To add to the mystery, chupacabra reports have now been made as far away as the Philippines, Russia, and India. Across the United States and Canada, beings which resemble...
It's weird to consider Puerto Rico part of America, even though they don't get to vote at all, which is so fucked.
Many cultures around
they're just like controlled by America.
Creatures.
They're not like their own country.
Native Americans being, of course, no exception. Today, such tales have not gone away, as some claim we are still haunted by the beasts
Part of
they
imperialism, you
warn
know?
us. Such beasts include the
Unfortunately.
beast of Bray
Not
Road,
fortunately.
the Michigan Dogman, and the Ozark
Yeah.
Howler. The Ozarks
like
is
werewolves.
a mountainous, forested region which stretches throughout parts of Missouri, Arkansas, and Oklahoma. Within this sparsely populated region, it is believed that a creature, or a species of creature, unlike those one normally encounters, resides, often known as the hoo-hoo, nightshade bear, or most commonly, Ozark Howler, after the howl that
Interesting.
many who claim to have encountered the creature report.
Ooh, this one's
The
nice. I
terrifying
haven't heard of the
howl,
Ozark
often
Bear.
signaling impending doom for those unfortunate enough to hear it, is said to sound like the mix of an elk call, a wolf howl, and a hyena's laugh. The creature is said to be large, as the body shape of a bear.
Let me try to make it sound like that. Something like
black
that?
fur, glowing red eyes, and is
What the
often
fuck?
said to have a long pair of horns. The beast is believed to be quite dangerous, with numerous legends of its aggression being well known among the inhabitants. One legend tells of an encounter with
Oh my
the
God.
adventurer Daniel Boone,
Who made this
who
painting?
managed to kill the beast and kept it
So threatening. Something about it is just threatening. What the fuck?
The beast of Bray Road in Elkhorn, Wisconsin is similar in many ways, notably with its glowing red eyes and aggressiveness. The red eyes, it is claimed, often turn right towards witnesses, peering directly into their eyes. Those who peer back into the creature's eyes are struck by the malicious intelligence they sense behind them. It is also described as a bear-like or wolf-like creature, a humanoid wolf, that is.
Oh my god, imagine seeing a
Witnesses of
wolf
the
just
creature
walking like
claim
that.
It stands upright, reaching about 6 feet in height, and is capable of running at great speeds. The first report
There was a guy that dressed up in like a
1996
wolf suit
about the creature
in like
being
Japan,
famous
and
due to
they
a
got
string
petted
of
a lot. I
personal
swear,
injuries
I'm not even
and
kidding. It was like a random
explanations
video that I
point
just
to
remembered of.
various canines,
That fucking-
some of
the
which
previous
are
picture
simply
reminded me of that.
uncommon, such
That's
as
a nice
toy
painting.
dogs, the cross between a coyote and a dog, and something rather unusual, such
Mm-hmm.
as an undiscovered species of canine, or species believed to be extinct, such as dire wolves, or worse. The Michigan Dogman of Wexford County is, likewise, quite similar, and the first reports of this humanoid wolf date back decades earlier, to 1887. It was on a day in that year that, allegedly, 2 lumberjacks encountered a beast with the head of a wolf, but the body of a
Yeah.
man. It is said to have had blue eyes.
And then this
and
inspired
had a
stories of
terrifying
werewolves.
howl, much like that of a human
Oftentimes,
scream.
werewolves
In
are
1987,
found
disc jockey Steve
in stories that
Cook
include
recorded a
policemen
song
and stuff like
called
that.
The Legend, which many believe led to the creation of the
Interesting
Dogman legend.
As
when
to
it
what
was
that means,
played
I have
on
yet to
air
read a
of
book
radio
that
station
includes a
for
single
any of
werewolf.
the
So,
purported historical
I'll have to find that out
encounters in
myself and
question.
maybe
The
explain it.
creature in the song was, he claimed, an invention as part of an April Fool's joke.
In
He says that
Spanish,
after releasing it,
they
he
call them
received
hombre
numerous
lobos,
calls
which means,
and
man
comments
wolf.
from people saying
Man
that they had
wolves.
seen similar creatures, some of whom even produced photographs. Identical creatures have been seen.
And
across
oftentimes when they say
different
like,
countries,
"Oh,
even
have you
across
hombre
the
lobo?"
world.
they associate it with like
legends of
magic or a
wolf
witch
extend
turning
even
you
to the
into like a.
farthest reaches of the North
wolf
American
man.
continent, including the lands of the Inuit.
And
such as
thus, like,
Greenland,
there's like
Labrador,
videos out there
and
that are
close
like
to the
faked and
Hudson's
staged
Bay.
that kind of like
However,
share that folklore.
rather than the head of a dog
And
the
show
body
like
of a man, the adlets,
you know, like the
or
hombre lobo
Archegolets,
kind of looking
in
like
Inuit
black with red
mythology,
eyes or
are
yellow
said to
eyes
be
or
a
something.
people with the upper bodies of men,
It's the
but the
influence of
lower
black
half
magic and stuff.
dogs. These people are quite tall, fast, and hostile, often being in conflict with humans. The Adlet race was said to have spawned from the union of an Inuit girl who refused to take a husband and the dog Ejirkon, whom she chose to marry instead. It is perhaps the most famous of all mythical North American beasts, the quintessential cryptid. Some use the name as a term to refer to something they find nonsensical and made up. Others are confident of its existence. It is Bigfoot, the Sasquatch.
Okay.
Sasquatches differ from many of the cryptids here in that the discussion over its existence, while generally regarded as a pseudoscientific topic,
Yeah, it's
includes
pseudoscientific.
a noticeable amount of input and uncertainty from genuine scientists who approach the subject scientifically. The primary suspicion among scientists...
The thing about that is like in that field, Bigfoot is like explaining why physics exists, right? So like, to a physicist, if you ask why a physics exists, they can't answer that. They're gonna give you some shit like, God made us the way we are," and some stupid shit like that after like really bad physicists, right? Or they're gonna be like, "It's because quarks and this and that, and they combine together, and they make a charm, and then you get atoms." You know what I mean? They're gonna say something along the lines of that, right? Like a little nerdily. But what was I gonna say? Um, but like, how do we know that, right? Is there like 100% proof we know that? Because like nowadays, like you just hear like maybe physics has to be revamped and stuff like that, and it's a very scary thought. Because like imagine like we've been doing physics with like the wrong physics, that'd be crazy. But chances are our physics is probably stable. But like it's like asking like a biologist that goes out and hunts, right? To see like what creatures they're studying and how ecosystems have changed, right? Could there be a ape man just out there in the loose, right? That's such an open question, and because nature's vast and big, perhaps something fits that like quality or nature, right? So who's to say no? If chances are there it could be a yes.
Researchers who consider the
You know what I mean?
possibility of Sasquatch's existence
That's
is
why
that
things
it is
like
a
that happen.
species of undiscovered,
So like we
sparsely
can't necessarily say no,
native
otherwise
to
they
America.
display bias,
About
right?
one-third of Bigfoot sightings
And
take
they're like
place in
looked
the
down upon.
northwestern United States and southwestern Canada, in places like Oregon, Washington State, and British Columbia. There are numerous other,
But there's other ones in like the
however,
U.S. besides those
sometimes
territories.
considered separate, which are closely related to the Bigfoot description outside of this range, however.
Yeah,
The
Alabama.
white thing, the
There's the
muggy
skunk ape as
monster
well
of
somewhere along
Arizona,
there.
the skunk ape
Yeah.
of Florida, the grassman of northeast Ohio, the falk monster of Arkansas, the yeti, and so on. The typical Sasquatch is reported to be 6 to 9 feet in height, covered in brown, black,
Also,
and
for a
fur,
creature to be super
bipedal,
tall, it
body
needs to
structure
like
similar to a human,
get a lot
and
of energy
course,
from the
large
ecosystems,
feet.
right?
It is said to be shy,
And
though
just
sometimes
saying,
defensive
if
and
you're
territorial,
tall,
and may at times let out a cry.
like me, I'm 6'3", 6'4", around there, right? Chances are you're gonna die earlier than compared to your smaller peers. So for an animal to be that big and live in the wild for apparently long amounts of time is kind of hard to have that occur because animals that height can't like preserve themselves long enough before they start aging away, right?
Similar
like,
to that
wasting.
of a screeching woman or child. What is interesting is that these reports extend across several areas. The woman-like screech,
like
for
if
example,
anybody wants
is
to
reported in places as far away from each other as Alabama with the white thing and the
I want
yeti
to
of
not
Tibet.
eat, but I want to get another
The
water
initial
bottle.
origins of the Bigfoot story rest with Native American tribes.
Just gonna have this playing. I'm
namely,
gonna
though
bring a
not
water bottle fast
exclusively,
to my room.
those of the West, who told stories of large, shy, sometimes hairy, sometimes mischievous or violent men that lived in their area. Some of these tribes still maintain that these creatures are in fact real, and that they have lived alongside them for thousands of years. European settlers encountered and recorded these tales in the late 1800s and early 1900s, and it would not be long before they too began to report seeing ape-like men in the region. The first documented report of a Sasquatch came from 1904, when settlers claimed to see a large, hairy man in the Sixes River region. It was the first of many to come. As mentioned, some wonder if there is a truth to some of these reports. The remnant of a species of ape assumed to have gone extinct, which crossed the Bering Land Bridge and evolved in North America. It is more scientifically plausible than the origin stories of other cryptids. Furthermore, it is certainly plausible that we've yet to discover some creatures, large creatures even, roaming the continent, especially if they have a remarkably small population, numbering, say, under 10,000 overall, for example. There are some creatures, such as the platypus, okapi, coelacanth, and giant squid, which were regarded as unlikely to exist in the past, sometimes even
Proven to exist because we were on them.
they were discovered. It's possible that the Sasquatch could one day be in this category of animals. But simply because it could be real does not necessarily mean it is real. There are a great number of things in this world which are physically and biologically plausible, but which experts do not believe exist because
Oh yeah,
of
the
the fact
milkshake. Oh my
that
god.
they
I'm
do
looking
not
at my cup and
exist.
I'm like, why is
The
it like red?
Sasquatch, if it exists, would be the only species of large ape that does not live in the tropics.
Yeah.
Furthermore, while it's certainly possible that there are undiscovered creatures currently roaming North America, and definitely so when we include things like insects, the Sasquatch is said to be a very large creature, larger than humans. This would necessitate a large caloric intake, and would mean it would have to go out and be quite active over a wide range. This potential range is increasingly shrinking, and increasingly surrounded by people who are, today especially, commonly armed with devices that allows them to record any oddities they see and share it with the world within seconds.
So the more time goes on, the less likely they exist.
There's been numerous Bigfoot hoaxes, which have been recognized as such by both believers and skeptics. One of the most famous hoaxsters was Ray Wallace, who created artificial feet with which to make footprints, as well as artificial feces, hair, and more, in order to mislead hunters. Figures like Wallace demoralized the Sasquatch hunt, and merely encouraged the position that most of the evidence that does exist is fabricated. However,
this right here is a tale of what not to do. Because, for science to exist, there have to be other points of view. Now, maybe we could explain similar objectives. But at the end of the day, there has to be a, an accepted view that provides a lead as to what phenomena and things go on to actually happen, right?
There are more convincing accounts which have yet to be explained.
Which sucks in that field.
The inability to explain these has led some scientists, such as
physicists made up like fake math.
That they suspect that
just throw in like wrenches to like
likely does exist.
Kind of like
another key
fuck up like for aspiring physicists from like their not inventions but like their findings. That'd be fun.
Believes that some of the Bigfoot tracks are convincing, having detailed features which would be incredibly difficult to fake in a single incident, let alone for it to be replicated throughout locations separated by great distances. This evidence has convinced him that the creature's existence is a possibility. Of all the famous Bigfoot sightings, the most famous was the one recorded on film, the Patterson-Gimlin recording, shot in Bluff Creek, California in 1967. The film shows what is potentially a Sasquatch looking back at Patterson and Gimlin, who had arrived on the scene on horseback about a minute or two before. This Sasquatch, known informally as Patty, seems to calmly leave the area after spotting the men, though not without taking her eyes off them for long, disappearing into the woods. The two men then pursued her but failed to find anything more. In the years since, numerous people have attempted to debunk or prove the veracity of the footage, analyzing it, studying the area, and even recreating the film. Numerous people have come forward to claim that they were the ones posing as the Sasquatch creature in a costume, but given that the film shows only one Sasquatch, at least most, if not all, of the claimants are lying. The film is indeed an interesting watch. It is fairly short, about a minute in length, with most of the encounter not having been captured, according to the duo. Frankly, it does, in fact, appear to be what many people might expect.
I guess about not talking. I have gum in my mouth.
Really just
I kind of get like self-conscious about that.
Walking around in a costume. Suspiciously, Patterson and Gimlin were interested in filming a pseudo-documentary covering a reported Bigfoot attack.
Oh, those pseudo-documentaries are really dubious and devious, dude. There wasn't one on Megalodon. Everybody believed it.
However,
until fucking Discovery went on and said, no, it's fake.
In the movie industry note that
but they fucking got money off people.
Would have had to have been especially intricate, based on the muscle movements of the creature shown, especially for the 1960s. This was the same year, after all, that Captain Kirk took on the much less convincing Gorn, just for example. Why would some amateurs have access to a costume more advanced than what even the big shots were using? The purported actor would also have had to have walked in an unusual way on difficult
Oh, I
terrain.
keep on getting more and more gum.
Uncomfortable
But it's still actually good.
though also for most primates, and in the opinion of
Look,
some,
I
would
could like the
have
smell
to
of
have been
petroleum.
quite a large person. There are other problems with the reported
This is like
Sasquatch,
bubble
though,
gum.
such as the features of the rear of the animal, and the fact that no species of ape is known to have females with fur on their breasts, as Patty appears to. Primate expert John Napier,
Oh, wow.
who does believe
Interesting.
in Sasquatch, states that he does not believe in the film's authenticity, as the height of the creature he claims does not match up with the path of the footprints recovered. Furthermore, there is reason to believe that Ray Wallace, the known Bigfoot hoaxer, may have had some minimal involvement with the film. There are a list of points each side of the debate brings up, but the overall opinion from advocates and skeptics is that the film does not offer sufficient evidence to show either way.
But I just tweeted my fucking scary stream, and I may end up getting weird people coming into here. Keep that in mind.
If it were rather low in number and
Interesting.
efficient at hiding, leave some kind of
Hopefully
evidence
they don't
behind
come.
apart from footprints, corpses,
Because I'd hate to get into an
droppings,
argument.
hair. None of these things have been definitively produced. In fact, there's not even fossil evidence of anything to which Sasquatches could have been related discovered in the area. Furthermore, while we can point out the numerous creatures once thought of as
That's a nice
fictional
picture of the
that turned
platypus.
out to be real, those creatures were never
But it's a little
fully
different, right? Because I don't think they have
seen.
like a yellow beak.
As for the lack of more recent remains, some have suggested that the creature is actually highly intelligent, as apes tend to be.
I like the
to
story of the
extent
platypus
that
because
they are
people
efficient at avoiding
and scientists back
contact with
then
mankind,
thought
and
it was
may
like fake.
even
They
bury
thought it was
their
like a
dead,
fucking
or at
bag of
least
potatoes
place corpses in
with a
hidden
fucking,
areas
like,
so as to keep them unmangled
tail of a
by
beaver?
nature as best as
For like a
possible.
mouth.
The forested environment may also be harmful.
No,
to
excuse me, for a tail?
preservation of corpses and fossils. Today,
And like a
Bigfoot
duck
hoaxes
bill for
have
like a
become
mouth.
much more common thanks to technology. While the odds, in all honesty,
Bigfoot
may
G.
not be good, Sasquatch
Due
may
to
still
sightings in the
have
area?
the
Okay.
best odds of actually existing out of all the cryptids mentioned. However, Bigfoot researchers
That was funny.
lament that the little evidence which may come to light is lost in a sea of people attempting to attract attention to outright fabrications.
But, like,
thus
just something I want to mention. I'm addicted to gum.
disinterest
Gum.
of the
I love
majority
gum.
of the scientific community.
That's why I don't buy
Also
gum.
wanted to get your opinion as well on this one. In a recent poll, I asked,
Fine.
how likely do you think it is that Bigfoot, or Sasquatch, is a real animal? Of the 12,000 respondents at the time of this screenshot, 4% said they were confident of their existence.
Hopefully you guys don't hear me
8%
chewing.
said it was likely. 14% said uncertain or other. The overwhelmingly largest answer at 50% said unlikely, and 24%
Mark or make a
said
sign with
confident
X.
of its existence. Cryptozoology is a field widely regarded as pseudoscience. I have to be honest and say that because of how research in this field
Yeah.
is often conducted, that
It
label
probably is, yeah.
warranted. Many of the
But,
creatures
it's sad, but, like,
of those curious about them because they are what
What do you call it? People should,
call
like, kinda, like,
unfalsifiable.
try to like
Essentially,
not even
their
say just like
existence can be
bring it from the
proven,
depths
but
it's
there
at
is
right
no
now.
way
Kind of like
to
make it a little
definitively
better.
prove
They're more
their
scientific.
inexistence. No matter how hard one searches for a non-existent cryptid, believers can always say, "It's out there, man. You gotta
Yeah.
look harder." However, it is interesting that, regardless of this, the field attracts the sometimes private attention of a number of scientists and scientifically literate people, many of whom can't help but wonder if there might be something to at least one of the creatures listed in the cryptozoology files. Many incidents discussed here, after all, seem to have been real events which continue to lack a proper scientific explanation, sometimes reported by separate witnesses who each had no clear motive to lie. Furthermore, some of the creatures described here are biologically plausible. However, just because the incident happened and witnesses are telling the truth does not mean that the creature blamed for it really does exist. And
Yeah.
just because it could exist, again, does not mean that it does. When it comes to unusual...
Likewise, there's this famous one. I think in Portugal. This one where people thought they saw like a weird like thing like that, because God talked to like a girl called Fatima. Many people witnessed something. They said they saw the sky changing. They saw like the Virgin Mary and stuff like that. There was so much whack shit that was going on. It said happened. But all of this could be attributed to mass hysteria. So just because a lot of people say they saw something happen, may not just mean it doesn't mean that it did happen, right? But I think this one is explained as a solar flare happening that year, and that day, coincidentally. And so there was like a aurora borealis that appeared over Portugal for a short time. But if that did happen, now then there's others that contend it because what happened is that if that happened, then everybody would be able to see it from like Spain, France, England, stuff like that. They'd be able to see like remnants of it, right? But nobody in that day like mentioned that happened. So many people also contend that theory. But yeah,
Unexplained incidents, there are simple, rational explanations, and there are exciting, wild explanations. The former should be preferred, but the latter is usually what becomes famous. Most likely, none of the creatures here mentioned are real, or at least not real in the forms in which they are described. But I cannot say that for certain, for some especially more than others. Perhaps one day, researchers who have the rare combination of a genuinely open mind and the eye of a skeptic will uncover something that will shock the world. There is, after all, a great deal about our world that we don't understand.
Which is why we need people to describe it for us.
In our world that even
Otherwise, we just see a fucking
would
continent.
consider ridiculous,
We just see America and that's it.
impossible.
Trees.
We of course were not
Land,
able to address
animals,
every
that's
single cryptid of North America in this video. If this video is well received, I will be happy to continue in the future. I hope you did enjoy this video. If so, I invite you to come check out the rest of Fire of Learning and to subscribe to see more videos like this in the future. You can help support the production
History
of
of
videos
Halloween,
like these
history
by
of the
donating to
Minoans.
us on Patreon, the link to which is in the description. I'd like to thank our current patrons listed here for their support. We are also on Instagram and Twitter, and we have a channel like this that focuses on
next up.
science called Lucinox. So come check us out there.
So now that this video is done, I'm gonna like it, right? This is by Fire of Learning. This is the video if you all want to rewatch it ever. Next up, we have Fresno Nightcrawlers Cryptid Case Study. This is by Madame Macabre. Or Macabre. I never watched her. Well, let's see what she mentions.
The world can be a strange and frightening place, full of many horrible and horrifying creatures. But, as is with all dark subject matter, there is an undeniable morbid curiosity regarding just such creatures. Today, we're going to crack open a cryptid case study and take a closer look at one of these entities.
Nightcrawlers, yeah. I don't know what point or position they're gonna take. So
When
whatever
examining
comes up,
cryptids, oftentimes
we'll
people
mention
will
it.
refer to their origins as
Bessie,
otherworldly.
Bear Lake Monster,
But when
Charlie.
it comes to night
Look at how many,
crawlers,
like,
many believe
you know,
it to be straight up
Lessie or
extraterrestrial
Nessie. Oh fuck! Ah! Too many.
crawlers.
Look how many like Nessie monsters are? There's the Swaggy, Ogopogo, Turtle Lake Monster, Money Pogo, Manfrey, Champ, the Wendigo, the Athlete, the Wahil. Wait, no, I don't know why I said Athlete and Wendigo. Excuse me. I just started reading that. That's like a lot.
Many believe it to be straight up extraterrestrial. Also known as the Fresno aliens or Fresno nightcrawlers, these creatures were famously spotted in Fresno, California. Since the initial sightings, nightcrawlers have also been spotted in Yosemite National Park. Many other sightings in various locations
Many people
have
say
also been reported,
that
but so
these
far,
nightcrawlers
the
are
strongest
actually
video evidence is
linked to
linked
Native
to these
American
first two
legends
locations.
of such creatures.
When it comes to appearance, these creatures are really quite peculiar. Based on video evidence, they don't really appear to be all that large, possibly around 4 feet tall, give or take. They appear a bit frail.
They're usually
with
seen
just
by
a pair
cameras,
of
too. I
long,
just wanna point out.
skinny legs attached to a small head. They are white in color and look as though they may be wearing a white gown or cloak of some sort, as the movements of their legs catch a bit in the air like fabric. They do not appear to have any arms, and other than their eerie movement, they do not inherently appear to be of a threat. Despite video footage, not a lot is actually known about this cryptid. They appear to come out at night and slowly drift in a set direction. Whether they are just wandering or actually aiming for something is unknown. Though the footage of them is a bit unnerving, in
Yeah.
general, night crawlers
It all
have
looks.
not
It's
been
just like two
deemed
legs
as a
and a
threat like
like a
other cryptids.
sphere, basically.
Since their captured sightings, nothing bad has happened. There are no reported attacks, and no one has claimed to be hurt by these creatures. As
Yeah.
such, the night crawlers have been deemed as peaceful in nature. There have been many suggestions as to what these creatures might be.
So
Some say
yeah.
they are simply another
I think I'm
undiscovered
right.
cryptid. Others say they are
It's like,
aliens.
oop.
More say they are not alien, but spiritual and
Yeah.
paranormal in nature. Then there are those who claim them to be the results of strange mutations. Also, there are those who think they are a strange and undiscovered form of fungus. And of course, there are those who
I've never heard of that
firmly
latter
believe
one.
The creatures are nothing more than an elaborate
fungus.
hoax of puppetry.
They could be a coach,
Some
yeah.
Native Americans of the surrounding areas in Fresno have an interesting explanation for these
Yeah.
creatures in particular. They say that these creatures are not a new discovery. In fact, they have been on this planet for a great length of time.
Yeah.
They say that these strange beings are indeed of an extraterrestrial nature, and
Which is
originally
interesting, right?
came from a planet that consisted mostly of swampland, thus explaining why they choose to appear in areas consisting of such landscapes. Apparently, their
We
long
gotta
legs are
keep
supposed
that with a
to
grain of
help them
salt. We don't know where
maneuver
this source is
boggy
coming from.
terrain with ease. To those Native
Well, it's
Americans
just like, you know.
who believe this, the creatures are actually here for a reason.
Because a lot of the time, certain sources just don't even ask. They just look through like literature and they're like, oh, pull out a quote, and then that's it. And then they spread their information.
Said that they are meant to assist mankind in an awakening.
But chances are this one's real.
That is to say,
No.
to help rebuild the connection between man and nature
Ah,
that has
what
been
would this be?
broken and neglected for so long. They see our suffering
I forget what
world
they're
and
called.
want to help us
The-
find peace and harmony with our planet once
Doctors, I
again.
guess, that's Sean.
That being said,
it seems to be real.
not all local Native Americans actually believe this. There are many that also believe the creatures to be either unexplained or to simply not exist at all. Having now shared all current information on the creatures with
Especially
you,
because they
I
just
will
dub them
share some of the
like
captured
Native
video
Americans, not even
evidence.
like the group
This
itself.
first clip was captured in Fresno, California in the 1990s. It
That's
was
why I brought up that
recorded on a
information.
home security camera capturing the front yard of a Fresno home at
No,
approximately
this is like weird.
1
This was
o'clock in
some
the
weird
morning.
footage that was uploaded. You just see it like bobbing around like that. It's like a pair of pants, honestly. It's a pair of pants in a movie. Oh my god, the pair of pants. How many does it look like a pair of pants? It's like, ooh. Look at the shadow like draws in the video.
This next clip was captured by a retired couple's security system. They were having trouble with people trespassing onto their private property overlooking Yosemite National Park, so they set up security cameras as a precaution. Instead of trespassers, they caught these strange creatures.
What's the music they're using? What the fuck? Yeah. Some people explain these as like weird like camera anomalies. I don't want to believe that one, the camera anomaly theory. But I could also believe these are like staged for sure. Like, look at that. Look at the one in the background just moving so fast. video is from 2011. Keep that in mind.
So,
How many videos in the
what do you
after
think
it
of the
released on
Fresno
YouTube
Nightcrawlers?
used it?
Unexplained cryptid? Ghostly manifestation?
I know there was one that was
Visitors
like,
from
oh my
another
god,
world?
look at these weird
Or
orcas or whatever.
perhaps just a fun prank?
No, it was like an animal.
Regardless of the truth,
Like
the
Chills
Nightcrawlers
fucking
have
just
become
started
a
using
part
them.
of our modern day legends.
And
Sightings
their videos
of
sometimes.
these beings continue to be reported, along with more and more video footage across the web. It seems something about these peculiar creatures have captured our collective interest. At the end of the day, whether real or hoax, I think we can all appreciate that these bizarre little beings have come in peace.
That was an example of I guess cryptid, but more paranormal than a cryptid, right? Now, this is part 1. What's part 2? What the fuck? There's a part 2? Oh my god, we're gonna be here all night. Oh my god. Okay, well, let's get to watching these, right?
How original. The topic of this video is crypto, and no, I don't mean cryptocurrency.
Oh my god. This is Dan Tavius. I've never watched any of their videos. So I wonder how they're gonna fare. But let's like that. Under video name is The Cryptids and Mythological Creatures Iceberg Explained.
I mean cryptozoology. If you're unfamiliar
Well,
with the
there's
concept,
nothing, like,
it's
weird
the
here.
study of creatures whose existence is disputed. Some of these creatures include
Oh my god, what the fuck is this? Oh, it's not copywritten.
Cryptozoology has been dismissed as pseudoscience, but that's just the government trying to cover up the truth. Don't believe the propaganda. Cryptozoology is as valid as biology and astrology. Now, I'm gonna warn you guys, this video features some very
Astrology.
disturbing and gruesome footage. But enough about my face. As I've said, this
Oh, I'm like eating candy and laughing at these. Oh my god. This is like gum again. Just to reiterate, I'm addicted to gum. I'm a gum addict. And this is why I don't buy gum. But this is like from like March. And I found it. So I'm eating gum. Astrophysicists? Or astrology? When I was younger, I did not know the difference. And I thought astrology for a split moment, like maybe like a day or two, was like astrophysics. Astrophysics is the study of like planets and space. Astrology is non-scientific. It relates to like like, oh, I'm like
This is an
Sagittarius or
iceberg
whatever,
video.
right?
If you don't know what an iceberg chart is, they're just a way to sort information from most known to least known. I've left the link of the iceberg chart I'm using for this video in the comments, so feel free to open that up and follow along with me as I go. Oh, and before
The
I forget,
iceberg
big
videos
shout
are
out to
just
Reddit
like
user
a
Suck
tree
the
map,
Kids for making
basically.
this chart. But as you can see, this chart is pretty beefy, so I think I gotta get
Or
this
an
intro
event
over
map.
with before I
Well,
bore
it's
you
like
guys.
one
Bigfoot,
event, second
aka
event, third event,
Sasquatch. We're starting
fourth
off
event, and
strong.
on.
Bigfoot is probably the most well-known cryptid. Bigfoot was originally just a local legend in the Pacific Northwest, but he's been made famous by this tape. This is known as the Peterson-Gimlin film, and you may look at this and say, that is clearly
a
a
lot of
man
this
in
is
a
gonna
monkey
repeat,
suit. But
but,
for others,
yeah.
this is proof of the existence of Bigfoot.
Oh,
Also,
whether they
fun
add
fact,
something else,
the
otherwise,
Sasquatch depicted in this video is
I'm
apparently
gonna
a
skip that.
female,
Starting
and her
entry?
name is Patty. Now that I think about it, she is kind of thick.
Oh my god, what the
Since
fuck?
the release of this video, thousands
What
of
the
sightings
fuck?
of the elusive creature have happened. There was even a show on Animal Planet called Finding Bigfoot that
It's not
lasted
scary enough. I'm just kidding.
12 seasons. Yo, you've
Yeah.
been searching for 12
Right now, there's another fucking show that took over that show. I forget what it's called. It's like
seasons, you still can't find that mother sucker? Patterson found him on day 1.
one of the episodes is like, oh my god, we found huts or something, right? Well, hopefully it is the same show. Let me look at Discovery. Bigfoot. It's not Finding Bigfoot, is it? Because there's like another show. Well, it's how this playing in the background while I fucking see if the show is.
Either you need to find a new profession or he's not real, bro. I don't know what else to tell you. Gigantic octopus. Okay, before I talk about this one, if you have thalassophobia or the fear of deep waters, you might want to skip this one. Actually, there's quite a few you might want to skip.
Yeah,
Now,
it's
a lot of
Expedition
cultures have some
Bigfoot. That
form of
one
giant
took over.
octopus.
It's 3 seasons long right now.
Octopi in their folklore. From
They're like
Greek
the
to
Ghost
Cantonese
Adventures, the
to
Bigfoot fighting.
Japanese,
I swear
but
to
the most
God.
famous version is the Kraken, which actually
They're
comes from
basically-
Scandinavia, which is weird. I always thought it was Greek, but whatever.
It's
doesn't
like
matter.
where Ghost Adventures goes from like house to house, being like, okay, today we're going to find a demon that is said to roam the house. The demon is said to have possessed the tenants of this house and has also said to have been sighted by the neighbors. Now we are here to expel it or expulse it or something like that, right? But what was I gonna say? And Expedition Bigfoot is just like pseudo-scientific in the sense of like, oh guys, we found huts in the middle of the forest. What does this mean? Could it be Bigfoot? And then the person's like, well, actually, this could be a animal den of some sort. But looking at the size of the den, it is a little tad bit bigger. So maybe it is Bigfoot. You know what I mean?
Now,
kinda
unlike
like
most
weird.
of the entries on this list, this mother sucker is
Meanwhile,
definitely
finding
real.
Bigfoot or the one that
There's
he talked about
giant
earlier
squids
was
that
completely
exist in the
different.
deep
They're
water.
just
I
fucking
know
explored
squids are
locations,
not
finding
octopuses,
big fish.
but you think mother suckers 300
Or a
years ago
similar
knew the difference?
animal.
There's a 30-foot squid on display in the Smithsonian, but the largest one ever recorded was 43 feet long. Just to put that into perspective, that's the distance I have to stay away from my ex-wife.
Oh my
Sea
God.
serpents. Sea serpents are creatures that, like giant octopuses,
Guys gotta have a bit of
appear
humor.
in a lot of different folklores around the world. And also like the giant
What time is
octopus,
it? It's like
these
9,
bitches
right?
are real. There's a deep sea fish called the oarfish that can be up to 50 feet
No, that can be really long,
For
yeah.
reference, here's a photo of some Navy SEALs with a 23-foot long oarfish. The first documented sighting of an oarfish was in
They were thought to be
1860 on a
leviathans.
beach in Bermuda. And can you guess what they called this thing back then? That's right, a sea serpent. Well, there you go, bro.
Oh my
What else
God.
do you need? Chupacabra. This
Yeah.
is Mexico's Bigfoot. Well, actually, no, it's not because it was originally reported in Puerto Rico, but that
Yeah.
doesn't matter. Now, fun fact:
See, I
Chupacabra
told
means
you.
goat sucker in Spanish, which coincidentally was my nickname back in college. Don't
What the
ask.
fuck?
Anyways, it was called that because allegedly it sucks the blood of livestock animals like one of those fruity vampires from Twilight. Now, this legend is actually a pretty new one. It was first reported, like I said, in Puerto Rico in 1995, and everybody and their tío claims to have seen one, but nobody has any proof. There's not a lot of good photo evidence. Also, nobody can come to an agreement on what it even looks like. Some people say it looks
Yeah.
like a lizard man, but
Other
most
people
of the
say it's a
time
fly.
identified as a dog-like creature. In fact, most of the chupacabra sightings in Mexico are assumed to just be dogs with mange. Actually, they're proven to just be dogs with mange. The Jersey Devil. Legend goes that the Jersey Devil was born to a
Why
woman
does he
named
speak like
Jane
that?
Lee,
He is from,
who
like,
was
Jersey,
pissed that
isn't
she
he?
was having too many kids. So when she was
You should-
pregnant with her
this
third
guy's like the type of guy that says, "Oh, wait." He says coffee, coffee or something like that, right?
13th
Coffee.
child, she cursed
or
it,
some shit like
and
that.
it came out looking like this. It's been haunting the forests of North Jersey ever since. It's described as having wings like
Dude,
a
these are like
bat,
the
hooves,
well-known
and a
ones
head
so
like
far.
a goat,
It's good.
as well as an insatiable appetite for gabagool. Okay, I made that last part up. But now, there's been a lot of sightings of this beast dating all the way back to the late 1700s, including by, and I shit you not, Napoleon's brother. Yes, that Napoleon, the short king.
I don't know where that
himself.
came from.
Now, while every
haven't
pilot
heard
in
that.
Jersey has claimed to lay eyes on this creature, there's not really a lot of good video footage that I could find. The jackalope. It's a jackrabbit with antelope horns. That's pretty much it. Funny thing about this, when I was a kid, I was convinced that jackalopes were real, and I dedicated my life to trying to find one. But then my dad came up to me one day and said, "Danny, you're 18. It's time to get your shit together and get a job." Thunderbird.
Okay.
Native American tribes had tails of birds so massive.
Yeah,
that
the
simply
Thunderbird was
flapping
a
their
good one.
wings would create
This one hasn't been brought up
Since
yet.
those days, there's been a lot of sightings of giant birds, including one incident
The Thunderbirds were actually they're actually known to be the big condor. California condors are the largest flying birds in North America. Wingspan of nearly 10 feet. Native Americans call them thunderbirds, yeah, believing they bring thunder to the skies. Yeah, there's a lot of legends. So yeah,
in which cowboys in
They're real.
Tombstone, Arizona, allegedly shot a
But
bird
they're,
with a 30-foot wingspan.
you know,
But here's a modern
Thunders.
look at the Thunderbird.
1977, many reports of giant living thunderbirds were pouring into newspaper offices and TV stations across central Illinois. You are now seeing the original footage of living flying thunderbirds straight out of
Hold up, California Condor. This. Is that? No, it looks like
Native
different.
American legends.
Now, I know it's hard to tell from this video, but apparently those things are like 4 times bigger than a turkey vulture, which is already pretty huge. The Loch Ness Monster. This is probably the second most famous cryptid. It's believed
These
to be a
fish are way too
dinosaur or
funny.
something, specifically a plesiosaur. Now, if you're familiar with Nessie, then you've probably seen this photo. Well, the photo's pretty much proven to be a
Yeah,
hoax.
it's a
There's
hoax.
an uncropped version of the image where you can see it's very tiny. Also, the guy who took the photo's son admitted that they faked it, so there's that. Yeti. The Yeti is like Bigfoot's Asian cousin. The Yeti, or abominable snowman, is native to the Himalayas and is thought to be related to Gigantopithecus.
That sounds like a book I
a
read.
giant
Oh my
primate
god.
native to Asia. People think that these apes also crossed over
Gigantopithecus?
the Bering Land Bridge into America, and that's where Sasquatches come from. The Dover Demon. Described as a creature with large glowing
Yeah,
eyes,
good. They're
a
getting through it,
watermelon-shaped
everything.
head, and
They're gonna start talking about like the crazier ones.
basically like Roger from American Dad. Anyways, this guy was spotted in the 70s around Dover, Massachusetts.
That's
by
actually a
3
good
teenagers. That's it, bro?
excuse me.
I need more than the
Description.
word of 3 teenagers to convince me. What is this horse shit? Mothman. Now, you may have heard of Mothman from the 2002 film The Mothman Prophecies. Actually, you probably didn't because it bombed at the box office and the movie sucked. Anyways, Mothman is a terrifying creature who's said to inhabit Point Place, West Virginia. Wait, Point Place? No, that's not right. That's the city from That 70s Show. Point Pleasant, West Virginia. First sighted in 1966, he's described as being a humanoid figure with glowing red eyes and massive wings.
Yeah.
In 1967, a bridge collapsed in Point Pleasant,
Nothing else
close
to
to
add.
where the creature had been seen, and some people linked the collapse to sightings of Mothman. These days, Point Pleasant is a tourist destination for Mothman enthusiasts. They even have a statue of the guy in
Good.
Times
They're
Square.
getting into the good
They
one.
even have a festival dedicated just to him that happens once a year. Despite that, it looks like Mothman recently made the move to Chicago, where he was seen over 55 times from 2011 to 2017.
way. No
Actually,
way.
it looks like he switches back and forth from Point Pleasant to Chicago because there was a news report that came out in 2016.
I feel like this guy is gonna one day stumble upon my fucking Twitch channel. And then from there, he's gonna make fun of me till the day I die because I'm wearing a fucking tie and my fucking jacket.
Point Pleasant.
This is the type of guy that totally would do that.
These pictures supposedly taken by a man who says he was driving along State Highway
I
2
forget
in Point
what
Pleasant.
this is. I think it's
saw
like a bird or
something
something.
jump from tree to tree, so he pulled off the road to take these pictures. The man declined an on-camera interview, but is
That's the bird
adamant
carrying a frog
the
or something.
pictures are real.
Now remember like 50 seconds ago when I said there was a couple of Mothman sightings before the bridge collapse in Point Pleasant? Well, apparently Mothman has been seen before multiple disasters, including
Yeah.
Chernobyl and even 9/11.
9/11.
9/11 was
What?
a national tragedy.
I've never heard
I
of
guess
those
you
two.
can say,
happening.
Mothman did 9/11. You're off the hook, George Bush. Greys,
What the
or
fuck?
gray aliens, are the stereotypical alien. Like Roger from American Dad. They have big-ass heads, gray skin, and black
Oh, why am I
oval-shaped
just
eyes.
dumb?
The most
Yeah.
famous alleged encounter with gray aliens is the incident in Roswell, New Mexico. I should probably elaborate on that one for people who don't know. The Roswell incident is referring to an event in 1947 in which
The
an
footage is
unknown
hoax, by the way.
aircraft crashed near a ranch in Roswell, New Mexico. The Army issued
Because
a
there was,
press release
a
stating
bunch of
that they
pignuts and
recovered a
stuff.
flying disc from the crash, but they quickly retracted that statement and instead said it was a weather balloon. Then in the 1970s, a retired lieutenant colonel stated that the weather balloon story was a cover-up. Fleetwood's Monster. Here's another one that's in West Virginia, man. What is it with West Virginia and monsters? Anyways, the Flatwoods Monster is a kind of hard to describe, but it looks like this. It was allegedly discovered in 1952 by 2 brothers who saw a
the
bright
fuck?
object crash on a
I've never heard of this one. How many of you don't look
Discovered in
similar?
1952 by two brothers who saw a bright object crash on a farm. They told some other locals, and then a group got together to investigate the site of the crash. They saw a pulsing red light along with a monster.
10-foot
So basically,
monster?
it's an
That's tall.
alien. They also reported smelling a pungent mist coming from it. So it's an alien that likes Taco Bell, kind of like Roger from American Bat Squatch. This one sounds like a joke, but I assure you it is not. Also, I don't understand why this one's only in the first layer. Like, nobody knows about Bat Squatch, bro. Bat Squatch is a 9-foot tall bat-like humanoid. Kind of looks like Man Bat from DC Comics. You can find
Yeah, what the
photos
fuck? What the fuck is a bat squatch? Hold on. Bat squatch. What the fuck? Uh-huh. Mount St. Helens in the 1980s? What the fuck?
like humanoid. Kind of looks like Man Bat from DC Comics. You
Yeah,
can find
no,
some
for real.
photos that claim to be of the creature, but of course they're dog shit. Every time there's a photo of one of these cryptids, it's always grainy as shit, bro. Let me get a
Yeah, no, it
4K
is.
image of Bat Squatch, man. The Mongolian death worm. The best way to describe this creature is...
Then if you get a 4K one,
The
if you get a
Mongolian
real
death worm is
picture
rumored
or
to be a
video
large,
in 4K,
schlong-like
it'll be like it's
creature
CGI.
between 2 and 5 feet
Golden death
long,
worm.
which is native to the
Part
Gobi
31.
Desert. However, it's been basically proven...
Let me read
by
everything on
scientists
there. Hold on.
long.
Burst bubble. This desert-dwelling monster is deadly to the touch. Bubbles on its skin swell with poison and burst, killing anyone with the toxin splashes. That would splash onto you or whatever, right? Some say that the worm can also spit its venom. Shocking. If venom isn't enough, the Mongolian death worm can also kill a strong jolt with a strong jolt of electricity. Animals as large as camels are said to drop dead in an instant if struck by the worm's charge. Yeah, which, if true, that'd be very fucking interesting to see that a fucking Mongolian death worm can, utilize electricity. That would basically mean the US or some fucking, country out there is gonna farm these motherfuckers for, like, electricity, right? Picture features. Name comes from the country in which it lives in. Its habitat of killing and its worm-like appearance. Body parts: red, slimy body, poisonous skin, and long fangs. Where the Gobi Desert in Mongolia, Mongolian mints. Under sands of Asia's Gobi Desert, the Mongolian death worm waits for its favorite prey, humans. Oh, excuse me, I had to burp there. To wonder near legend has it that this monster looks like an animal's intestines that somehow came to life, and it possesses incredible killing power. This beast said to spit deadly venom or stop a victim's heart with high voltage zap of
which is
electricity.
native to the Gobi Desert. However, it's been basically proven that it's just a sand boa,
Yeah.
the Enfield monster. Enfield, Illinois, 1973. Henry McDaniel.
Dude, this guy
noticed
brought up an
scratching
interesting
nose
fact.
at his
The
door.
others
Thinking
didn't
it's just a
mention it
raccoon,
was a
he
sand
grabs
ball.
a shotgun and opens the door. But this is no raccoon. McDaniel described what he saw as a 5-foot-tall, 3-legged gray monster with reflecting eyes. 2 weeks later, Henry claims to have seen the monster again near the railroad tracks. The same day, a search party went out to scope out the area, and they claimed to have seen an ape-like creature near McDonald's house. By this time, the entire town of Enfield went into a panic.
McDonald's house?
Suckers started coming in from other states to hunt the creature. It got so bad that the chief of police called up McDaniel and told him to stop making these claims or else he would arrest him, which made the people who believe in cryptids very suspicious because they were like, oh, he's trying to silence him. But I think he was just trying to keep the peace. Like, he was getting sick of all these mother suckers coming from out of town causing a ruckus. But who knows, man? Who knows? Globster. A globster is basically an unidentified mass that washes up on the shore. Notable globsters include the Chilean blob and the St. Augustine monster. But these two examples are what I like to call blob globsters.
They said that there actually are things that wash up on the beaches. The thing is, scientists don't know what the actual fish or being looks like because they haven't been studied alive.
Lobsters. They turned out to be just decomposed whale carcasses. And there's some others that are not so blobby, like the Panama creature, who looks kind of like your mom after a few glasses of Chardonnay. This one was confirmed to be a sloth, but the most mysterious of all is the Montauk monster, a creature which still hasn't been identified.
It's
Loveland
said to be a
Frog,
bunch of
or
like
the Loveland
gods
Frogman,
and stuff.
is
And,
a
like,
Cincinnati legend which can be best
different animal
described
parts put
as
together.
a big frog. This giant frog creature was sighted many times in and around Ohio. It's said to be about 3 to 4 feet tall and has the ability to walk on its hind legs. The most famous sighting of this cryptid was in 1972 by a police officer named Ray Shockey. There's even a video that claims to show the frogman.
That's not real, dude.
You just got frogged. No, but
Oh my
seriously,
God.
the frogman was just confirmed to be an iguana without its tail by the guy who originally saw it in the first place, Ogopogo. Nessie's less famous Canadian cousin, Ogopogo has roots in native folklore and it's said to inhabit Lake Okanagan. That's not right. Okanagan Lake. Whatever, in British Columbia. Now, I've never heard of Ogopogo, but there's a lot of sightings of this mother sucker.
What is it?
Jim LaRock says he couldn't believe his eyes.
Can't be a wave.
Mysterious ripples breaking through Skaha Lake's glassy surface.
Could be an
were
oarfish, but
clear
I don't
on
think
June
they
1st.
are there.
And all I heard
That
was
side
like
of
a
the world.
swooshing sound, like swoosh, swoosh.
Again, same thing as with Loch Ness Monster. It's a lake, man. People have probably explored every square inch of this lake. If you told me this was in the ocean, I'd say, okay, maybe there's a possibility. But come on, it's a fucking lake, bro. Give me a break. Okay, now don't laugh at this next one. The Pope Lake Monster. Named after Pope Lake Creek in Kentucky, this monster is said to be a human-goat hybrid who lives beneath the railroad tracks.
Imagine seeing
It's
that guy
also
just
said
like
that
pop
he can
out of
use
nowhere.
hypnosis or
Start to,
voice
like,
mimicry
take you.
to trick people into climbing up on the railroad tracks, only to be met with a passing train hitting them. Now, whether or not this hairy beast exists or not is irrelevant because he actually has killed multiple people. Several people have climbed to the top of the railroad trestle looking for the Pope Lake Monster, only to either get hit by an oncoming train or fall off the tracks. Reptilians. Ooh, baby, we're getting into some real Alex Jones conspiracy shit here now.
Yeah, I don't believe. Of course, of all these monsters so far, none of them are real, probably. And this is like, they may the people that saw something may have seen like something more natural, right? Something more smaller or less exaggerated. And what was I gonna say? Reptilians, of course, are not real. Aliens are, but like, I don't believe they've reached our planet yet.
I can make an entire video on this topic alone, so I'll try to keep it as brief as possible. Reptilians, also known as lizard men, or as the name suggests, lizard men. Many cultures have some sort of lizard people in their mythology, specifically Sumerian cultures. Now, there have been a lot of reptilians sighted throughout the world as well. The Loveland Frog, who I mentioned earlier, is a possible example of one of these creatures. Now, here's where it gets a little bit nutty. There's a substantial amount of people who believe that a race of shape-shifting reptilian aliens has infiltrated world governments and corporations and are slowly
This is
building
why
a
I don't
powerful
believe it. It's just too
full-scale invasion.
stupid. It's
This
like,
theory
okay,
is popularized by
am I a
former
reptilian?
and current
I don't know.
conspiracy theorist David Icke. The theory goes like this. In ancient times, a race of reptilians came to Earth from another dimension. The Babylonians worshipped them as
Another
gods and
dimension,
called them the Anunnaki.
Not even outer
After a
space,
while,
just
these
another
lizard people
dimension.
started breeding with humans, creating a shape-shifting hybrid race known as the Babylonian Brotherhood, aka the Illuminati. You've probably heard of them before because every rapper in the early 2010s was accused of being a part of them. Many prominent people today are thought to be reptilians in disguise,
God.
including George Bush, Barack Obama, Queen Elizabeth, Hillary Clinton, and even Justin Bieber. Okay, that last one might be true. Have you seen that one video?
Mr. Bieber, you are charged with the following.
Wendigo. The Wendigo
That's just a really bad camera, especially because it's a core camera, so they wouldn't like.
originates in
I would
Native
go-
American
really don't.
folklore. It's typically depicted as a giant humanoid elk-like creature. Some people think that many Bigfoot sightings are actually Wendigos since they live in the same general area. The Wendigo has the power to possess other people and even turn them into other Wendigos.
Never heard of that one.
So there's a little bit of a zombie vampire thing going on there too. When someone is under its influence, they're said to be overcome with insatiable greed or hunger to the point of cannibalism. Now, the real creepy thing about Wendigos is that there's an actual psychological disorder called Wendigo psychosis, in which a person has an uncontrollable urge
And this
to
means
eat
they're
other
real?
people. But don't worry, the only known cases are among the Algonquin Cree people of Canada, and it hasn't happen in a while, but that's still scary as shit. One minute you're out fishing with your buddy, the next he's trying to take a bite out of your thigh. Like, how will the friendship ever go back to normal after that? Yowie.
Standing between around 2 and 4 meters tall,
That's
with
Bigfoot,
long arms
dude.
and legs and a human-like face, the existence of the Yowie
Oh my God.
has baffled Aussies for centuries.
The Yowie is like an Australian version of Bigfoot. Shares a lot of similarities with Bigfoot, and the big difference being apparently in its personality.
Let me read the monster
Like,
card.
Shares a lot.
Monsters of the mind. What big teeth? Some stories say that the Yowie has long, tusk-like canine teeth. The creature mostly eats plants, but will sink in these teeth into livestock for occasional high-protein meals. You hairy man. Aborigines, Native Australians, call the primitive creature the big hairy man. Yowies walk on 2 feet and are covered in long fur, a kind of mix of ape and human. Creature features. Name comes from the word Yuri, which the Aborigines used to describe the big hairy man. The massive canine teeth, large body, hairy body, Australians, outback. That's where it's found. Legendary origin, Australian Aboriginal legends. Yowies are the ferocious Australian relatives of North American legendary Bigfoot. The Yowies' huge hairy bodies and gigantic canine teeth give the beast a frightful appearance, but these creatures supposedly only harm an occasional cow, sheep, or kangaroo. So, I like how they put in kangaroo, what the fuck. So many sightings of Yowies have been reported in and around the outback that I thought that might be real animals, a link between apes and humans.
A lot of similarities with Bigfoot, and the big difference being apparently in its personality. Like, it's much more aggressive, and it eats kangaroos and stuff, whereas Bigfoot is thought to be a vegetarian. Tales of this creature go back to the Australian Aboriginals, and there's been hundreds of sightings of the beast. In fact, there were 6 Yowie sightings in 2020 alone. This mother sucker simply did not get the memo about social distancing. There was even a sighting earlier this year. Dragons? You like dragons? I shouldn't have to explain dragons. The only reason I didn't skip this entry was to point out that there actually have been a ton of alleged dragon sightings.
Yeah.
Here's the clearest one that
But they're not real. It's stupid as fuck. Like, come on. Really?
How do you explain that one, huh? Omibozu is a Japanese
not
sea spirit
real.
whose favorite hobby is sinking ships.
This
They're
guy.
frequently depicted as bald and black, and they can vary in size from 1 meter to tens of meters. They typically appear to sailors at night
Oh, yeah.
when the waters are calm, but once they...
The Omibozu legend is really tied well. Or rather, it's kind of like the inspiration behind the Pikmin series, where the asteroid keeps on hitting Olimar's ship and all concurrent, not concurrent, but all the people that come and visit the Pikmin planet, and eventually you get the Plasm Wraith, the Water Wraith, and stuff like that, and they're kind of like based off the Umibozo a little bit.
appear, the waters quickly become not calm. These creatures have appeared in Japanese folklore for hundreds of years, with the last notable sighting.
But like, I was giving the example from Pikmin.
You know what?
Because
I
they
think I'm
just
gonna
hunt
cancel that
sailors and
cruise I
stuff
was
and
gonna
kind of
go
kill
on
them.
next month. Skinwalker. In Navajo culture, a skinwalker is said to be a witch who can take the form of an animal. They typically take the form of a coyote, but they can turn into any animal.
En Spanish son los chamanes. Que se convierten en animales ya. Diabéticos, no me digan. Ya, el nahual en los mayas de México. En sureste, so east of Mexico. Principally in the peninsula of Yucatan. So it's well known that son como los Yao. Oh, no, why? Que se traduce literalmente como brujo. Son de acuerdo, which why means witch, or because like here's the thing, like in Spanish, you can be a brujo or a bruja. Brujo it's like it's weird to like because like, you know, even in English, like a witch is usually like a female person, right? That's how I see it. You usually don't say like a guy is a witch, right? But I guess like for like lack of words that are coming to my mind at the moment, witch. But like keep in mind that a brujo bruja, right? But it's mainly like masculine brujo, right? So it's masculine witch. Son de acuerdo a las creencias mayas. Um, with regards, these are basically ideas that come from like the Mayan people, where you know witches can transform into animals. This is the Nahual. Uh, Nahual and los Mayas. That's like what they call it, but there's other people known as Nahual. Azteco Mexicano is a language by some definition. Um, Nahual has been spoken in Mexico since at least the 7th century BC. The influence caused by a variety of Nahual spoken. The language has grown increasingly precarious in Mexico. Number of speakers and virtually all indigenous languages derived dwindled. Yeah. Well, the absolute number of Nahual speakers has actually they're still around, right? Like just not to get confused with the Nahual. These are the people that speak the language and are basically native to Mexico. And then there's the Nahual, which is it's like not even a skinwalker. It's like
Animal they
it's
want.
just like a
Even
shaman
a
that turns into like
narwhal, the Fresno
animal.
Nightcrawler. The Fresno Nightcrawler is a cryptid who's a local of Southern California. Now, at first glance, it kind of looks like a pair of pants, doesn't it? Unlike most cryptids, this one has actually been caught on tape multiple times. Not even the Nightcrawler can escape the paparazzi. It was captured one time in Fresno.
In pair of pants, dude.
And again in Yosemite. Somebody even claimed to see one of these creatures in Poland, Baba Yaga. In Slavic folklore, Baba Yaga is a witch who lives in the forest and sometimes eats
But
children.
she's not even a
She's
mythical
essentially the
creature. It's just
Russian
like
version of the boogeyman. Slavic parents use her to scare
weird.
children into obedience. If you don't make your bed, Baba Yaga gonna eat you. Now, she's not always evil. There's a lot of variations of her where she actually helps people or she's just neutral. Dwarves. Again, do I really need to explain dwarves? Just in case, here's a picture of a dwarf. Now, believe it or not, there's actually been quite a few notable dwarf sightings. One in 1954 in Venezuela, where two men encountered 4 hairy dwarf-like creatures on a hunting trip. Now, these were no fantasy Lord
Venezuela,
of the Rings,
like
my axe-looking dwarves. Apparently,
when
they
did?
stepped out of a hovering craft and were completely kind of like
No manches! Oh my god!
There was another dwarf sighting reported in Fiji where 2 students claimed to see 8 short, hairy creatures that ran into brush
the
when
logger
approached.
and the manuscript.
Giants. Almost every society in the world has some stories about giants, most notably in the Old Testament of the Bible. The book of Genesis mentions beings known as the Nephilim, which
Let me check like my
described as being
notifications
created
right now.
when the sons of God came unto the daughters of man,
like, fuck.
and they bore
It's been a
children
while.
to them. They were mentioned again in the book of Numbers, and there we saw the Nephilim, the sons of Anak who came from the Nephilim. We were in our sight as grasshoppers, and so we were in their sight. Translated into modern language, they're basically saying they were huge. It's also speculated that Goliath, the giant who David defeated, is a son of Anak, aka a Nephilim. Now, there's also been some cases of ancient giants being unearthed. The most well-known example is the giant of Castelnau. The giant's bones were exhumed in France in the late 1800s, and based on the size of his tibia, it's said that this man was around 11 feet tall.
What the fuck?
Yo, get this man to play center for the Knicks. Maybe they'll actually win a playoff series for once.
No, that's weird.
Gnomes. A gnome is a short, bearded mother sucker that always wears a hat. Here's some video footage of a gnome.
Let's right into the news!
Turkish SpongeBob. Turkish SpongeBob, also known as Osman Reza Kamel Sponge Turku, possibly the most terrifying of all these creatures. Turkish
Oh
SpongeBob
my
is thought to
God.
reside in Istanbul, Turkey.
What
He's
the
been
fuck?
seen hitting fat rips of a hookah and drinking chai.
What
If you
is
ever see
this?
Turkish SpongeBob, do not approach him. He is dangerous. Alright, well that
What the heck?
concludes the first layer. Let's move on to the second one.
That
Let's
was
take
like
a
a
little break
fucking
from
made up-
talking about
No,
ghouls
wait.
and goblins to talk about something much less scary. The beautiful sponsor of this video. Talking about. Alright, well that concludes the first layer. Let's move on to the second one. Let's take a little break from talking.
Mantuk monster. Mantak.
Alright, well that concludes
Let's
the
see.
first layer. Let's move on to the second one. Let's take a little break.
See, there's nothing here about fucking SpongeBob. What the fuck? Oh my god, the Pacific Northwest tree octopus. That one's like another dumb one. NASA jellyfish. Pull up. What do I eat? What do I eat? I haven't eaten at all day. I only ate the chips. They got me this far today. I've also only had the gum. Let me see. Do I want to eat? I'm gonna go get myself something to eat. I'll just have this playing. Like maybe like 18 minutes from here. So I'll be back right now. I'll just have it playing in the background. If it skips a little bit, that's fine.
Believe it or not, there's actually been quite a few notable dwarf sightings. One in 1954 in Venezuela, where two men encountered four hairy dwarf-like creatures on a hunting trip. Now, these were no fantasy Lord of the Rings and my axe looking dwarves. Apparently, they stepped out of a hovering craft and were completely covered in hair. Kind of like Gossamer from Looney Tunes. Anyways, there was another dwarf sighting reported in Fiji where two students claimed to see 8 short hairy creatures that ran into the brush when approached. Giants. Almost every society in the world has some stories about giants, most notably in the Old Testament of the Bible. The book of Genesis mentions beings known as the Nephilim, which are described as being created when the sons of God came unto the daughters of man and they bore children to them. They were mentioned again in the book of Numbers, and there we saw the Nephilim, the sons of Anak who came from the Nephilim. We were in our sight as grasshoppers, and so we were in their sight. Translated into modern language, they're basically saying they were huge. It's also speculated that Goliath, the giant who David defeated, is a son of Anak, aka a Nephilim. Now, there's also been some cases of ancient giants being unearthed. The most well-known example is the giant of Castelnau. The giant's bones were exhumed in France in the late 1800s, and based on the size of his tibia, it's said that this man was around 11 feet tall. Yo, get this man to play center for the Knicks. Maybe they'll actually win a playoff series for once. Gnomes. A gnome is a short bearded mother sucker that always wears a hat. Here's some video footage of a gnome.
Let's scare eye into the news!
Turkish SpongeBob. Turkish SpongeBob, also known as Osman Reza Kamel Spongeturku, possibly the most terrifying of all these creatures. Turkish SpongeBob is thought to reside in Istanbul, Turkey. He's been seen hitting fat rips of a hookah and drinking chai. If you ever see Turkish SpongeBob, do not approach him. He is dangerous. Alright, well that concludes the first layer. Let's move on to the second one. Let's take a little break from talking about ghouls and goblins to talk about something much less scary. The beautiful sponsor of this video, Skillshare. Now, unless you've been living under a rock, you've probably heard of Skillshare, but I'm going to tell you about them anyways. Skillshare is an online learning community with thousands of ad-free classes. There's so many classes, man, far too many to count. They have classes on animation, video editing, creative writing, even fine art if you're into that kind of stuff. And the cool thing is, they're constantly adding new and exciting classes. Right now, I'm trying to make
He's
my
in the
audio
ad
sound
already.
more
Oh my God.
crisp, so I've been.
Hold up. Excuse me. Hold up. It's gonna be a while because I'm gonna make myself some quesadillas. I'm very sorry about that. So hold up. I am going to like go. I don't want you guys to rewatch. Oh my! I'm getting a fucking phone call right now. See, if I play that one, I'm gonna get copyright struck. Let's just play some of these. I'll see you all in a moment.
This happened sometime around 10 or 11 years ago, and I still remember every detail like it happened to me last night. My mom, my friend, and myself were driving home from a concert super late one night, sometime around 1 a.m., and we were driving through some mountains. I think we were around Harrisonburg, Virginia, or somewhere near the West Virginia border. I'm not exactly sure. The roads were seriously winding, and it was so dark you could go only a couple of feet ahead of you. The roads were seriously winding, and it was so dark you could only see a couple of feet ahead of you, thanks to the headlights of the car. My friend was asleep in the back seat, and she luckily didn't witness any of this. I, on the other hand, was sitting in the front seat trying to help my mom stay awake. Everything was going as expected, just normal driving, when literally, out of nowhere, this huge, and when I say huge, I mean probably around 6 foot long but still very big, thing flies directly in front of our car. Somehow, I was able to really see a lot of this thing, even though this whole thing lasted maybe only 10 seconds in total. But this creature was, like I said, about 6 feet long. I only say this because it was longer than the front of our car. It had these big black and dark gray wings that were like bird-like, or maybe even moth-like. They were against the sides of it, kind of like when you put both of your arms down by your side. It was flying sideways, and was right in front of our headlights. So that would mean it was only a few feet away from the ground, and it was flying incredibly fast. We probably should have hit it considering we were going 60 miles per hour, but somehow we didn't. The creepiest and most disturbing part of it was that the body looked so human, and it had this gray and white bald head. My mom and I both saw the exact same thing, and thank goodness that she did see it, because I'd feel even crazier if she didn't see it. We kept driving and never stopped. We still to this day keep trying to explain it away. Maybe it was a bat or an owl, but I've never seen a bat or an owl that big. There's just no way. I did some research, and years ago in the 1960s, there were a ton of Mothman creature sightings around West Virginia. I guess he's back, or maybe he never left.
It's been a change of plans.
For a while
I'm gonna
now,
change
ever since
into
I
a
was
normal
kid,
outfit.
I've been fascinated with Point Pleasant, West Virginia. My dad used to
Well,
tell me stories
maybe I'll
of the
keep the same
Mothman
shirt,
and how it
but just not
terrorized
gonna wear
a
my
small
tie.
town back in the 60s. It's because of his stories I started doing research on other cryptids and urban legends, like skinwalkers,
But I'm wearing my white shirt.
wendigos, the Jersey Devil, and
I
many
like when I
others.
go back to
Point
back on
Pleasant
screen.
was the closest town
I'm
to me,
probably gonna
so I
have
made
like
it
a
goal
wrinkled
to drive
shirt.
down there for a weekend on the 53rd anniversary of the first Mothman sighting. On Friday, November 15th, I picked up my stepbrother and stepsister, and we headed down to West Virginia. They were both skeptics. They didn't care about the legend. I honestly don't know why they even wanted to go in the first place. We made it to the small town around 3 p.m. and checked into the Low Hotel. A couple of hours after going into the Mothman Museum and checking out the other small shops, my two friends, Katie and Joanna, made it down for the weekend trip as well. We all met at the Mothman restaurant where some locals knew we were from out of town, and enjoyed us talking about the small town. One of them asked, "You folks go check out the TNT area yet?" I responded with, "Not yet, but it's on our to-do list." This is when our group thought it would be a great idea to go there at nighttime and head to the area where Mothman was sighted by the two young couples, Roger and Linda Scarberry, and Steve and Mary Mallet. We bought lights and headlamps and headed to the area at around 8:45 p.m. We approached a gate that was blocked off so no vehicles could pass by, and decided to get out of the car and walk into the wooded area. It was really dark out, and all we had to guide our way was our lights we brought and my GPS leading us to one of the bunkers. We made it to an opening in the forest where I believe the factory's building once stood, before getting demolished. It was at this time my stepsister and Joanna saw a pair of eyes staring at us in the woods.
She wants me to.
Whatever it
She probably has
was,
a lot of
turned
stuff,
around
too.
and walked back into the
Does she
forest.
plot or something like that?
They assumed it was a big animal, and for
so,
our safety,
yeah.
we headed
I'm
back to
wearing
the
my
car.
white shirt.
As we passed the gate,
Because at the same
I
time, I'm
noticed
gonna
it
be
could
eating
lifted with
spaghetti.
2 people, and we
Not
decided to
spaghetti.
open it,
It's
and
it's
headed
lasagna,
into
but
the
it's
car.
spaghetti.
As soon
Anyhow, I'm gonna stop that. Let's continue with this video.
Checking out this class on voiceover cleanup by David
Sorry about that, guys.
Day. But yeah, man, shout out to Skillshare. Let's continue. Golem. I'll have this clip from The Sopranos explain to you what a golem is.
I created a living golem.
What the fuck is a golem?
It's a monster, Frankenstein.
Basically, in Jewish folklore,
Yeah.
a golem is a creature created out of clay and brought to life with what I can only describe as Jew magic. Is that offensive? Probably.
From what I've heard
Keep in
too,
mind
it's
that this
also
is not a
related
creature
to the
from
jinn
Hebrew
and stuff
Bible,
like
but
that,
rather
I
an
think.
Ashkenazi legend. The most famous golem is the Golem of Prague, which was created to defend a Jewish village from anti-Semitic attacks in the 1700s. The golem was then stored in the attic of a synagogue where it's said to remain to this day. Some people even say that the golem was brought back to life briefly during World War II, where it killed a Nazi. Griffin. If you've ever played an RPG game, you probably know what a griffin is. In case you don't know, it's a mix between an eagle and a lion. The griffin makes appearances in many cultures around the world, most notably Brentford, England, where two people claim to have seen the mythical creature. That's right. In 1984, a guy named Kevin Chippendale. Wait, Chippendale?
What the heck?
Alright, man, this has to be a fake story. There's no fucking way this dude's name is Chippendale. Alright, I
Chippendale.
tried looking it up, but all I could find was pictures of sexy shirtless dudes, so I gave up after like 4 hours. Anyways, let's
heck?
assume he's a real person. Mr. Chippendale allegedly saw the creature flying near the roof of his apartment building. He described it as resembling a dog with wings, having a long muzzle, 4 legs, and what looked like paws. He also claims to have seen it again the same year. But if you think that guy's just a crazy guy, there was also a psychologist named John Olson who claims to have seen it while jogging near the River Thames. Krampus.
Krampus, the demon of Christmas.
He's not a.
Santa would
he's
give
not a
gifts to the
cryptid.
good
I don't know why he's.
Krampus would
since-
punish the naughty
I
ones.
did put
If you
mythical.
were really bad, he'd throw you in his almost child-sized
Wouldn't be
sack
surprised
and
if he
shake you
mentioned
good.
That pretty much sums it up, to be honest.
The unicorn.
Leprechaun. You probably know about leprechauns from this little schmuck.
Stars and horseshoes, plovers and blue moons, hourglasses, rainbows.
Whoa, right.
Ugh, I hate him so much. Oh, they're after me, Lucky Charms. They're after me, Lucky Charms. Shut the fuck up! You're so annoying. Anyways, as you may already know, leprechauns are Irish midgets who hoard gold and have magical powers. Now, you may be
No, they're
thinking to
not.
yourselves, come on, man, leprechauns
more
are
deeper
just
than
a
that.
dumb myth. Well, you're wrong. Because a guy named PJ O'Hare claims to have found leprechaun bones, and he keeps the remains in his bar to this day.
What the
Bro,
fuck?
If that's not proof, I don't
Dude.
know what is. And we can't
What
forget about
the
this
fuck?
viral video from back in the day.
To me, it look like a leprechaun to me. All I gotta do is look up in the tree. Who else seen the leprechaun? Say yeah! This amateur sketch resembles what many of you say the leprechaun looks like.
This is a special leprechaun flute, which has been passed down from thousands of years ago from my great-great-grandfather who was Irish.
Trolls. Trolls originate
What
from
the fuck?
Scandinavian folklore. There's
Yeah, and they're also from
surprisingly
the
a lot of
internet.
troll sightings even to this day. Here's the most famous one.
So loud. Oh my god.
I'm kidding. Here's the real video.
Yikes.
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
Double, baby. Double. Unicorn.
bring that
The
down.
legendary unicorn is another one of those animals that exists in a lot of different cultures. There have been a few sightings of unicorns from time to
25?
time, including
Yeah.
this one, which is probably fake. Listen, man, if it's not blurry,
Because
as
he's
shit
probably
and
louder than
it
me.
was filmed on the same camera that took a photo of Lincoln, I don't believe it. Unicorns, unlike most entries on this list, were probably real at some point.
No, they
I
weren't.
honestly wouldn't completely discount their existence. Like,
What?
I don't know if they literally are a horse with a horn, but
No.
it's not that much of a stretch to say some one-horned creature existed and it was hunted to extinction or something. In fact, the
What?
remains of a one-horned creature were found in Siberia recently. It looked more like a fuzzy rhino than a unicorn.
Yeah, it's a rhino. What the
Oh,
fuck?
and then there's this thing, the Saola, aka
Yeah.
the Asian unicorn, which was first photographed in 1999. And before that, one hadn't been seen in over 50 years. So it was basically a myth. So it isn't that far-fetched to say there's some elusive creature that looks kind
Yeah.
of like a unicorn living out in the middle of nowhere. But, you know, stay tuned. You might actually see a real unicorn later on in this video. Vampire. These days, when you think of
What the
vampires, you
fuck
probably
does that
think of
mean?
something like this.
Yeah. That's what people think of
Back in the
vampires.
day, vampires were terrifying monsters that would keep you up at night. It's thought that the concept of vampires came from the Romanian city Goi, which shared a lot of the same features, including drinking blood, transforming into bats, and invisibility.
But they were
all that good
romanticized.
stuff. The popularity of vampires increased when Bram Stoker dropped his debut novel, Dracula.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've heard of it. Now, vampire sightings have been reported for hundreds of years in Southeast Europe, but there's even been some sightings in America. In fact, in New England, there was a whole vampire panic where people thought people were coming back from the dead and drinking blood. So they started burning bodies to stop them. There's even people today who claim to be vampires.
I am a vampire.
Uh-huh.
I do consume human blood. There is a real live community that exists.
Oh my
not
god.
only within the States, but also throughout the world.
Man, you thought furries were weird.
Dude, there's also like energy vampires, which you're not gonna get into.
In Islam, it's said that jinn inhabit the unseen world, basically another dimension. Similar to humans, they have free will, so they can be good or bad. They're also able to interact with people on occasion. The most famous jinn is this guy.
Yeah. Unfortunately, right?
Genie is just another word for jinn. Now, there's been a lot of jinn sightings, and essentially any ghost sighting can actually be attributed to a jinn. Like, they can inhabit a house in the same way that a ghost haunts a house.
Yeah.
A roc is a massive bird so large that it can pick up an entire elephant with its
Holy
talons.
shit,
The roc
actually?
was popularized in Arabic folklore, specifically in 1001 Nights. Aside from that, Marco Polo, yes, the Marco Polo, claims to have seen the creature himself. Aswang. An aswang is like a Filipino version of a vampire with a little bit of werewolf thrown in for good measure. During the day, they're just a regular Joe Schmoes. They could be working at Jollibee's or something. But at night, they transform into terrifying beasts. Now, they can take many different forms, from a wolf-like creature to a ghoul to a bat-type thing as seen in this photo. Even though there's multiple
my god, my
types
mom's
of
calling me.
aswangs, one
Hold
thing
on.
is for sure. I will definitely never be visiting the Philippines. I don't care how
I'll be
good
back
the
right now.
Manila brides are. Bunyip. When you hear the name Bunyip, you're probably like, oh, that sounds cute. Well, you're right.
You're gonna watch the scary story. Sorry about that.
Past the open
This is why I
area,
had this.
found a bunker to our right, parked the car, and went inside to get some pictures.
Give me like 5
Our
minutes
one
though.
friend was beginning to get a little too uncomfortable, so for her sake, I told her we will come back when it's daylight, so we could be more aware of our surroundings in the wood. We got back in the car, and I pulled back into the road. Before we could take off, Katie and I told the group we were going to close the fence since it was closed for a reason. We got out of the car, which was facing away from the fence, and the only lights we had were my brake lights on. We picked up the fence and slowly started moving it back into place. That's when I saw it. A pair of glowing eyes staring at me from the bunker we were just at. They easily stood 6 to 7 feet off the ground, and it was just staring at us. I stopped moving and I said, "Katie, do you see that?" She responded with, "What?" and looked up and saw the eyes too. The moment we both were looking at the eyes, it became red and started coming toward us. I yelled, "Katie, run!" And as she screamed and ran for the car, the creature pursuing us let out this horrifying roar. Nothing I have ever heard in my life before or since. As Katie ran, she fell and hit the ground hard, and I didn't move till I knew she was safely inside. As soon as I got her in, I ran. The eyes were easily 15 feet away from me at this point, and I jumped in the car and pressed on the gas as hard as I could. The road to get out of the TNT area is a 35-mile-per-hour road, and I was easily doing 100 to get out of there. We were very shaken up about this event, but it honestly felt like history was repeating itself 53 years ago. Once we got back to the hotel, we gathered our thoughts and I tried to think logically on what we saw. We looked up wildlife local to the area and tried to compare the noise, but nothing matched. I'm not saying it was the Mothman, or Sheep Squatch, or Wendigo, but something about the way it stood and started coming towards us made me think otherwise. My group and I have decided to invest in tech to record our cryptid hunts next time we go. We want to return back to Point Pleasant soon to try and capture what we saw on camera. Cryptid hunting is no joke. What we felt was genuine fear, and we could have died that night. Yes, it might have been a bear, it might have been a mountain lion, but you got to be careful. You don't know what's out there, waiting in the dark for its next meal. I was at a summer camp for 8 days, but I only spent 6 days at the camp as it was a day's drive up and back. The first few days were normal enough, but it was the night of the third day when I couldn't sleep on account of the awful tents, which hardly closed and seemed to be infested with insects and arachnids of every kind. So I was awake for most of the night listening to the sounds of the Tennessee woods, until I noticed some peculiar noises, which didn't seem normal. I first noticed strange noises at around 1 a.m., 1 hour after lights out. First, it sounded like footsteps, but as time went on, I started to hear what sounded like whispering. I couldn't make out what it was saying at first because it was barely audible. I was pretty shaken up, but eventually the noises quieted down and I fell asleep. The next morning I told Steve about it, and we both shrugged it off, although at this point I wasn't sure I had been dreaming. I forgot about it into that next night shortly before lights out when I remembered and told Brian, X, and Pete. Even though I was dreading it, of course, I would have to go to sleep eventually. When I went into my tent, I unsurprisingly could not sleep because of the noises. I couldn't sleep because I had what seemed like 6 billion bugs in my tent. At about 12:30 to 1 a.m., the noises started up again. This time louder and more intense. The noises started with footsteps again, but the footsteps quickly evolved into voices. Not whispers, but full volume talking and possibly even yelling at one point. Then the sounds morphed into chirping and squeaking. At one point I even heard what sounded like a medieval battle horn like the Narnia movies. Eventually I grew tired of cowering in my tent and decided to check out the noises. I walked down to the bathrooms, which were about 200 feet away, and down a hill from my tent. When I got to the bathroom, I realized that the squeaking noises seemed to be coming from a leaky old hose, which was a huge relief. I relieved myself and went back to my tent. I lay down, and it appeared the noises had stopped, but of course, that was only temporary. When the noises started up again, I called out in a slightly hushed tone, thinking it was somebody playing a prank. It was about 2:30 to 3 a.m. at this point, and my friend Pete responded to my call and came over to my tent. Pete said that he had been up for a while because of the bugs in his tent when he noticed the noises too. He said that he had been up for about 30 minutes when he heard me and came over to my tent. Pete and I hung out in Steve and I's tent for a while. Steve slept through the entire night, even with Pete and I trying to wake him up. While we were in the tent, the noises would stop and start repeatedly, alternating every 10 minutes. While Pete and I were in my tent with Steve sleeping next to us in the tent, we noticed that the footsteps were getting increasingly closer and louder. The footsteps were so much that it sounded like they were right outside the tent. We figured it was another kid in a nearby tent named Edwin sleeping. He did have a sleepwalking problem. We called out to Edwin asking if he was alright, and there was no answer. We shrugged it off and continued talking. Actually, Pete got tired and returned to his tent at about 4 a.m. At this point, I decided I would try to get some rest too. I had been laying down for somewhere around 10 minutes when the noises started up once again, and I realized I would not be getting any sleep that night, and decided to walk around the camp and try to find the source of these noises. I did not find anything, however. I did walk by Brian and X's tent. I decided to see if they were awake by whispering into their tent. Brian was awake, but X was not. I asked Brian if he heard the noises, and he said he did. Brian had said he was listening to the noises for about an hour and a half when I came over. I told Brian to keep his ears open for any more weird noises and went back to my tent. About 20 minutes later, I hear the noises start up again. I decided to wait for a few minutes to see if the noises would stop. The noises did not stop. I decided to go check around the campsite one more time. This time, though, I went to Brian and X's tent first to recruit them to help me check. When I got over there, to the tent, both Brian and X were awake. It was almost 6 a.m. now, so X and Brian came out of their tent and walked around with me. We had checked the entire campsite, and were about to return to our tents. We happened to be walking by the edge of a huge rectangular clearing behind our campsite when we saw a strange animal at the other end of it. It was probably no more than 200 feet away. The thing looked like it was prone. It was completely still, just watching us. We didn't know what it was, so we started walking toward it. When it realized we were coming toward it, it got up, and this is when we realized that what we were looking at was no ordinary animal. The thing was about 3'6" and humanoid, with a hunched over posture and huge glowing orange eyes the size of tennis balls. It appeared to be pushed into its torso, having an appearance like that of some depictions of the Mothman. When it got up, it started hobbling away towards a large ditch. That's when I noticed some very interesting looking wings. As we got closer, it became more frantic and started to move faster. But by the time we got there, it was gone, and the ditch was empty. We checked the area, and there was nothing. We found nothing of importance. Though, in somewhat of a hilarious turn, we did find an empty bag of Planters peanuts about 10 feet away from where the creature had been. So a while back, probably about 7 or 8 years ago now, I was on a Mothman kick. I did have a lot of internet research on the subject. The history, sightings, potential links to other things people have claimed to see. I ended up dragging 2 friends of mine into the mix and got them interested. A short time after the initial interest, maybe a week or 2 later, 2 strange things occurred. We're originally from a seasonal resort town, busy and full of life for around 6 months, then quiet and desolate for the other 6. The entire surrounding area is heavily wooded, a lot of small roads that go through the woods and small communities. One night in December, we were driving around for the lack of anything better to do. The subject of Mothman had come up several times during the night. We would drive around a bit, mess around, stop, have a cigarette, drive some more, blast music, stop at a convenience store, hang out, in the lot, drive more, etc. Anyway, we just stopped at the store and grabbed some drinks and got back in the car. We started driving and ended up going down this long, dark road in the woods. No houses around, no lots or side roads for another car to come from, just trees as far as you could see. It was kind of a simultaneous reaction. All 3 of us noticed red lights behind us, like taillights almost. At first it was kind of distant.
Wrong! It's a terrifying creature that lives in the bogs of Australia. People who claim to have seen it give different descriptions. Some say it's scaly, some say it's furry, others say it's huge. But all I know is this mother sucker will eat anything in a 50-foot radius. So if you plan on going on a trip to an Australian bog, cancel that shit immediately. Mermaid. Sounds cute. Well, you're wrong! It's a terrifying with a horn, but it's not that much of a stretch to say some one-horned creature existed and it was hunted to extinction or something. In fact, the remains of a one-horned creature were found in Siberia recently. It looked more like a fuzzy rhino than a unicorn, but come on bro, it's something. Oh, and then there's this thing, the Saola, aka the Asian unicorn, which was first photographed in 1990 in the middle of nowhere.
Do consult with the
so they can be good. This guy. Genie is just another word for jinn. Now, there's been a lot of jinn sightings, and essentially any ghost sighting can actually be attributed to a jinn. Like, they can inhabit a house in the same way that a ghost haunts a house. Roc. A roc is a massive bird so large that it can pick how good the mail order brides are. Bunyip. When you hear the name Bunyip, you're probably like, oh, that sounds cute. Well, you're wrong! It's a terrifying creature that lives in the bogs of Australia. People who claim to have seen it give different descriptions. Some say it's scaly, some say it's furry, others say it's huge. But all I know is this mother sucker will eat anything in a 50-foot radius. So if you plan on going on a trip to an Australian bog, cancel that shit immediately. Mermaid. Mermaids are sea-dwelling creatures whose top half is human and bottom half is fish. Not to be confused with the far less sexy maid mer. Tales of mermaids have existed since man first took to the seas. You can find stories about mermaids going back 3,000 years. Since then, there have been many sightings of mermaids, including, and I shit you not, by Christopher Columbus. Seriously, Columbus claims to have seen 3 mermaids on his way back to Europe and stated, "They are not as beautiful as they are said to be, for their faces had some masculine traits." Say what you will about Columbus, but man ain't no simp. Now, the generally accepted explanation for mermaid sightings is that they're just manatees, which makes a lot of sense if you think about it. You're at sea for months, surrounded by a bunch of other dudes. After a while, everything's gonna start looking like a woman. There are multiple documentaries pondering the existence of mermaids. There's a History Channel one, there's one on Animal Planet, there's even a 3-hour-long 2-part documentary on Amazon investigating an apparent mermaid body, Ahul. The best way to describe the Ahul is a gorilla with bat wings. If that doesn't make you want to shit your pants, then you are braver than me. It's said that a Dr. Ernest Bartels witnessed a giant bat creature while exploring the jungles of Indonesia in 1925. But take this with a gram of salt, because I can't find anything about this guy anywhere other than cryptozoology sites. So you'd think there would be a newspaper article or something about him, but no. I don't even know if this guy's real. Air rod. Not to be confused with a hot rod. An air rod is one of the few entries on this iceberg that is unquestionably real.
Rods are described as 1 to 6 feet long with a cylindrical body and either multiple sets of wings or with a thin membrane of wings wrapped around their entire length. Propelling the creature forward so fast they are undetectable to the naked eye.
While air rods have never been seen with the naked eye, they have shown up on quite a few pictures and videos. Now, there are many different theories as to what they could be, from experimental government devices to alien probes to interdimensional beings, but they're probably just bugs. Basically, when a bug or a bird or anything that moves really fast goes in front of a camera, it can look like a rod. So yeah, it's really not that crazy. Phantom cat. Despite its name, the Gippsland phantom cat is not actually a phantom. It's referring to a large puma-looking animal that has been seen around Gippsland, Australia. Now, unlike most cryptids, there is an actual clear photo of this thing. Like, this is one of the only entries on this list that isn't grainy or blurry as shit. Like, this is clearly a giant cat walking around in the park. The local government in the area claims that the existence of big cats in the region is highly unlikely, but there's a fucking photo right there. That's clearly not a house cat. Bear Lake Monster. Bear Lake is a large lake on the border of Utah and Idaho that's possibly home to a giant swimming cryptid known as the Bear Lake Monster. The legend of the Bear Lake Monster became popular when the Mormon settler named Joseph Rich wrote an article in 1868 about other settlers who had seen monsters swimming in the water. 26 years later, Mr. Rich admitted he made the whole thing up, but that didn't stop other people from seeing it. In fact, the last reported sighting of the creature was in 2002. The Beast of Bray Road, or the Wisconsin werewolf as it's also known, is a humanoid wolf-like creature that's been spotted near Elkhorn, Wisconsin. There were multiple sightings of a large wolf-like creature walking on its hind legs in the 80s and 90s, and these sightings were so prevalent that they even made a whole documentary about it. There was even a shitty horror movie made about it.
The Beast of Bray Road. Legend has it that back in the 1800s, there were all these settlers that lived deep within the woods. And one day they were all brutally massacred. Some say it was a monster, a Bigfoot, a werewolf.
Bessie. We've all heard of Nessie, but what about Bessie? Bessie is a Loch Ness monster type creature who inhabits Lake Erie in the Midwestern United States. There's been a tremendous amount of sightings of Bessie going all the way back to 1793 when the captain of a sailboat spotted it and presumably shit his pants. He stated that the creature was over 6 meters long. Then it was spotted again in 1817 by a ship crew who claims they saw a 30 to 40 foot-long serpent in the water. That's weird. I don't remember peeing near Lake Erie in 1817. Anyways, there was 3 sightings that year, and the eyewitness reports didn't stop. Like, even today, there's a $5,000 reward for bringing Bessie in dead or alive. Man, doesn't that seem kind of low? Like, you just took down a giant, legendary 40-foot sea monster for $5K? What the fuck? That guy's probably gonna sell it to a museum for $100K. Hey, listen, if you plan on hunting down Bessie, do not sell it to this schmuck, alright? Go straight to the museum. The bloop. The bloop actually refers to an ultra-low frequency sound that was captured underwater back in 1997. Scientists speculated that the sound could be made by a marine animal that was larger than a blue whale. This hypothetical creature was also named Bloop after the sound. Now, since then, a new explanation has been put forward that the sound was actually a glacier collapsing or possibly an ice quake. But you can't trust scientists, man. Those schmucks don't know shit. I'll play the sound for you and you be the judge. Champ, or Champy, is the name of a lake monster living in Lake Champlain. Another lake monster? Bro, seriously? Does every lake in the world have a fucking monster in it? The first confirmed sighting of Champ was in 1819 by a guy named Captain Crumb. Hilarious name aside, Captain Crumb stated that the monster must have been around 187 feet long and had eyes the color of peeled onions. Champ, unlike its contemporary Bessie, actually has a good amount of photos taken of him, or her. From the photos you can see that it looks similar to the Loch Ness Monster, so it's been speculated that Champ could also be a plesiosaur of some kind. Devil monkeys. Devil monkeys are a bizarre race of primates that have been spotted all over the US. From Tennessee to Kentucky to Illinois, they've been commonly described as being baboon-like with sharp claws. Now, I'm gonna be honest, I couldn't find much about these ones except for on Cryptid Wiki, so take this answer with 2 heaping tablespoons of salt. Deloy's ape. Named after Louis-François Fernand Hector Deloy, a Swiss geologist who shot and killed the creature in Venezuela while he was out surveying for oil. Deloy and others believe that at the time they found the missing ancestor of modern apes and humans. There was a lot of skepticism surrounding the photo in the scientific community, but it's now widely believed to be a spider monkey. But there's still true believers out there who know the truth. This wasn't no spider monkey, and whoever says that is part of a government cover-up. Dodo. Most of us are familiar with the dodo bird. It was a goofy, flightless bird that was native to the island of Mauritius. Is that how you pronounce that? I don't know, whatever. After humans arrived on the island, the dodo would be hunted to extinction within 100 years. Now you may be asking, if it's well documented that this thing existed and it's now extinct, why is it on the iceberg? Well, some people are still claiming to see them, and it's also possible that the dodo could be living on the uninhabited islands surrounding Mauritius. The Fiji mermaid. So we covered mermaids a little earlier in this iceberg, but this is a specific mermaid known as the Fiji mermaid. P.T. Barnum, the famous circus guy, had the mummified remains of this creature on display in one of his museums. As you can see from these images, it's not like those sexy mermaids from the cartoons with the double D's and the perfect hair. No, this one looks like a monkey sewed to a fish, which is probably exactly what it is. P.T. Barnum claims to have caught it off the waters of the South Pacific, but come on, bro. It's just a monkey sold to a fish covered in paper mache. Ghosts. I have no idea why this is in the second layer. Ghosts are first layer stuff, man. Everybody knows what a ghost is. People are obsessed with ghosts. There's more ghost shows than there are H3 rise and fall videos on YouTube. A lot. Stories of ghosts go all the way back to ancient Assyria and even Japan. It's one of those tales that's universal and exists in almost every culture, no matter how disconnected that culture was from the rest. Ghosts are commonly believed to be the disembodied souls of people who passed away, or spirits who have unfinished business on Earth and can't go to the afterlife until they finish it. According to a Pew Research poll, 18% of people claim to have seen a ghost at some point in their lives. There's also a lot of photos and videos of ghosts. Here's one particularly scary clip of a ghost. Now, I warn you, if you're easily scared, skip forward like 10 seconds. Genuinely terrible.
Oh my god, I've been muted the whole fucking time. If y'all can read lips, I'm sorry. Please help me out. Fuck. Dude, whoever's watching me right now did me dirty. Come on, you should have said like I'm like fucking muted or some shit. I'm on screen. Yeah, well, whatever. Let's go here. Yeah, the mermaid one.
Plan on Q just another word for a vampire.
That one's like
some school bog scenes about mermaid shit going back. But at night, me go. They're all
they're junior, right?
For gin. Now, like a rock was popular from a wolf-like creature types of.
Yeah, I already just
seen it give different.
Yo, the bunyip one is very interesting because like I said, like I mentioned, like how so basically reading its bio, it's like comes from like which means devil, Bandip, which means devil. No, he doesn't describe it well here, but I said earlier that how is it that he says it's like a devil or it translates to devil because different cultures don't really have a concept of a devil. Some cultures don't at all. Some cultures kind of do, but like. It's not like the literal biblical devil, right? But then I read more on its bio here, and I mentioned that they like come in different forms. So then I'm like, oh, maybe that's like a little bit of a double. That's the definition, right? What? Then there's the mermaid, which Columbus barely saw. I don't believe that, and I believe that he did see manatees.
An apparent mermaid body was witnessed to this guy's. That is unquestionably real.
Rods are described as
I described as not being real. It's explained later, right?
With the as to what they could be.
They could be like animals and stuff, and I believe it's just like a lens defect or something, or even like light, how it refracts.
Bugs. Basically, when a bug
or a bug, yeah.
Most list, come on, settlers. 2002.
If it's not one thing, it's another normal rational thing, and it keeps on going down and down and down. Right?
It's been spotted legs in the 80s and 90s.
I said this one's cool because it's like weird. But like obviously, dogmen don't exist, right? Another sea monster, right?
Just sell it to a museum.
Yeah, and it's like what the fuck? Yeah, just sell it to a museum, right? Don't fucking sell it to the fucking government or whatever.
I'll play the sound for you, and you be.
The bloop is obviously like Patrick Star, right? It's iceberg just falling down into the water, and it makes sense because like if you throw a pebble, it'll make the same noise.
These are bizarre. They've been commonly.
Although they're different materials, so I'm comparing apples to oranges.
On Cryptid Wiki, so take this entry now to Illinois. They've been commonly described as being baboon-like with sharp claws.
Yeah, devil monkeys or apes or whatever they're called. Those are interesting because nobody talks about them. They just mentioned.
Now, I'm gonna be honest. I couldn't find much about these dealers who shot and killed. They found
that guy. He's like fake. I read a book that said it was like a spider monkey, right?
Modern apes and humans.
I can explain.
Believe spider monkey and whoever goofy flightless bird that was native to the island.
And now we're at dodos, right?
Is that how you pronounce that? I don't know. Whatever. After humans arrived on the island, the dodo would be hunted to extinction within 100 years. Now you may be asking if it's well documented.
And then I mentioned that dodos. It's weird that dodos are there's a weird situation when the dodos were like it's like the one animal that like humans hunted to extinction, but when they hunted them to extinction, humans were like, nah, that's a lie, right? Like, nah, there's still dodos, right? Like, you know what I mean?
Documented that this thing existed and it's now extinct. Why is it on the iceberg?
Yeah.
Well, some people are still claiming to see them.
And some people still see them.
It's also possible that the dodo could be living on the uninhabited islands surrounding Mauritius. The Fiji mermaid. So we covered mermaids a little earlier in this iceberg, but this is.
And then I said this
specific
one's just like
mermaid
fake
known as
because
the
it's like
Fiji
a
mermaid. P.T. Barnum, the
fish
famous
tail
circus
and a
guy,
monkey
had
put
the
together.
mummified remains of this creature on display in one of his museums. As you can see from these images, it's not like those sexy mermaids from the cartoons with the.
Not at all.
Which is probably why it's one that culture was from the rest. Ghosts are commonly believed to be the
Ghosts
disembodied spirits
are
of people
obviously
who
not
passed
even
away,
like cryptids.
or
They're
spirits
just
who
like
have unfinished
things.
business on Earth and can't go to the afterlife.
Cultural
before they
items.
finish it. According
That
to a
exists
Pew
everywhere.
Research
I see
poll,
cultural items.
18% of people.
That's not even like a
think
word.
they've
I
seen
just said
ghosts at
items.
some
Just say
point in
items.
their lives. There's
You
also
see
a
me
lot of
bullshitting my
photos
words.
and videos of ghosts. Here's one particularly scary clip of a
Here's
ghost.
the one, and then it
Now,
said-
I warn you, if you're easily
what it said.
scared, skip forward like 10 seconds.
Right, that's what I did. That's so crazy that he could go that deep. What the fuck?
Genuinely terrifying. Giant anaconda. So anacondas are already pretty big. They can be up to 28 feet long, but as far as something bigger than that, the only thing I could find was this clearly photoshopped image from an Indian Facebook account that claims
My
to
one's
have killed
photoshopped. It's so blurry.
134-foot
Everybody's
snake,
not blurry and
injured
grainy.
cold.
And
Okay,
they're
this
like
one's kind of
blurry.
heavy. Injured cold is another being that, similar to Mothman. was
Oh,
seen
yeah,
in
it's just an
Point
alien.
Pleasant, West Virginia. Bro, seriously, what is it with West Virginia? Like, remind me to never go there. Anyways, Injured Cold is known as the Smiling Man because he was described as having a permanent
Yeah.
smile along with
And
the
he's
ability
completely
to
white.
communicate telepathically. Here's a sketch of what he supposedly looked like. This guy was kind of overshadowed by Mothman since both of them were around the same place at the same time, and Mothman was covered much more by the media. The most notable account of Cold was by...
It wasn't even covered by the media. It was just like on a
who gave an
story.
entire 30-minute interview about his experience with him. Here's a little snippet.
What I saw last night, I know that I saw it. It was no...
You guys are gonna see Injured Cold. He's gonna knock 3 times on your door, and when you open that door, you're gonna see a smile on. He's gonna tell you, you have 3 days to live. I'm just kidding. I just say something off-putting like that. Holy fuck.
It was there, and I was there.
It's just, dude, I don't know.
You
That Injured Cold one really fucking fucked me up. I'd sleep with my lights on for like 2 days.
When he was
I was like, I'm like,
he
I'm
stepped
like,
back
I don't want to be called in by the men
from
in
the
black or
truck
whatever.
about one
He's
step,
like
and
extraterrestrial.
he said, Mr. Dernberger,
And he's like a
we
demon
will see
king
you
as
again.
well.
I didn't say
Like,
I,
it just depends on who you ask.
Alright, let me give you a breakdown of the entire discussion. Woodrow claims that he witnessed an aircraft that was hovering
Yeah,
about 12
it's
inches
aliens?
off the road, and it suddenly pulled up in front of him, and a door opened to the craft, and then a being exited the ship. The vehicle then flew up 50 feet in the air, and the being walked up right next to Derenberger's truck window and told him to roll it down. Derenberger described the being as looking like an ordinary man, 6 feet tall, about 35 years old, and wearing a glossy metallic dark blue coat. My man's fashion was truly out of this world. The man spoke to Woodrow telepathically. His mouth did not move. Instead, he had a fixed smile on his face, and the man told him, "Roll down your window. I want to talk to you." During their discussion, the man called himself Injured Cold. He told Woodrow that he meant him no harm. Derenberger went on to say, "I was very frightened, and as far as I can understand, this was all mental. There were no spoken words from him. I know what he was asking me, but yet he stood there and his mouth did not move. He had a smile on his face and he appeared very courteous and friendly." Dang, man, tell that to the guy who drew these sketches. This motherfucker does not look courteous or friendly. Injured Cold and Mr. Derenberger's conversation lasted about 10 minutes.
Oh, many people have seen Injured Cold, apparently. He's also depicted as looking like that. This is the one I think of. But like also there's another one where he just looks like a demon. I like how the Mothman appears rather than Injured Cold. But yeah. Oh fuck, one more.
Before returning to his flying craft, he said,
But he's not a cryptid. That's
There
the
were other
fucking
sightings
thing.
with various descriptions, but this was by far the most in-depth.
The
one.
cryptids are
Kappa.
mythological
A kappa is
creatures.
a turtle-like humanoid.
Yeah, we're
from
just gonna watch
Japanese
one. Yeah,
folklore.
this one could be a
I just
cryptid.
gotta read you guys the description of these things because it's hilarious.
It could be a turtle with like
Kappas are
somewhere
usually
like
seen as
hair or
troublemakers.
something.
Their pranks range from the relatively innocent, such as loudly passing gas, to the malevolent, such as drowning people or kidnapping children. Man,
And they
you
ate
thought
them or
YouTube
something.
pranksters were bad? Imagine your child gets drowned by one of these mother suckers and he's just like, it's
a
just
prank
a prank,
baby
bro.
shit? Oh my God, I remember
Come
that.
to think of it, a humanoid turtle who commits terrible crimes
Yeah.
kind of reminds me of someone. Oh shit! When kappas
God.
attack people, they often pull the person's
What's the
intestines
turtle's
out through
name
their
from that show?
anus. They do this in order to get to a mythical organ called the Shirokodama, which is said to contain the human soul. What? They're also said to love cucumbers, and people can sometimes escape
Wait, what?
from...
What did you say? What did you say?
They often pull the person's intestines out through their anus.
Ew.
They do this in order to get to a mythical organ called the Shirokodama, which is said to contain the human soul. What? They're also said to love cucumbers, and people can sometimes escape from an aggressive kappa by throwing a cucumber in its direction and then run off while it eats the cucumber. Man, get the fuck out of here, bro. You can't make it cute all of a sudden. Alright? It was just pulling people's intestines out through their assholes, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, it's so cute. Just throw a cucumber in the water. Shut up, man. If
It could be a turtle because turtles eat like
surrender,
cucumbers.
after which it will help with farming or share medical knowledge.
Yeah.
What? It's also possible to
It's a
befriend
yokai,
the
though, if
kappa
you
by
remember.
bringing it cucumbers, which will also cause it to help in these ways. Kappas also frequently challenge humans to sumo wrestling, which they're almost guaranteed to win at unless the human gets them to spill the water in their head, after which the kappa will be forced to retreat. This has got to be the most insane thing on this list.
Yeah.
Anyways, last thing I wanted to show you guys about these green mother suckers is this old Japanese painting. Like, what in the chicken fried
Oh my
fuck is
God.
going on here? It looks like this guy's projectile defecating into Franklin's mouth, which is like, that's fine, but I feel like I'm missing out on a big piece of the
Oh my
lore here.
God.
Like, is this one of the techniques of defeating a kappa? I don't know, man. Let's just move on. Kasai Rex.
Yikes.
Somewhere deep in the jungles of the Congo, there exists a leftover dinosaur known as Kasai Rex. Now, you're probably thinking, that's highly unlikely. Yes. In 1932, a Swedish hunter named John Johansson went to hunt an elephant. As he made his way across the savannah, he noticed a large creature jump out of the brush. He shot at it and began to back away, and it eventually left. In a panic, Johansson and his servant rushed back to their camp when he came across the beast again, feasting on the butt cheek of a rhinoceros. Now, by this point, John's servant ran away with the shotgun, but luckily, he had his camera on him, so he snapped a photo of what he saw. This photo. Well, there you go. That's
What
proof
is
that?
that?
It's real. Incorrect.
No,
this photo
it's
is
like
proven to be
fucking
from the
fake.
1969
Yeah.
Western film Valley of Gwangi. They just superimposed the rhinoceros on top of it. Fuck, man. I'm sick of getting fooled by these hoaxes. I was really holding out hope that there might be a T-Rex out there somewhere.
Yeah.
The lizard man of Scape or Swamp. The first report of this reptilian cryptid can be traced back to 1988. When a man reported his car damaged overnight by tooth marks and scratches. Reports of this nature continued until a young man named Chris Davis
Apparently,
reported
like,
his car was
lizardmen
damaged
do
by a
that,
creature
right?
Who he described as green, wet-like, about 7 feet tall, with 3 fingers and red eyes. Oh, and skin like a lizard. He claims he was driving home one night and he got a flat tire and the creature jumped on top of his car. After his report, there was immediate frenzy, which of course led to more sightings of the lizard. Mammoth.
That's
The
how it
woolly
works.
mammoth was a
You just,
relative
like,
of the modern day elephant, except much
You just say,
hairier.
oh, I caught a
Some
loser
people
person.
believe
You
that
send
they
it to your
went
friend,
extinct
and your
about
friend
5
sends
to
it to somebody
10,000
else.
years ago. However, some people believe that
It
they
starts off as a joke, but then, like, everybody starts
now,
believing it.
Siberia is a massive and largely unexplored area,
Somehow.
so this isn't entirely
Except for, like, the people
impossible
that were
from
in
my
it.
opinion. There's even some photo evidence. I mean, it looks like a mammoth. It could just be a bear with a fish in its mouth. Heck, it could even
Mammoths
be
did
my
exist,
ex-wife
but, like,
Robin.
I don't think
But
they're, like,
again,
around
I'm
anymore.
not going to say it's completely off the table. Mantis Man. This praying mantis-looking humanoid was spotted by multiple people who were out fishing near the Mekong River in
That's
China.
no fake ass matches.
I mean, not China, New Jersey. I even saw this forum on HackettstownLife.com. Hackettstown being the location of the sightings where someone alleged that their friend witnessed Mantis Man. There are quite a few comments on this post, with many of them claiming to have also seen the creature.
Why does he have an
Now,
account?
it's
What the fuck?
speculated that the Mantis Man could potentially be an experiment gone wrong, or even an alien. Here's
An
an
experiment
alternative
gone wrong? Why
depiction
did
of
he say
Mantis Man as
that?
an alien. Looks pretty creepy. Megalodon. The megalodon actually
Yeah.
existed once upon a time. It's a creature which went extinct millions of years ago, and it's thought to have resembled a great white shark, except it's about 5 times bigger. They're said to have been so big that they could swallow an elephant whole.
Yeah.
Evidence of these animals comes from teeth that were uncovered, which are 7 inches long. Now, the
Imagine
megalodon
that
is
biting
thought to
into
be
you?
extinct, but again,
That's like
Florida's
an
a big
instant
place,
kill.
alright? It goes really deep and it's largely unexplored. So who knows, man? There could be one of these big fellas roaming around down there. Moklele Bembe. I butchered that for sure, but you know what? I tried. I'm gonna call it Eminem for short. Eminem is a creature that's similar to the Loch Ness Monster, but it lives in the rivers of the Congo. The first description of M&M was from a man named
It looks
Carl
like I have, like-
Hagenbach, a famous wild animal merchant who
Like,
pioneered
there's nothing
the
on my
modern zoo.
hand.
He
It's
claimed
not
to have
dirty.
heard
What
from
the
two
fuck?
separate sources about a
I'm like,
creature
why
that
is
the
it like
natives
orange?
described as half elephant, half dragon. That
Oh,
kind of
wow.
sounds like
Yeah.
my ex. Sightings continued throughout the early 1900s. Even today, people still claim to see M&M.
That's an awfully hot coffee pot.
The Montauk Monster.
Okay.
I briefly touched on this one earlier when I was talking about globsters, but the Montauk Monster is a mysterious carcass that washed up off the
But this
coast
one's
of Long
fake.
Island. There's a pretty clear picture of it, and as you can see, it looks like some kind of hairless raccoon or something. There's so much interest in this thing that there was an episode of Conspiracy Theory with Jesse Ventura centered
Oh my
around it.
God.
They even talked about it on Ancient Aliens. They even had a segment
Yeah,
about
Ancient
it on
Aliens, they
National
talk about it.
Geographic.
It had like a beak. It looked like a bird's beak or like a pterodactyl's
It's
beak,
fake
you know, like
by the
some kind
people
of like
that,
reptile bird type thing.
A lot of people think that the Montauk
Made
Monster
it.
is an escaped experiment from a government animal testing facility. Personally, I have no clue, but that mother sucker does not look like no raccoon. As far as I know, raccoons don't have a beak, but hey, I'm no expert on rodents. Naga. If you've played World of Warcraft, you probably know what a Naga is. But if you have a life, let me explain. In Hinduism and Buddhism, Nagas are a race of mermaid-like beings who are top half human, bottom
Like
half
snake.
serpent,
Yeah.
and they're known to inhabit bodies of water. Sightings of Naga
Like the
are
opposite of, like,
uncommon, and most
Medusa,
them occur in
almost.
the Mekong River in Thailand. Ningen. The Ningen is a newer cryptid discovery
Hmm?
which is being seen off the coast of Antarctica on a few occasions. These creatures were observed by crews
They're
of
like
Japanese
well-looking,
whale
right?
research ships, and I put that in quotes because they're just whale hunters. Crews
Yeah.
of these ships have seen whale-like creatures with humanoid features in the water. They're described
those
as being
things.
completely white in color with an estimated length of 20 to 30 meters. Eyewitnesses describe them as having a human-like shape,
Yeah,
often
that
with
thing.
legs, arms, and even 5-finger
It's like a
hands.
weird whale
Other
that
accounts
walks with
describe them
legs.
as having fins or a large mermaid-like tail instead of legs. Owlman. You've heard of Mothman, but have you heard of Owlman? Owlman is basically Mothman's English counterpart, and they share a lot of similarities. In 1976, a paranormal researcher by the name of Tony Doc Shields claims that he
That's
investigated a
interesting.
report of two young girls who saw a large winged creature hovering above the church
Did
tower.
it- Yeah, yeah. Oh, I remember that. There was a whole episode dedicated to that on I forget what fucking show. That was a sick show. The Owlman was stalking them, and you wouldn't see the fucking Owlman. They wouldn't depict it the whole episode. It was such a good episode. I want to find it again to show you all about the show. Fuck. It's the show that I talked about a while ago where I was like, oh yeah, they showed the zombies being like a fucking monster or whatever, right? It was a sick show. Even though like the zombies are like fake as fuck, right? So I was gonna say, you know, basically the whole gist is that the story ends up that they go to the altar and the fucking demon can like gets inside the church, right? But it cannot get and touch the altar because the altar was blessed by the sacerdote. Fuck, I forget what it is. English. The pastor. And what was I gonna say? And they end up being saved there, but I think it ends up still scratching them either ways, and they got traumatized or something like that.
Since the original story, there's been a lot of claims of Owlman sightings over the years. Now, the guy who first broke this story, Tony Shields, is not exactly the most reputable bloke. So I would take this one with a massive pinch of sodium chloride. Well, that does it for the second layer. Let's move on to layer 3. The Pacific Northwest tree octopus. In 1998, a webpage with the headline, Help Save the Endangered Pacific Northwest Tree Octopus from Extinction was created. It has some information about the creature, as well as photos and maps of where its habitat is. Now, if you got a big brain like me, you probably figured out by now that this is fake. Right?
Yeah.
This webpage is commonly used in internet literacy classes to gauge a kid's abilities to discern fake information online. But let's be honest, if our boomer parents saw this on Facebook, they would click share without a second thought. Scarecrow. Scarecrows are decoys made to look like humans that are used to scare birds away from eating crops. Now, I couldn't really find much information about scarecrow cryptids besides two specific entities. One is the kune-kune, which originated in Japan on the internet in 2001. Kune-kune is described as having a slender, white, paper fabric-like humanoid shape. It's said to appear in fields on hot summer days. Here's an alleged sighting of a kune-kune. What? There's two pieces of wood nailed together with a triple XL shirt over it. Anyways, the kune-kune allegedly can only become visible from a distance. Witnesses may see field workers or others closer to the kune-kune who do not seem to be aware of it.
There was a Spanish legend of a scarecrow. got like killed or something. I forget what it's called. Espantapájaro, yeah. Well, like this thing was like I don't remember. It wasn't. Oh, you know who covered it? Oh, hold up. No, yeah, it's gonna be like stupid shit like that. Okay, La Planchada. I'm gonna search up La Planchada because I know which channel always snarled. Snarl. Hold up, snarl. Scarecrow. What's like a random story off? Where are the Dubak? I think it's a Dubak. This is similar too. Oh, it's a girl that go. The parents are like off.
Still there in the field.
Yeah.
Lucia chuckled to herself.
That's why I was like Spanish or something, because like Alicia.
To scare her. When she gathered the eggs and walked back to the house,
Hello,
she stopped in her tracks. It was the Scarecrow.
Yeah.
Lucia? Lucia, are you there? A muffled cry came from behind it. Lucia spotted the large, writhing sack where the sound was.
Yeah, she hid in the cubby hole because her caretaker wanted to steal money and stuff.
When are you going to give it up? Lucia got out of her bed and approached the Scarecrow, ready to call her cousin out. But with every step, her confidence began to wear off. The closer she got, the more details she noticed.
Yeah.
The pole holding up its hideous body slowly began to coil like a snake. This Scarecrow was alive.
Lucia, run!
The Scarecrow revealed its raggedy arms from underneath its tattered clothes and raised them towards
But like,
Lucia.
this one's a definite
She ran out of her bedroom, frantically searching for a place to hide. She could hear the Bubak slithering not too far behind her. She ran into the kitchen.
Yeah, this
and
is a good
hid
story.
inside the smallest cupboard
Yeah.
that she could squeeze into. And she waited. She was going to wait there for as long as she could. Her parents would be home the next morning. She was going to make it. Just then, the kitchen phone rang. It went to voicemail.
Yeah, and they said we're staying here for another week.
Mom and Dad, we actually booked a couple more meetings out here, and we thought a lot about it. And you know, you're right. You are a big girl, and you can take care of yourself for another day or so. And Emily, we know we only paid you until tomorrow morning, so feel free to go home. Lucy will be fine. So yeah.
No, that's all. We'll go back. Hold up, because that one just reminded me.
So I personally love.
Yeah, that was good. That's what that thing reminded me of.
No, it's not that they're not aware of it. It's that they don't care that there's a makeshift scarecrow right next to them. Moving on, the other scarecrow-like entity I found is called the Ghostly Scarecrow of Chiang Rai. This one is not a scarecrow at all, but an alien. Sighted in 2005 in a rural farming village.
Really? Wait, what does the Dubak? Right? Because it was called a Dubak or whatever.
In Thailand, the creature was described as small, with red eyes and yellow skin.
That Pikachu?
Oh, and also it can float. 10 residents of this farming
What
town
the fuck?
claim to have seen the bizarre creature hovering above a ridge and then running through a rice paddy. One of the witnesses claims that the scarecrow nodded its head at him and stared directly at him with its blood-red eyes with an imploring gaze, almost as if it were asking for help. Skunk ape. The skunk ape, or Florida Bigfoot, is a large ape creature that's said to inhabit the swamps of
That's not how it looks.
Reports of the skunk ape were particularly common in the 1960s and 70s. In 1974, sightings of a large, foul-smelling, hairy ape-like creature which ran upright on two legs were reported in suburban neighborhoods of Florida. In 2000, an anonymous woman sent in 2 photos to the sheriff's department of what looks to be the skunk ape. She claims to have captured these photos
That's the
in
one I know
Riaka
of.
State Park. Now, normally I'm skeptical of stuff like this, but this is Florida we're talking about, so this one's probably 100% true.
No, it's not.
Jack is a humanoid cryptid in English folklore who was
Oh,
apparently
no, he's a
amazing
demon.
gymnast. Jack was popping off in 1800s London, with the first sighting of him being recorded in 1837 by a man who claims the mysterious figure jumped over a high railing and landed right in front of him before running off. The most well-known incidents involving Jack were the attacks of 2 teenage girls, Lucy Scales and Jane Alsop. These attacks were widely reported in British newspapers and helped bring
sensationalized
Jack into popular culture. There were many more sightings of Jack throughout the 19th century, all the way up to 1904, where the last recorded sighting of him happened in Liverpool. Werewolf. You're probably familiar with the legendary werewolf, but if not, a werewolf is a human with the ability to turn into a wolf or a wolf man.
Yeah, they used Twilight.
Usually
Oh my
during
god.
a full moon. Werewolves became a big part of European folklore in medieval times. In fact, they even had werewolf trials.
Oh, they were medieval times. Okay, I didn't know that.
Witch trials,
I
where
thought that was
people
just that
were
was
accused of
strictly
being
American.
witches for any fucking reason somebody could think of. Like,
I mean,
you
I know
wash
there's like
your
the
ass,
lichen.
You must be a witch. But yeah.
I know there's like the lichen. I didn't think werewolves were like American. Oh wait, excuse me. I thought they were American. Origin. Wolf. All these stuffs, right?
Yeah, they also had werewolf trials for people who were accused of being werewolves. Things were nutty back then, I have to say. Now, I'm not going to get too far into it because there's a few entries later on that could potentially be werewolves. Also, the Beast of Bray Road, we've already established, could potentially be a werewolf. The White River Monster is a large fish inhabiting Arkansas's White River. First reported in 1937 and described as being 4 to 5 feet wide by 12 feet long, with the skin of an elephant and the face of a catfish. There were over 100 confirmed sightings in 1937, but then another one
that one looks
until
possible.
the 70s. It's been speculated that the monster could be an elephant seal who entered the White River via the Mississippi. My personal theory, it's an albino catfish. Have you seen how big these motherfuckers get?
Yeah.
Mystery solved. Phoenix, the mythical bird from Greek mythology that is reborn from its own ashes after death. The legacy of the Phoenix lives on today as a city in Arizona. This one's not really a cryptid, man. It's just like a legendary creature, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but it's still cool. The 50-foot Congo snake. No, this is not a nickname for Dikembe Mutombo Schlong. In 1959, a Belgian Air Force colonel was flying in a helicopter when he reported seeing an enormous snake.
Oh, yeah.
Described as being 550 feet long and 2 feet wide.
This
He
is
was
big
so
because if
shocked
that was
at the
that big,
size
you'd
of
be
this
able to see it from
absolute
outer
unit
space.
that he made his pilot turn around so he could snap a picture of the snake. Now, as I said before, the largest snake ever recorded is about 28 feet long, and I think it's safe to say that this mother sucker could not tell the difference between 28 feet and 50 feet when he's so high up in the air. So if you ask me, this one's probably definitely real. Like, it probably wasn't 50 feet long exactly, but it could be...
Oh, look, is it 500 or 50? Hold up, I heard 500.
And 2 feet wide. He was so shocked at the size of this...
No, because like, what he's about to explain is that it could have been just like a normal snake. But,
so if you ask me, this one's probably definitely real. Like, it probably wasn't.
Like,
50
I don't know.
feet long
I think it was
exactly,
just like he
but
caught
it could
that.
be 30 feet.
It could have been a
long,
lake too
and
that he
it wouldn't
caught.
be too unrealistic. Either way, I'm in awe at the size of this lab. Ancient astronauts. Pull out the aluminum foil because
Yeah, they were like put into like
ancient astronaut
monuments.
theory claims that extraterrestrials have been visiting humans since prehistoric times. You may be familiar with this idea from the show Ancient Aliens, which has 17 seasons and counting, by the way. Now, the entire theory is predicated on the concept that there's no way humans built the pyramids, bro. They're like
Yeah.
too big.
That's the whole show in a nutshell.
I mean, after all, it is hard to explain how things like Stonehenge and the Easter
Yeah, the
Island statues
Jesus
were
episodes,
created
I
by such
remember.
primitive civilizations.
They
Like,
called
how
them
did the
alienists and
Aztecs have
shit.
such an accurate calendar? And how did the
These
Sumerians
my
know about all the
magnets!
planets of our
Oh,
solar system 5,000
my
years ago?
magnets!
Essentially, these ancient aliens have influenced every facet of human civilization, from culture to technology to religion. It's also been a common position that deities from most religions are actually just aliens. For example, the Anunnaki and the Nephilim, which I mentioned earlier, are thought to be these ancient extraterrestrials. They back up their claims with the fact that there are a lot of depictions of what look like modern astronauts in ancient art. For example, these cave paintings in Italy depict what look like astronauts. On top of that, there's a lot of artifacts from Mesopotamia that depict things that look like flying saucers and more astronauts. Anyways, this topic.
But it's undeniable that there's like a little bit of resemblance there.
Man-eating tree. There are a few examples of carnivorous plants big enough to eat a human. The most famous example.
The man-eating trees was one thing I brought up earlier in
the
the
year. An article
year.
was written about this tree in the New York World newspaper, describing a large tree with tendrils that the natives of Madagascar would sacrifice to. Now, the story turned out to be fake, but people back then were extremely easy to fool. Like, remember when everyone was convinced that there was an alien invasion because Orson Welles was reading War of the Worlds on the radio? Doppelganger. A doppelganger is essentially your evil twin. A doppelganger
that's
can
not a
go to your
cryptid. That's
friends
like
and
a
relatives impersonating you and potentially mess up your whole life. Seeing your own
I have a story about this. I've seen some shit. I'm not saying the doppelgangers are real because they're not at all. Because but like I've seen shit where like I swear to God, either I hallucinated or like some other shit happened in my head. Where I've seen my mom walk into the restroom sometimes when I was younger, and I'd be like waiting to go to the restroom because they entered first, right? And I know the door was open, and then the door closes. I go check in there. There's nobody in there. I've had moments where that's happened. Moments where like I've heard my name being called and stuff like that. But I'm pretty sure all that is fucking just mind wise, right? Like it could be explained by like psychology. So what was I gonna say? So like doppelgangers, or obviously they don't exist, but they're pretty cool as a concept because it scares me. A little, like not scares me per se, but like it's scary.
You either have to kill it or die. So watch your back, Eddie Burback. Ghoul. Ghouls actually originate in Arabian folklore, specifically in Arabian Nights. The creatures are associated with graveyards and consuming human flesh. Ghouls started gaining popularity in Western culture in the late 1700s. It's said that ghouls who are well fed on human flesh are indistinguishable from normal humans. The longer a ghoul goes without feeding, the less human it looks. A ghoul in the later stages of starvation will be extremely thin and pale, with veins clearly visible through the skin, and will have long claw-like nails. Here's
what was I gonna say? There was like a dream I had where basically like there was I got like a name in the dream, right? And I saw the demon or whatever. Then I searched it up, and like the demon obviously didn't look anything like the demon name. Like the name that it was of the demon. I've actually had this lot up still on my Twitch channel, but I don't remember where it was. It was one of my scary stories, or it was one of the. I think I was playing Mario Sunshine or something back then. But the point is, I got the demon's name right in my fucking dream, and I searched it up, and it's like not the king of the underworld, but it's like it's a ghoul, or it's the king of ghouls that lives in like a graveyard or something like that. And I asked him like weird name. I was like, if you see it, it's gonna chase you until you die, or not chase you, but like rather haunt you until you die, and then it's gonna eat you, and you're gonna go to hell or something like that. I'm like, what the fuck? But I don't believe in none of that stuff, so of course that's not real.
Looks to be in the later stages.
That was just a mega fucking coincidence that I had. But yeah, that's a fake one. That's supposed to be the fallen angel. This is the fallen angel tape that I was doing.
Okapi. The okapi is a former cryptid. Long believed to be a myth, the okapi, or the forest giraffe, is the giraffe's closest relative. Prior to the early 1900s, the elusive
okapi are real, right? I have to talk about the okapi ones. No, they're real. Relative to the giraffe. Oh yeah. What was he gonna say?
In fact, they were so rare that it was nicknamed the African unicorn. And this shit does look like a unicorn. Remember earlier how I was like, you might actually see one? Well, here you go. Wanderlight. Okay. Wanderlights, or will-o'-the-wisps,
that shouldn't really be on the
lights
list.
that appear in the night over swamps. It looks like an orb of light hovering directly above the water.
It's a bunch of gases.
Image of an alleged
it's a bunch of gases like
taken off the coast of Finland. They were thought to at one point be sprites or fairies who lured people into the water. They're also known as jack-o'-lanterns. Now, these things are definitely real. They might not be living beings, but there's something. Scientists speculate that they could be bubbles of methane that ignite upon contact with oxygen. Ifrit. An ifrit is a type of jinn. In Arabic folklore, they are depicted as enormous winged creatures who live underground. They have a social structure with kings tribes, clans, you know, all that good stuff. Ordinary weapons have no effect on them. Apparently, stories of Ifrits were common in Egypt up until World War II. British soldiers who visited the pyramids reported that the locals would warn them about Ifrits. The Beast of Exmoor. The Beast of Exmoor is a phantom cat or an alien cat. Now, when I say that, I don't actually mean that it's a phantom or an alien. It's just a phrase which refers to big cats who are spotted outside of their indigenous areas. The Exmoor Beast is a large black feline spotted
that's
around
the one.
Exmoor, England.
That one was
it's
brought
not
up
weird
before.
by itself, but I guess people are claiming all sorts of outlandish shit. Like a farmer
One
said
of the videos
100
just
of his
watched.
sheep were killed within the span of 3 months by violent throat injuries, which he blamed on the cat. If you ask me, this motherfucker was just trying to get that insurance check. Santa. Santa is another mysterious black cat in western North Carolina.
I
It's
thought I
said to
heard
have preyed on
Santa.
local livestock
I'm
and
like,
crops.
what the
There were
fuck?
multiple sightings of the creature back in the 1890s. There was even a whole newspaper article written about it back in the day. Atmospheric beasts are creatures that defy all known laws of physics and are said to fly without the use of wings. So like purgils from Star Wars would be considered atmospheric beasts. The two most common types of atmospheric beasts are jellyfish and sky serpents. One well-known case of sky serpents is known as the Crawfordsville Monster, which appeared in Indiana in 1891.
Oh, this is like a video game
It was
enemy.
described
What the
by
fuck?
multiple witnesses as being about 20 feet long and covered in fins. It's also said to have one eye in the center of its head. Atmospheric jellyfish, on the other hand, are a type of UFO that have been
these
seen
are like
multiple
UFO
times
things.
throughout the world. The first sighting of one of these
It's a
bad boys
NASA.
occurred in 1977 in
NASA
Petrovolsk,
image.
Russia, when a man took this photo. Some other well-known appearances are the Dutch flying jellyfish.
That is what I got done explaining earlier. Hold up. Above the Aurora Borealis, huh?
The first sighting of one of these bad boys occurred in 1977 in Petrovolsk, Russia, when a man took this photo. Some other
That was the Aurora Borealis, probably.
1977 in Petrovolsk.
Sprites and halos. Oops. Tell me. There's a photo of the sky. Tell me that doesn't look like this. These are just atmospheric events with like gases reacting to the atmosphere and lightning striking, right? This is how it works. See the lightning down there? When the lightning strikes, there's a opposite reaction that occurs above the atmosphere. There's elves. Elves are the big disc-like things. There's halos. There's sprites. There's ghosts. There's other stuff. Blue jets. Blue starter. A blue starter is a failed blue jet. I fucking forget where I fucking found that, but that is very, very interesting. This is a good picture, by the way. But yeah, secondary jet sprites. Yeah, very, very, very interesting, right? That this is photographed. Wait, what the fuck? When did I click on this? Oh yeah, it was a Fresno Nightcrawler. Yeah, I'm like, what? I'm like kidnapping.
Russia, when a man took this photo.
Yeah.
Some other well-known appearances are the Dutch flying jellyfish and the King Yen flying jellyfish. Avians are bird-like creatures which are generally believed to be aliens. The first report of these creatures was in 1968 by a
Avians,
French researcher. Now, this report was published in a magazine called Flying Saucer Review, so take this with a glass of salt. The article claims that this French dude was driving down the street when he saw a group of people blocking his car. Except they weren't people. They were bird people, covered in
Shut
feathers.
up.
Shortly after they noticed him, they began to attack his vehicle, so he drove off in a panic. He then said he stopped his car once he was a safe distance away, only to see them flying up to some kind of spacecraft that resembled, and I quote,
hopefully it didn't
two
corrupt the
plates
memory card.
upside down, placed one on top of the other. Once they boarded the UFO, it quickly flew off and disappeared. Now, true believers will take this story and point out that the ancient Sumerians also had depictions of avian people. So maybe the Anunnaki weren't lizard people, but bird people. Black-eyed children.
Black-eyed children. This is a urban
Black
phenomenon.
eyes. And I don't mean they got punched in the face. They're described as being pale, with their entire eyes being pitch black. Now these little schmucks are real jerks.
Scary. I
It's said
covered
that
them once.
looking into their eyes causes
Yeah,
intense
scary.
fear and even hypnosis.
I
One
can
account
find
of
most
an
of my scary
interaction
streams
with
on
these creatures was
my
written by a man named Brian
Records.
Bethel on Abilene Reporter News. I had to go into the Wayback Machine for this bad boy because it got scrubbed from the internet or something. He alleged
the
in the
fuck?
article that 2 young children came up to him while he was in his car.
Yeah, and then he
Arrived
recanted his story,
he
saying
said
that he
all
made
of
it
a
up.
sudden he was overtaken by an extreme fear for no reason. Then
But
he
he's
noticed
happy that he
boys
made
had
an urban
pitch black
phenomenon or
eyes that
something.
he described as soulless orbs. At this point,
Right,
his brain
I
was
remember.
in full freak-out mode, and he gave the kids some excuse as to why he couldn't give them a ride, and he started to back out of the parking lot. As soon as he started leaving, one of the kids yelled at him, "We can't come in unless you tell us it's okay. Let us in!" Then Brian sold himself and peeled out. Black stickmen. A more recent phenomenon. People across the globe have been citing these two-dimensional.
Oh my God,
pitch
shut the
black
fuck
beings.
up.
Their
Those are
heights
fake.
range from that of a normal human
Those are
to
fake.
abnormal, several feet tall. Dark fairy. Now, when I say dark fairy, you're probably thinking to yourself, "What the fuck is this? Neopets?" But no, it's not Neopets.
it's,
because dark fairies
their
are apparently
face.
real. Don't believe me?
You know, they
Take a
make
look at this
nests and
photo
stuff.
taken in Newport, Wales. At one point, belief in fairies was somewhat widespread to the point where there was an organization called the Fairy Investigation Society,
Yeah.
with such notable members as Walt Disney. But let's be honest, that's only like the 9th weirdest
What?
thing related to Walt Disney. These days, sightings have kind of died off, but every now and then people claim to see a fairy-looking creatures at night. I mean, look at this photo.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I already showed you guys this one. Well, I guess I have nothing more to say then. Men in Black. Ooh, I couldn't wait to get to this one. Now, most of us, when we think of Men in Black, we think of the blockbuster film franchise starring Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones. But apparently those movies
they're
are based
different,
on an
yeah.
actual conspiracy theory that there's a government agency dedicated
Oh!
to covering up
You watched that? Oh,
supernatural and
fuck.
extraterrestrial events. The Men in
Like,
Black
messing
are
around
known
with
to
this.
harass, threaten, or even assassinate
But yeah,
UFO witnesses.
they
to
do
keep
that
them
and like
the first
keep it quiet and
documented appearance
stuff.
of the Men in Black was by a
Oh,
band
they
named
come and
Harold
visit
Dahl.
you and
The
ask you,
story
"Have
goes
you
like
seen
this.
this UFO?"
It's 1947. Harold Dahl is in a boat off the coast of Maury Island in Washington State with his son and dog. All of a sudden, he looks up and sees 6 donut-shaped objects about half a mile above. After a while, one of them falls, and then debris starts falling from the sky as well. A piece of the debris hits his son on the arm and kills his dog. Dahl alleges he took some pictures of the craft, which he then showed to his boss, who was skeptical at first, but then decided to check it out for himself and saw the craft with his own 2 eyes. The next day, Dahl was visited by a man in a black suit. The man invited him over to a local diner where he told Dahl he basically already knew what happened, and if Dahl said anything, bad things would happen. Now, apparently Dahl admitted that the story was a hoax, but come on, man. If you believe in the Men in Black, it's very easy to just say, oh, they intimidated him into retracting his
Yeah,
story.
which is such
Metal
a
Man,
pitfall you can
Falkville,
fall into.
Alabama, 1973.
If you use that line of
police
reasoning.
officer gets a call about a spaceship spotted out in the field. When he arrives on the scene, there was no spaceship to be seen. Instead, he saw a figure known as Metal Man. The alien was clad in a suit that
I
was
forgot
similar
this
to
was a
the one
fucking
before,
thing.
intensely bright and smooth as glass. Its movements were childlike or even monkey-like, but at the same time very robotic and mechanical, according to Greenhaw. Also, he conveniently had his camera on him, which he used to snap 4 photos of the entity before it ran off to speeds that, according to Greenhaw, exceeded that of any human he'd ever seen. But
Okay.
keep in mind, this was long before Usain Bolt. Flying horse. This one's referring to a UFO that resembled a flying horse spotted over Mexico. Man, that shit kind of looked like
That does. What the fuck?
Michigan Dogman.
Holy
The
fuck! I
Michigan
thought they were gonna
Dogman is a
like.
human wolf
I thought it was gonna look Bailey
possibly
like.
a werewolf creature that has been spotted in and around Michigan. Tales of the Dogman go back over 100 years when 2 lumberjacks allegedly encountered a 7-foot-tall, blue-eyed, bipedal canine-like animal with the torso of a man and a
blue-eyed,
fearsome howl that sounds like a human scream. There's been many sightings since then, and it's also been speculated that the Michigan Dogman
I love that meme.
could possibly be
Use
the
that my
same
puppy.
entities.
Shadow people. I don't think any other entry on this list has creeped me out as much as this one. A shadow person is a living shadow which can be seen in the corner of people's eyes. They vanish as soon as the person realizes what they saw, and the most commonly reported version of one of these beings is the Hat Man. He's described as wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a long trench coat. Kind of sounds like a neckbeard so far. Does he also wear socks and sandals? Oh gosh. He invokes a feeling of intense fear. Scientists attribute this phenomenon to sleep paralysis, which, okay, that makes sense. I've had sleep paralysis before. Like, I woke up and I couldn't move and I saw the kid from The Grudge in my fucking closet. So, I mean, it's definitely real, but why are people seeing this specific guy? I don't know. Anyways, I don't want to get too far into it, man, because
You're trying to show you what shapes are
the heebie-jeebies, as they say. The
They're not real,
Toronto
though.
aerial jellyfish. Now, in the previous layer, I talked about aerial beasts and aerial jellyfishes in particular, so I'm not gonna get too far into this one. Also, I can't
one
find
could be like,
buckets
I don't know,
about
it could
this.
be
Literally, the
something weird.
only place I can find information about this particular cryptid is on the Cryptid Wiki, which, as we know, should not be taken as anything credible.
source,
Honestly,
yeah.
the more
It could be
research
edited
I
by
do for this
anybody.
tier list, the more this wiki pisses me off. It's everything your teachers told you Wikipedia is, but
Yeah.
Wikipedia at least cites their fucking sources.
And
most
they
of the
don't
time.
cite anything.
The Cryptid Wiki just makes shit up. They can make up quotes and sightings, and I can't back up any of these claims because there's no other information on the internet. Like they literally, I'm sure they just make people up and events up, and then the motherfuckers who are reading this that
They're
are
like,
brain dead
yeah.
and did
They start
terrible in
believing
school,
it and
like,
stuff.
Oh my gosh, bro, this is so crazy.
Oh my
Society,
gosh, they're
cryptids,
real! Aliens are
government,
real! Oh!
Sorry, I went a little bit nutty there for a second, but whatever.
No,
Let's
I
move
believe.
on.
I know.
The
I'm
Van
with
Meter
him. I'm with him.
visitor.
I'm with him.
The Van Meter
This is
visitor
why I
refers
fucking
to a
talk about
strange
this.
bat-like creature that was seen around Van Meter, Iowa in 1903.
Oh, yeah,
it's
this one.
described as being 9 feet tall.
weird, it looks
and
like a
could shoot
pterodon.
beams of light from a horn on top of its head. Some of the townspeople
Actually-
attempted to shoot the creature, but it didn't seem to be effective.
They discussed about it. There's a whole story. That Pet series covered. But that's crazy because they thought it was. The whole fucking story. I'm like, nah, it's an animal. I'm like, nah, it's not an animal. It's not an animal. I'm like, it's a fucking human. It's just robbing
by
fucking
bullets.
stores, right?
Eventually, a posse was formed, as they tended to do back in those days.
The thing I hate about that story is that I still believe it's a fucking human being, and I don't believe that there's any fucking beasts or animals that fucking did that. Because why would they want to rob a bank? I think they robbed a bank or some shit
Usually
like that.
for other reasons.
Ah.
Anyways, they chased the monster into an abandoned coal mine where it was.
Oh, it's
never
just
seen again. Now,
sensationalized.
here's a photo of the group of men who claims to.
Huh. Bad meter. Monster. Bedtime stories. Let me find the specific one.
National distributors were highly skeptical that the incident
Yeah.
had ever taken place, citing a notable lack of supporting evidence.
That's what to show up. Show.
But to the people of Van Meter, there is little doubt that this bizarre occurrence did indeed take place.
Uh-huh.
The witnesses to it were amongst the city's most affluent residents.
yeah.
Hard-working men of learning and standing, all impacted.
And here's the thing. When there's rich people that want workers to get back to work, what do? Yo, police officers, can you come here? We need to settle down some people, right? Right? So they make up some bullshit story because it's back then. You could just fucking pass off a fucking story like that.
Fashioned
And then
and
everybody's afraid to
consistent in
fucking
their
rebel and unionize, right? That's the whole thing. And like the fact that the Van Meter beast would also only like steal from like rich people and shit like that was like weird.
of the beast. And yet, over a century later, nothing even remotely resembling this fantastic creature has ever
Exactly.
been encountered anywhere else.
It's like it
on
looks
this
like a
earth.
fucking gargoyle
It
thing, and
seems
it's
the
not.
unnatural combination of a flying monster
Yeah.
with the ability to project a beam of light from its body is almost too bizarre a phenomenon to replicate. Some who have investigated the matter have speculated that it may have been a prank executed.
It could have
by
also
local
been like that,
youths
but they don't get to like
using
the actual
flying
plan.
lanterns backed up with animal calls, which were misinterpreted by an already frightened and intimidated populace. Others have gone further, claiming that the town was experiencing severe economic issues around the time of the incident. They believe that elements within the city council deliberately concocted the story in the hopes that national interest would bring.
As always
tourism
with these monsters and stories and ghost stories, they're usually hoaxed in hopes that people would come and visit the place and they would make some money off the tourism. That's why I don't believe in ghosts and shit like that. Because at the end of the day, the house,
I don't know about you
the
guys,
owners or
but this
whatever,
looks like a
they
group
want
of
to
outstanding
get like
gentlemen, if I've ever seen
some
them.
sort of power
Also,
and
does
sense of
anybody else
money,
think that the visitor looks like a legendary
or
Pokemon?
just
No, just me.
get into like
Orange
legends and stuff like
alligator.
that.
Speaking of Pokemon,
So
apparently
they
there's
want
a
something
shiny
from
alligator
the
out there somewhere.
ghosts they
The
cite,
orange
right?
alligator.
Or they
looks
get
like
something
if
from the ghosts that they
alligators
cite,
lived
it's
on a
relevant.
diet of nacho cheese Doritos.
Oh my god, orange alligators raising eyebrows. Oh, this is so fake. spotted by a family in a
Now,
nearby
this
pond.
is clearly real. Like, you can
Yeah.
see them.
It's a
I
news
don't know
story.
why an alligator expert doesn't come out to
Yeah.
study them. You'd think this would be like the discovery of the century.
Like, what the
according
fuck, like
to
filth or
reptiles,
something?
who
Like, I don't know.
knows? My
like,
theory is somebody spray painted these alligators to troll the community.
yeah, that's fucking horrible because it can harm the alligators. But also, like, maybe like it's like the things they eat, they don't get the
Sewer
right
gator.
nutrients.
Continuing the
know.
alligator theme, the sewer gator is, you guessed it, an alligator that lives in
These
the
are real.
sewer.
I believe
Now,
these are
stories
real.
about weird animals in the sewers have been around pretty
Yeah.
much since sewers were
Nah,
invented.
I believe they're real.
Like, we don't know what's down
Not
there,
all
so
of them,
of course
but, like,
people's
some-
minds are gonna wander when the unknown.
Oh, wait, if you roll a
anyway,
magnet,
stories
if you
about
spin
sewer
it-
gators are pretty common
if you
in New
spin
York,
it on
but
a
you know how
table
New
that's
Yorkers
not
are.
made
They
of metal
exaggerate everything.
or,
I
what?
mean, these are the same people that think the Knicks have a
the
chance
way
of winning
that
the
the magnet will
playoffs
point
every year.
points either
I
to the
think a
north or the
sewer
south.
gator is much more likely than that happening. Anyways, alligator experts think it's very unlikely that one could.
Oh, he just cut it there because this fucking video is so long. I think they're real. I think they're real. That doesn't look fake. That looks real. So, you know, people like dump. There are stories, and I know my fucking teacher in like 4th grade told me that he knew a friend who fucking threw an alligator down the sewer, and that he got reunited with the alligator eventually, and the alligator recognized the fucking owner. But that was when he was like a hatchling. It was weird. Not okay. Not when it was a hatchling. When it was like this, not even this big. Like maybe like this big. I don't know how many months that would be. But like the point is it's very interesting.
Yeah, bro. I guess for once, the New Yorkers were right. Hook Island sea monster.
Yeah.
Hook Island is a small island off the coast of Queensland,
So, you know, people
Australia,
fucking
and it's a popular
flush
vacation
weird-ass
spot
shit
for
down the
people
toilet,
down
dude.
under. It's known for beautiful beaches, clear waters, and giant sea monster. Now,
Yeah.
you may look at this photo and think that it was Photoshop, but it's actually just a colorized version of this image, which was taken back in the 60s.
Well, maybe not
To my
flush, but
knowledge,
maybe, like, put
Photoshop
down
hadn't been
sewers,
invented
right?
yet, but hey, I could be wrong. This giant tadpole-looking creature is estimated to be about 80 feet long, and there's even a close-up picture depicting its eyes if you weren't convinced by the other photo. Colossal
Yeah.
squid. I pretty much already
This is
covered
real.
this in the first layer. I'm not going to rehash it again. Puckwudgie. A puckwudgie is a creature that exists in the folklore of the Native American Wampanoag people. They look kind of like a cross between a goblin and a porcupine.
Yeah.
Puckwudgies have a lot of mystical powers, but their best one is the ability to appear and disappear at will. They're also
Ooh,
known to
that's
not
sick.
be very friendly towards humans, but hey, can you blame them? The only evidence of the existence is this very clearly fake photo.
Yeah.
Grassman, or the Ohio grassman as he's also known, is a potential member of the Sasquatch species. This guy allegedly lives in the forests of Ohio, where he was spotted by 2 men hiking at Salt Fork State Park.
Oh my god.
Looks pretty convincing to me. There's also a video to go along with that photo, but this has been deleted off YouTube, probably by the government. What are you trying to hide, huh? Oh, and that wasn't even the first sighting
I
of
don't
the
believe
grassman.
that.
The first sighting
The
was in
government would do that.
1978 in Minerva, Ohio, by a man named Hal Kayon. In an interview with Fox News, Hal claimed that the grassman was aggressive and threw rocks at his house and even killed his German shepherd.
Oh,
A true
that's
menace
sad.
to society. Kitsune. Ugh. All the furries and weebs just creamed their pants. In Japanese legends, a kitsune was a fox who had the ability to turn into a human. Basically like a fox werewolf. They were known for being highly intelligent and cunning, and it's said that the more tails they had, the wiser they were, and it could go up to 9 tails. So I'm guessing that's where Ninetales from Pokemon comes from.
Yeah.
The most terrifying thing about these creatures is the modern day artwork of them. You
Oh my
fucking
God.
degenerates. The Minnesota Dogman. Similar to the Beast of Bray Road and the Michigan Dogman, the Minnesota Dogman is another Midwestern human-dog hybrid. There are only a few sightings of this mutt, the first of which being at an Air Force base in 1999. A man was working the late shift patrol duty
Come
when he
on,
claims he saw a
shut
pair of
up.
eyes reflecting at him in the night. Whatever it was looking at him ran away, and he followed it with his truck. Bad move, dude. Have you ever seen a horror movie? That never ends well. Well, except for in this case, because the dude was fine. Anyways, he said the creature was wolf-like and was about the same height of his truck. The second sighting took place in Fergus Fall, Wisconsin in 2009. A man was driving down the road when he noticed 3 deer not too far off. As he stopped
this
to
is
look at
long.
the deer, he noticed
Holy
something
shit.
else. He said it looked like a wolf standing on its 2 legs, and he even noticed it had a couple of opposable thumbs. He also said it was about 7 feet tall. The third and
Shut
final alleged
up.
sighting
Oh
was
my
in a town
God,
called
dude,
Long
fucking
Prairie. A man was out hunting squirrels one morning. That's weird. When he claims to have seen a, quote, humanoid dog thing. He shot
Yeah.
at it a couple of times and he heard a yelp before he saw the creature running off. The weirdest part about this story is the guy was hunting squirrels. Why are you doing that, bro? fuck? Ogre. An ogre is a legendary monster who resembles
I don't know
a human,
why.
but
Again,
bigger and
this isn't really
fat.
like
Oh, and
cryptid
also their
stuff.
favorite
Yeah.
snack is
So we're gonna
apparently
get right
human
there.
babies. Ogres are known to be complicated beings with many layers.
Dude, I
similar
fucking
to
hate
an
this
onion.
thing. I want to buy a
While I was doing
longer
research
extension
for this
cord
iceberg. I
thingy.
came across this old painting of an ogre. And see that in the bottom left?
Oh
That's
my God.
Puss in Boots,
Yeah, Puss in
bro,
Boots.
from
What the
Shrek.
fuck?
I thought DreamWorks made up Puss in Boots, but no, he
No.
actually comes from an Italian
Yeah.
fairy tale from the 1600s. There is truly nothing original anymore. Anyways, ogres can be conflated with giants and vice versa, and they have a lot of the same characteristics. Sirens. Sirens were sexy bird women from Greek mythology whose beautiful
Oh,
voices
I thought they
would
were
lure
just
sailors
sirenas.
into a shipwreck.
Like, you know,
now,
mermaids.
these days when people think of sirens, they typically think of an evil mermaid,
Yeah.
half woman, half fish. But originally, no, they were half woman, half bird. Now, Pliny the Elder, the famous Roman historian, stated that sirens are just a fable. So if this dude 2,000 years ago didn't believe
Yeah.
in them, then it's time
It's
to
yeah,
move.
it's,
Sheep
it didn't
squatch.
exist. Yeah.
You thought Bat Squatch was weird? Wait till you hear about Sheep Squatch. The depictions of this thing are absolutely terrifying.
Sheep
Like when I
Squatch?
first
What
heard the
the
name, I
fuck?
was like, "Oh, it's gonna be cute. It's gonna be like this little sheep." No, it's genuinely
What the
terrifying.
fuck?
Can you guess where it's from? Yup. West Virginia, just like
Oh
every
my
other fucking thing on
God.
this list, apparently.
Dude.
Anyway, Sheep Squatch has been seen
What
at least
is
4
going on
times,
in
with
West
the first 4 sightings being
Virginia?
in 1994,
What the
and
fuck?
the latest one being in 2015.
Why is
Despite
everything
the
from
depictions
West
of it,
Virginia?
most people who claim to have seen
Oh
it
my
have
God.
described it as being
I'm
a
telling
white
you, they're
bear
struggling
covered
for
in green that
tourism or
stands
some
on 2
shit.
legs. There's not really any mention of horns or anything. Also, despite its
Oh my God. Let me see this up. West Virginia economy ranking. 42nd for economic health and 51st for innovation potential? Bro, who's the fucking 15th state? Oh my God, there's my fucking light. Bro, Washington D.C. has this motherfucker beat out this fucking state. Oh my God. Yeah, 42nd. You can tell they're making up all these things like half tourism.
appearance, it's apparently afraid of people, with most witnesses claiming that it ran away from them and screamed. The Cerro Azul monster. Now, I touched on this one
Cerro
briefly
Azul?
in the first layer.
That's
Remember I made that
Mountain
joke,
Blue.
Panama
Blue
creature,
Mountain.
who looks kind of like your mom after a few glasses of Chardonnay.
Yeah,
Anyways,
right?
the Cerro Azul monster is also known as the Panama creature, which is an unidentified species that washed up on the shore in Panama. Now, the weird thing about this is that the teenagers who discovered it claimed that it approached them and they killed it in self-defense. An autopsy was actually done on the creature, which concluded that it was a brown-throated sloth, and its hairless appearance was the result of decomposition due to the water.
Oh.
But I don't know, man. I don't trust those autopsy guys. They could
Shut up. Oh my God.
Chilean
Why is this guy like
blob.
this?
This one is another globster. The Chilean blob was a large mass of tissue that washed up on the
Oh, it's
beaches
a
of
whale.
Chile in 2003. It weighed about 14 tons.
Oh, this is
It
all
was
scientific.
originally
This
thought
is
to be some kind of
obviously
species
not
of
like
giant
showing like
octopus,
any gore.
but it was later discovered in 2004 that was
Oh, well,
actually the
carpet,
body
so.
of a sperm whale. Took y'all
Yeah.
a whole year to figure that out, man? Really? Cyclops shark. Man, this one kind of looks like...
Wazowski.
I actually remember seeing this on Facebook years ago, thinking it was another fake post to trick boomers into sharing it. But no, this is real. Unfortunately, this
Yeah.
isn't some new species of shark because it was found in the
It was
belly
an
of a
albino
gulf
shark
It's
with
actually an
a
insanely
cyclops
rare,
ears.
double mutated
Yeah.
shark. I say double mutated because not only does it only have one eye, but it's also albino.
Yeah.
Poor guy never had a chance. Manipogo. Okay, so we talked about Ogopogo. Now we're going to talk about his brother, Manipogo. The name Manipogo is actually a riff on the more well-known Ogopogo combined
Yeah.
with Manitoba, the lake which it's said to inhabit. The legend of Manipogo goes back more than 100 years. The first sighting was in 1909 by a fur trader who reported a massive creature within the water. Sightings continue throughout the years, and people claim that they see some kind of monster swimming in the waters to this very day.
Like that? Oh my
Platypus.
God.
Now, you're probably saying to yourself, platypus ain't no cryptid. Platypus is real.
It was thought to
you're
be
right,
fake.
So calm down. The reason it's on this list is because it was originally thought to be a hoax.
Yeah.
People thought someone sewed a duckbill and web feed onto a beaver. I mean,
Yeah.
if you really think about it, can you blame them for being skeptical? I mean, a
It looks
platypus
fake
makes
as
no
fuck.
sense. It's
Yeah.
a mammal that lays eggs and also has venom. Like, if you've never heard of a platypus, you'd probably think it's horseshit. I mean, it goes
Yeah.
against everything we previously knew about biology.
Un
So that's why in the field of
ornitorrinco.
cryptozoology, the platypus is so
You all can pronounce this word below. Ornitorrinco extreme. This is how you know you're fluent in Spanish. Uh,
Ornitorrinco.
Shut the fuck up! It's not Portuguese. Okay, maybe that is the Portuguese explanation. Or explanation. Really? Where is Spanish? I always look for Espanol. And I'm like, where is it? Where is it? I'm like, where's Espanol? Dude, it brings me so much suffering to like look for like Espanol rather than Spanish. It's right fucking here. Hold up, where is it? Okay, right here. Ornitorrinco.
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 Ornitorrinco. You guys say that 5 times fast. Ornitorrinco, 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 ornitorrinco.
Important because
I can't say it faster than that, otherwise I fuck
one
up.
day they might be able to find another platypus
And I'm
and
like a
prove
fake
all the
Mexican,
haters
right?
wrong. And this is far from the only case of something like this happening. I mean, I mentioned the African unicorn before. Kiwa hirsuta, or yeti crab, is a crustacean discovered in 2005 in the Antarctic Ocean. When it was discovered, scientists thought it was just a one-off species and no other similar creatures could possibly exist. So it was essentially a cryptid amongst the marine biologist community until more species were discovered. Sewer creatures. We previously talked about sewer gators. Now, it's been generally agreed that alligators cannot survive in sewers for an extended period of time.
Yeah, but they can exist.
I don't believe that for a second, but whatever.
I think they can exist down there, though.
Alligators aren't the only animals speculated to live in sewers in New York. In fact, the 1850s, there were stories involving
I'll concede
sewer
my point there.
hogs. In a Daily Telegraph article from 1859, it was stated, Hampstead sewers shelter a monstrous breed of black swine, which have propagated and run wild among the slimy fetulence. I can't pronounce anything, dog. But you know what? Until somebody goes down into those sewers and explores every inch of those dookie-infested pipes, you can't say it's not true. Apart from pigs and gators, there's also weirder stuff. Like the Cameron Village sewer blob. In 2009, a South Carolina construction company sent a surveillance camera into the sewer pipes beneath Cameron Village. What they found was... I don't really know how to describe it, so here's a video. Yo, pardon my language, but what the fudge is that? That shit looks like my right nut. Bro, I don't know what that is, but somebody needs to figure that out before it spreads. Komodo dragon.
Yeah, what the fuck? That's like fungus or some shit.
Similar to the platypus, back in the day, Komodo dragons were just a rumor amongst Europeans.
Yeah.
They're probably like, oh yeah, an 8-foot-long lizard with toxic spit.
And no wings, exactly.
But they later came to find out that this mother sucker is 100% certified. Ropin. Somewhere in the jungles of Papua New Guinea, there exists a giant flying creature known as the ropin. It's thought by some to be just a large species of bat. After all, the largest bats have a wingspan of like 5.5 feet. However, it's also been described as having a pterodactyl-like features, including a long tail, a long beak.
Oh yeah,
snout,
that's where it gets
and
stained.
that don't sound like no bat to me. Now the weirdest thing is, apparently it also emits light. It was first sighted in 1935 by biologist Evelyn Cheeseman, who was pretty reputable, by the way. And she also claimed that the creatures glowed. Now, the ropin existed in the folklore of the native Papua New Guineans. Is that what they're called? Oh, they're actually called Papuans. Interesting. Drop bear. A drop bear is a giant koala that eats people. Here's an artist's depiction of a drop bear. Really, bro? You just photoshopped cartoon fangs onto a koala. That's the best you could do?
Right.
Whatever. Not even cryptozoologists think this one's real, so I'm not going to waste my time with it.
Because you're not. I used to think drop bears were real.
Despite its name, it's not
like,
actually a relative of the orangutan. Actually, it's thought to somehow be related to Sasquatch because of its similar characteristics. Orangutans are said to be between 7 to 12 feet tall and covered with dark, bushy hair.
What the
The
heck?
orangutan is generally thought to be peaceful except for one incident. In 2013, a group of wild...
Orangutan? What? What? Did I hear that right? No. Or is he saying like weird?
Feet tall and cover characteristics. Orangutans are said to be between 7 to 12
Orangutan?
feet tall and covered with dark, bushy hair. The orangutan is generally
never heard of that.
peaceful except for one incident. In 2013, a group of wild monkeys went on a rampage in an Indonesian village.
What
a group
the
of
heck?
10 monkeys attacked people and ransacked their homes. This isn't typical behavior for monkeys who usually avoid people. Also, some people describe the monkeys as being 4 to 5 feet tall and having no tails, so possibly orangutan babies. Okay, but wouldn't everyone notice if that was the case?
Yeah.
If a group of 10 5-foot-tall gorillas attacked a town, there would be no room for debate. Like, oh,
Yeah.
maybe they were monkeys, no, maybe they were good. No, stop it.
Yeah,
Yes,
they'd be
no.
like, they
Well,
were
there
eggs.
you have it.
What the fuck?
Part 1 of the cryptid iceberg. This was originally supposed to be all one video, but I quickly figured out there was no way that was going to happen. It would be like 4 hours long. Anyways, I put a ton of time and effort into this one. I even reshot it once because I wasn't satisfied with the original draft. So I would really appreciate if you guys showed this one in particular some love. So if you liked it, give it a like. Maybe even give me a subscribe.
Okay,
If
there's
not,
part
tell me you
2.
hate me and that I'm scum. Also, as always, let me know. in
Before
the
we watch
comments what you
part
guys
2,
think,
let's watch the
and
rest.
Thank you for watching. I really do appreciate it, guys. Later.
Yeah, let's watch
While
this.
working as the archive.
Yeah. This is Curious Archive, and let's
While
like the last
working as the archivist of my collection of curiosities, I've researched a lot of cryptids. Famous monsters like Bigfoot and the Yeti, but also lesser-known creatures like the sheep squatch and
Which
the
fucking weird.
Loveland frogman. As a methodical archivist, I have to admit that a lot of the evidence for such creatures, as amazing
like
as
minimal.
they are, can be somewhat questionable.
Yeah.
Indeed, there's a long and frankly hilarious history of people trying and failing to fake the existence of these cryptids to the masses.
Yeah.
So today, I'll be
Like the
unveiling
fairies,
some
those
of
are
the
just
greatest
pictures.
historical cryptid
Even though they look
hoaxes.
really real.
And while the monsters on this list are fake, the real stories behind their fabrication are often just as outlandish as the creatures themselves, involving lies, double-crossing, and
Yeah.
ridiculous amounts of money down the drain. So let's shine a light on these stories. In the summer of 1937, reports of giant footprints on the shores of Nantucket shocked the tiny U.S. town.
Yeah.
Photographs of what appeared to be the tracks of a large, unknown animal soon followed. Stories spread that a sea serpent, right out of ancient myth,
A
had
sea
come
serpent, oh
ashore
my god.
somewhere on the
Look at
island.
that, that's
A few
absurd.
days later, an account came in that a gigantic monster was spotted on the beach, and huge crowds gathered
Look
to
at that,
investigate.
holy fuck, that is a big
And
crowd. What the
they
fuck?
were greeted by this.
Oh my
A sea
god.
serpent to be sure, but clearly not a real one.
Yeah.
This hilariously fake creature was the creation of this guy, Tony Sard, an early
Jesus.
pioneer in puppetry who had orchestrated the whole thing, footprints included, to get the town and himself into the news. Although even at the time, people obviously weren't fooled by the giant inflatable
Jesus.
monster once they actually saw it,
Yeah.
Sard's self-promotion plan was a success. Later that year, he'd actually end up designing the first balloons of the Macy's Day Parade, which his
Ooh.
fake sea serpent also flew in. The Nantucket sea serpent is
Masons?
a pretty
That doesn't
amusing
sound
and
good.
harmless hoax
Because,
all
you know,
in all.
masonry is,
But not all hoaxes have such
white supremacist. Masonry. No. Freemasonry, yeah. The degrees. It refers to the fraternal organization that traces their origins. So yeah, the stonemasons. I don't know. Like if I remember, like they're like weird. What is it? I don't know. Yeah, they're just secret. They're like weird. I don't know. They're often like I don't know. From what I remember, if I'm not incorrect, they're like white supremacists.
pleasant backstories. In New York in the early 1840s, a reported 10,000 pamphlets swept the city, claiming the body of a real-life
mermaid, yeah.
mermaid had been found and was going on
And what's
display.
their attraction?
The location of this supposed unveiling was a museum at the corner of Broadway and Park Row, which just so
See?
happened to be owned
All
by
these
one
hoaxes are to
P.T.
bring
Barnum,
publicity to
the
these
infamous
places.
showman, conman, and all-around questionable dude. And this mermaid was right out of his scheming playbook. Though advertised as a beautiful being from classical myth, the actual specimen people would see was a strange, shriveled creature that horrified onlookers. This is because Barnum's mermaid was, of course, not a supernatural creature, but a
it was
hoax.
a fish
The
and a
object
monkey
was in
head.
fact composed of the body and
Put
torso
in
of
paper
a
machine.
taxidermied monkey attached to the back half of a fish, in a pretty twisted attempt to create a natural-looking life form. While the scientific community at large debunked the specimen multiple times, the mermaid was still a huge success for Barnum, with people from all over coming to examine it. The hoax met its end when it was likely destroyed in one of the many fires that destroyed other parts of Barnum's collection.
So the ones they have in
And
it,
so
it's
the
just like
mermaid
a
scam
diorama.
was no more.
Or it's just like an
But
example
other
of how it
cryptid
would have
hoaxes
looked.
were far more enduring. Perhaps no single faked image has influenced more people than this famous 1934 photograph that supposedly captures the one and only Loch Ness Monster. This photo is a huge part of what launched the supposed sea monster into popular culture.
Oh my god, imagine if
and
that's
led
how it
to
looked like.
countless
Wait, does it
follow-up
look like
articles
Shrek?
and other
Well, what
alleged
is up with those
sightings.
like weird
It wasn't
ears,
until
dude?
much later that the picture was officially exposed as a fake, and the tale behind why it was taken is truly ridiculous. The story of the hoax begins in 1933, when the newspaper The Daily Mail hired one Marmaduke Wetherell, pictured here
We already heard
looking
this last story.
extremely normal, to track down the beast. A British actor turned eccentric big game hunter, Wetherell reported a series of footprints belonging to the creature. Yes, footprints. At this time, the concept of the Loch Ness Monster being fully aquatic wasn't completely in the public consciousness. And a lot of supposed sightings from the era involved the beast lumbering across dry land. Wetherell's footprints were ridiculed by the Daily Mail when it turned out he had faked them by pressing the taxidermied leg of a hippo into the sand. Looking to get back at the newspaper, Wetherell paid his son-in-law to
This
take
guy
a
knows
photo
shit.
of
He's
a
revealing
wooden
more
dinosaur
details than the
head
other
glued
guy in
to
the
a
other
paper
documentary.
submarine. From a distance,
The other
this
guy was
hoax
like a
made
hippo's
for
leg
a
or something, he
decently
got it.
convincing monster,
And
the
like
rest
this
is
guy is
history.
like, nope, we got a
Not all
taxidermy.
cryptid hoaxes were so cheap.
this is a
to
giant.
produce,
This is a
however.
fake giant.
Others, like the petrified Cardiff giant, were extremely costly and complex undertakings in deception. The grand illusion began 2 years before the mysterious giant was unveiled, when an American named George Hull hired a German sculptor, in secret, to carve a 10-foot or 3-meter-long block of stone into the likeness of a giant. He then transported the stone giant via railroad to the farm of his cousin, where he buried it.
This is very
Nearly a
elaborate,
year
right?
Later, Hull hired 2 men to build a well where he knew his fake petrified giant had been buried. In total, this elaborate
So
plan
these are
likely
hoaxes
cost
for about
over
of like cryptids.
$51,000 in
That's
today's
a lot.
money.
That's a lot.
But Hull soon made his money back,
That's a
as
whole
people
salary
from
right
across
there.
the country scrambled to take a look at the supposed giant. The giant drew such crowds that another con man hired someone to model the giant's shape in wax and create a plaster replica. That conman was P.T. Barnum again, showing
Oh my
that guy
God.
was really everywhere. Once Barnum started making money off his copy of the giant, Hull tried to sue Barnum in court, calling Barnum's giant a fake. Reportedly, the judge told Hull to get his giant to swear on its own genuineness if he wanted a favorable ruling. In the end, both
What?
giants were revealed as fakes in court. Quite the series of twists.
That is
Other
interesting.
equally wild hoaxes emerged from
Yeah, this
much
is a
more
very one.
peaceful backgrounds. The Cottingley theory.
This
that
one was
created
just like a
infamous
nice like
photographs
hoax, you know.
taken in
It's a feel-good
1917
hoax.
near the small English village
This
of
one's like they don't
Cottingley.
want anything. They
These
just want it to
photographs
be
feature what appear to be various fairies interacting with 2 young cousins, and are extremely bold compared to many of the other hoaxes by not
Exactly.
being blurry in the slightest. These photographs had a profound effect on the public, which at the time was experiencing a rise in interest in psychic phenomena as part of an escape from the horrors of the First World War. Sir
Very
Arthur
interesting
Conan
stuff,
Doyle,
right, to
most
understand
famous
and
as the
listen to.
author of the Sherlock Holmes stories, was a particularly passionate advocate that the photos were genuine.
This is the truth. This is what I should have
Many
showed
were more
first. What the
skeptical,
fuck?
However, as close examination of the photos made it seem pretty clear that
The other guy just mentioned
fairies
all
were
the
actually
fairies.
just paper cutouts, positioned so they appeared to be interacting with the children. While believing the photos were real might have been the far more appealing option, interest soon died down, and eventually the two cousins admitted that the photographs were cardboard cutouts copied from popular children's books.
They
of
drew
the
the
time.
fairy wings.
Nonetheless, it's a fascinating moment of history. Not all hoaxes were debunked so easily, however. The Piltdown Man is perhaps the greatest hoax on this list in terms of how long it was accepted by the scientific community. Though not a cryptid in the traditional sense, this fossil supposedly belonged to a missing link between apes and humans. The tale of this missing link begins in 1912, when Charles Dawson, an amateur scientist who should not be confused with the way cooler Charles Darwin, claimed to
No, who was the guy that discovered a bunch of dinosaurs? The point is, there was like a guy that discovered a bunch of dinosaurs, and the only scientific feat they accomplished was funding the scientists, or not the scientists, the people who fucking carved out the, the skeletal structures of the dinosaurs and found the dinosaurs, right? And that's all he did, and then he bought the structures and put them in his own museum and stuff like that to display them. And that's
found a skull that would fill a supposed gap in paleontology regarding human origins. The majority of scholars in this emerging field believed his finding to be legitimate.
Yeah, but it was a bunch of clay or something.
Of the Piltdown Man became famous. Nationalism and cultural prejudice played a role in this, as the Piltdown Man satisfied the expectations of British scientists that the earliest humans must have emerged in Europe. Even at the time, however, more thorough paleontology.
And all this comes to like phrenology, which is such a bad part of science. It was literally racist science. Hold up. It was like the shape of your skull and stuff. Look, and shit like this. A genuine husband, an unreliable husband. It was like weird shit like this. You know what I mean? And other stuff. Yeah, scientific racism. Literally, they would say like Italian people had smaller brains and thus were dumb. Back then, Italian people were like people of color, like straight up. Nowadays, we just see Italian people and we're like, oh, they're white. But it was very interesting thing.
Apologists were skeptical from the outset, with some suggesting the skull was actually.
Well, they weren't even people of color. They were just like beasts. Some people just fucking said that. It was crazy.
This assertion turned out to be exactly correct.
Like, imagine what they thought of like Mexican people and all that.
With Charles Dawson being the likely culprit behind the forgery.
And like other like cultures and stuff. Definitely didn't look favorably to other people that were already here in America that were
evolution as something strictly linear and progressive. Our modern phylogenetic tree of hominid evolution is way, way more complex, with there being no solitary missing link between anatomically modern humans and our anthropoid ancestors. The Piltdown Man is therefore an even more obvious hoax in retrospect. And the last hoax on our list is something more harmless and quite a bit more recent. The Pacific Northwest tree octopus is a cryptid from the early internet age. It emerged on the scene with this website, which encouraged readers to help save the endangered tree-dwelling octopus species of the temperate rainforests in North America.
FAQ
the
sightings.
Tree octopus is obviously just a fun joke, but thanks to the many doctored photographs on display, a lot of people thought this was a real animal. This website actually led to early discussions on
how would they live on
the internet
land?
Can trick people into believing false information, an idea that is commonplace now. The creator of this hoax, who goes by the pseudonym Lyle Zapado, is an early mastermind of surrealist internet humor, and I've dropped a link to his site and social media in the description below. Because out of all these cryptids, the tree octopus is definitely the most fun and my personal favorite. And with that, I've covered some of the craziest hoax stories I've found while doing research for the archive. If there are other cryptid hoaxes that you're a fan of, please let me know in the comments. Also, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed
what was
this entry,
that? That
please
was a
lend
weird
your support,
newspaper.
and like, subscribe, and hit the notification icon to stay.
So yeah, all these. This is why I like knowing history, knowing science, knowing literate, like being literate in the sense of like, you know, what's true and not true, right? A bit of psychology, a bit of economics, right? Math and stuff like that. And this is where everything kind of coincides and why we're taught all this stuff in school, in my opinion, so we can discern what's true and what's opinion, excuse me. So we can discern fact and fiction, right? And also so that way we can also, like, you know, go out and do our basically own calculations and stuff. And I don't know, I don't even know where I was going with that latter point. But the point is, fact and fiction is like the better point that I was making.
Stay up to date on all things
Be educated, right? There we go.
See you in the next video.
What is that? Ooh. What is cryptozoology? Let's not watch this. The first person already like explained it. Corfu Island creature. Why Megalodon went extinct? Yeah, I can watch some.
Ah, cryptids are back.
Let's watch this.
Let's return to the sea, not with globsters. They'll be back in a jiffy.
This is by Trey the Explainer. He has no comments.
That is actually fairly
interesting,
and some of you may have heard about it. I am, of course, talking about the Corfu Island creature, or as I like to call it, weird hippo thing that watches you when you sleep.
Okay.
It all started out on one dark night in November 2015, truly the scariest time of year, when Scottish tourist Harvey Robertson, which, judging by his name, I hope this is an image of him, was on a boat cruise with his family in Corfu, Greece. While taking pictures inside a sea cave, Harvey noticed something just under the water's surface.
Yeah.
He was able to snap a couple
saw
pics
a dolphin or
of what he
something.
believed to be a gray creature that resembled the head of an elongated manatee. As claimed by this news website, experts were baffled by the creature and were completely unable to identify it. People claim the pictures are evidence of everything from undiscovered sea serpents to late surviving plesiosaurs to the Loch Ness Monster to even Amit, the ancient Egyptian croco-hippo soul eater. I ain't kidding you.
It's a power of the dead. Oh my god. Imagine finding some fucking Egyptian deity in the fucking waters of Greece. That wouldn't be out there, but like, it's like, why?
And domesticated to protect boats from damage. Yes, as it turns out, the sea serpent
my
is
God.
almost definitely a plastic freeboard fender. Freeboard fenders are plastic devices that are often tied to the sides of boats to prevent them from rushing and bumping up against rocky surfaces.
Oh, I'm convinced it is now, yeah.
This freeboard fender, in particular, paying an almost exact resemblance to the monster, with the hole used to tie
Yeah, what the
boat
fuck?
identified as a nostril, and this hole is
Holy
identified
shit!
as an eye. Odds are some boater in Greece dropped his freeboard fender in the water, it floating for a while, and Harvey just came around and thought it was a monster.
Cool.
What if? Well, let's just start out by saying, against all logic, the Corfu monster wasn't a freeboard fender at all, and was actually the head of a real organism.
This is cool. This is cool. Debunk.
What would it eat, etc.? Well, I've thought up a speculative scenario in which the Corfu monster does exist. The facial anatomy of Corfu would obviously make it a member of Tethetheria, the group that includes dugongs, manatees, elephants, and Arsinotherium. I propose that Corfu is a close relative to, if not a member of, Sirenia, the group that includes dugongs and manatees. In fact, it has been confirmed that dugongs once inhabited the waters of the Mediterranean, until the rise of civilizations, which most likely killed them off. I propose that a small group closely related to these dugongs survived until very recently in very small populations in the waters around Greece. This fully aquatic mammal would
That's how it would have to look,
to eat marine vegetation and shellfish in the sediment. Due to their small populations, these gentle giants, which I have dubbed Nodosophis troglodytes, or false serpent cave dwellers, are shy and live primarily in sea caves for shelter from human interaction. The species is all but extinct in the modern era, only being spotted very briefly through passing glimpses. And yeah, that's my very brief examination of the Corfu creature. Hope you enjoyed, and thank you so much for watching me.
Cool, but like, they're not real, obviously. They're just a fucking knob. Right? That's what we saw. Yeah, whatever the fuck that is, right? Literally looks like it. Holy shit. What the fuck? I mean, there's like one extra dot, but then like, and look over here.
About 8 million years
that's
ago,
it.
a little baleen whale was swimming in the warm coastal waters of Peru.
And
it
then
was
was
only
eaten.
about 3 or 4 meters long, about the
That's
size
what they're
of a
gonna say.
beluga whale. And while it filtered mouthfuls of plankton-rich water, it was unaware that just below it swam a predator. Like the great white sharks of our time, this predator likely hunted whales from below or behind in case its prey was capable of echolocation. It turns out that this little whale known as Piscobalaena didn't have that ability, but for the hunter, the element of surprise was enough. It swam up for the attack, and that was that for Piscobalaena. We know who the predator...
Like, be slow. Hold on. What? Oh, you know, that's no wait. Did I spell it? There we go. Pisca. Yeah, Pisca. No, see, pinch. Did I spell it wrong? Did I put? Oh my god! Hold up. Did I do this on accident? Oops. Pisca. That's what I'm gonna say. Pisca. There we go. Pinch. It's like a pinch, right? And bisco, I guess, would be like a pinch as well, or a dash, right? So it being like as small as well or whatever is interesting.
Was because it left a tooth in the whale's body, which eventually fossilized. It usually goes by its species name,
Megalodon, yeah.
And it was the largest shark that ever lived. At up to 18 meters, it was almost 3/4 of the size of a modern blue whale.
Yeah.
Its teeth were as big as your hand or bigger, and its jaws were wide enough to swallow you whole. Megalodon.
I wish I had a megalodon tooth, dude. Imagine fucking wearing that shit like a
for
chain.
more than 10 million years, it was at the top
Imagine
of
wearing that thing like a
as the
chain.
ocean's
Oh my god.
apex predator,
So
until 2.6 million years ago when it went extinct. Yes, really? Don't let Hollywood convince you otherwise.
Yeah.
I know you're smarter than that. Megalodon disappeared entirely from the fossil record, just as the Pliocene gave way to the Pleistocene. And there's also proof of its extinction in the composition of marine life that we find today, especially in the kinds and sizes of whales that swim in our modern oceans. So what happened to the largest shark in history? Well, it turns out that while Megalodon may have been the biggest shark that ever swam, it would eventually be defeated by the greatest.
The great white shark.
Megalodon was the biggest, scariest shark in a family of big, scary sharks. It belongs to the diverse order of sharks known as lamniforms, which today include sand tigers, goblins, threshers, and the great white. And when Megalodon was first described in 1835, scientists thought that its big, serrated, blade-like teeth looked so much like those of the great white that Megalodon was originally placed in the same family. But today, based on features around the base of its massive teeth, most experts think that it was probably in a separate family whose members are all now extinct, called Otodontidae, also known as the mega-toothed shark.
Orthodontist. Yeah, okay, that's the right thing. Interesting.
Now, one of the oldest and smallest of the group of megatooths
That's for the word comes from, I guess.
was a shark known as Otodus obliquus, which lived in the early Eocene nearly 20 million years before Megalodon appeared on the scene. And some scientists think that Megalodon belonged to this same genus, Otodus, while others assign it to another genus of extinct sharks called Carcharocles. Either way, Megalodon was the largest of all the megatooth sharks called Carcharocles. Either way, Megalodon was the largest of all the megatooths, first showing up in the fossil record about 23 million years ago. So how and why did it get so huge? Well, Megalodon's massive size was linked to the size of its prey, and both were shaped by forces much bigger than themselves. These external forces began at the end of the Mesozoic, when plate tectonics caused the uplift of mountains in North America and Asia. The weathering of these growing mountain ranges pumped massive amounts of nutrient-rich sediment into the oceans, increasing the productivity of ecosystems near the shore. And as the algae and plants grew, so did the Megalodon's
That's beautiful, dude. Again, I want to explore.
Marine mammals like whales, dolphins,
one day I'll
and seals
explore
all
the
have
sea
pretty
on
high
stream,
fat
be like,
content,
"Hi guys,
making
beach
them a
stream."
nutritious, high-calorie snack for any predator that can catch
Underwater,
them.
that'd be
And as the
impossible.
marine mammals grew over time, so did the sharks. Over the course of about 20 million years, marine mammals and the line of megatooth sharks that led to Megalodon both doubled in size. And Megalodon in particular started to grow too. Fast. Fossils of newborn megalodon found in places like Panama show that they were about 2 to 3 meters long, half the size of a
and they
modern
blew
great white
up
shark, and
I
about 1.5 times as large as their ancestor Otodus obliquus. And these massive baby sharks grew like weeds. We know this because shark vertebrae show rings of their growth just like tree rings. And these rings show that megalodon babies grew almost twice as quickly as Otodus obliquus, reaching their maximum length.
It's like the one render they have.
So getting bigger over time and
It's
then
just like a
getting
weird
bigger
fucking shot.
faster probably helped Megalodon keep up in the ongoing size race with the marine mammals they hunted.
Yeah.
And hunt it most certainly did. Its teeth have been found stuck in the ribs of many unidentified whale species, as well as tiny Piscobalaena, and even a pinniped about the size of a sea lion. So size was a very useful adaptation for the giant sharks. Until it wasn't. Because 2.6 million years ago, Megalodon disappeared. And there are a couple of potential reasons for this. For one thing, 2.6 million years ago marked the beginning of the Pleistocene, when cooler temperatures and long periods of glaciation began to set in, also known as the Ice Ages.
Bigger animals, you think have to be like warm-blooded.
Megalodon directly, or it could have impacted its food source. That's because the change in climate led to a restructuring of how and where whales lived. As the climate shifted, more productive environments with more food began to take shape closer to the
whales
poles.
don't like the
So
cold,
whales
right?
started to spend a lot more time
think
there
have
and became more migratory. So maybe the problem for Megalodon was that its
it
prey
warm-blooded?
started moving to where the water was colder, too cold perhaps for Megalodon to follow. For a long time, scientists thought that this might have been what did in the world's biggest shark. But in 2016, a group of
No, if you're
researchers
cold-blooded,
led by
you
Dr.
need the heat.
Catalina
If you're warm-blooded, you need the cold.
decided to
There we go,
test
that's
that
it.
hypothesis. Specifically, they tested the assumption that Megalodon couldn't live in cold
Otherwise, you
water.
like die of heat
Pimiento and her
exhaustion.
team used a climate forecasting model to recreate ocean temperatures during the Pliocene
That's why
and
snakes can
Miocene,
die easily in the
and compared
like
those
the
temperatures
winter
to
because
where
if they don't
Megalodon
make a
had
dent,
lived. They found that while the
it
shark
just get too
preferred
cold for them
water
and they
from
die.
about 12 to 27 degrees
like, they
Celsius,
slow down.
its fossils were still found in places
Well,
where the
they
water
stop
was
moving,
as cold as
and then
1
once it
degree.
turns hot
So
again,
Megalodon
they're able
probably
to
was
move again.
okay
Like, as
with
if nothing
colder
happened.
water, which makes sense because many large sharks
We're the
today
opposite.
are mesothermic.
If it gets
They
cold,
can keep
we're
their
normal.
bodies a little warmer than the
We're
surrounding
normally, but
water
we end up
temperature,
dying
which helps
eventually.
them stay active even in colder waters. So if
we
changes
still
to the whale's
freeze,
movement and
but we
habitats
just
wasn't
die,
the problem, then what
clinically because of our
was?
brains.
Well, the disappearance of Megalodon seems to coincide with
brain
two
stops sending
big
signals.
important changes in the animal
And
kingdom.
then bad.
The first was the appearance of new predators that Megalodon had to compete with. For example, starting around the middle of the Miocene,
so complex.
we
We
find
know
a
it's
giant
snakes.
sperm
They can
whale
come
with
back
the
to life
epic
because
name of Leviathan melvelli,
they're more simpler.
named for none other than the author of Moby Dick. But unlike the suction-feeding sperm
Oh
whales
my
of our
God.
time, Leviathan had short, powerful jaws. and its
Leviathan,
teeth
yeah.
were big, strong, and meant for biting into flesh. Also, at 17 meters long, Leviathan wasn't just snacking on squid, it was eating
was a
other
big-
whales. And it
Oh
was
my
only
God.
one of many species of carnivorous whales in the middle Miocene. In the late Miocene,
okay.
another adversary shows up in
Interesting.
the fossil record, the earliest ancestor of the great white shark, Cocarodon habeli. This
It
shark
could have
was a
outcompeted,
direct
the
competitor
Megalodon.
with Megalodon, as proven by its tooth marks that have been found in fossils of the same whale species that we know Megalodon ate, namely that little Piscobalaena. Then a few million years later, in the early Pliocene, the first fossils appear of the modern great white, Cocarodon cocarius. Now, in addition to having to compete with newer, more nimble sharks like these, some of Megalodon's most important prey, namely whales, were on the decline. Toward the end of the Pliocene, the number of whales dramatically decreased from about 60 whale species to about 40. Many of these species
That's
were
a little
filter feeders
bit.
and fed on krill and other organisms, which in turn ate microscopic algae called diatoms. And starting around 3 million years ago, the oceans began to experience a serious drop in diatom diversity. It's not 100% clear why this happened, but it might relate to changes in ocean circulation that took place when North and South America finally came together, and water could no longer circulate between the Pacific and the Atlantic. Regardless of the reasons, fewer diatoms meant fewer krill, which in turn meant fewer whales, and with less food, Megalodon had to compete even harder with the smaller and faster great white shark.
Yeah.
Being bigger is great if it gives you the advantage of having
Split up
access to a different
populations.
food group, but when it no longer does, it means you're just bulkier and require more food to survive. Which is why 2.6 million years ago, the very last of the Megalodon disappeared from the fossil record. And the absence of the Megalodon may have had a big impact on the world's oceans. In the past
Yeah.
couple million years, great white sharks and orcas have taken over the roles of apex predator. But these much smaller carnivores couldn't hunt the larger whales that Megalodon was likely able to eat. For instance, we know that modern great whites frequently eat dolphins half their size, so it's possible that an 18-meter Megalodon was eating whales that were as big as 9 meters.
Yeah.
Much too big for other predators to handle. And after Megalodon went extinct, the size of whales exploded. During the Pleistocene, the waters grew colder, and the new and improved productivity at the poles meant diatoms bounced back. And this newly productive environment,
I wonder how much
the
like the
absence of
sea
large
will shrink if we
predators
just
meant
take
that
out
the
all
whales
the
were able
creatures
to
from it,
become
right?
twice as
Just
big
like
as the
zoop,
biggest
all of them
whales
just
of the
disappear.
Pliocene. This is why the blue
Or made to
whale, the
disappear
largest
from the
animal
sea.
our planet has ever seen,
And like
appeared
how
in
much the
fossil
water would
record
like
only
fall down
recently,
by.
less than 2 million years ago. Without
I
18
bet you it would fall down by a
around,
lot.
the oceans could
Not a
finally
little
host
bit.
25-meter whales. So
shit.
Megalodon and its ancestors
whales
had
are
a great
big.
run. Over 30 million years, they became larger in order to eat larger marine mammals. But when those mammals started to disappear and when competition with great white sharks and other predators became too fierce, Megalodon didn't make the evolutionary cut. But it's worth noting that the biggest great white sharks of today are about a meter longer than their ancestors were in the Miocene.
Yeah.
And they grow a little faster when they're young too, just like Megalodon did. It took nearly 30 million years for the mega-toothed sharks to reach the enormous size of Megalodon, a slow transformation that took place as whales and other marine mammals slowly grew in size. But whales today are already enormous and face very few predators, which leaves the niche of super shark wide open. So it just might be that the great white shark could become the Megalodon of the future, and that giant sharks might patrol our oceans once again.
Oh my gosh, imagine, that'd be insane.
Thanks for joining me today.
Anyhow, with that being said, I think we got ourselves a nice stream, right? I could listen to the scary story, but I'll be fucking honest. I haven't heard a hit of this fucking first one. I'm just like, maybe we can listen along to this one tomorrow or some other day when I'm playing a different game, right? Okay, maybe not for like Fire Emblem times, but like, you know, some other fucking day. So keep this video in the backlog, right? So yeah, normally now I would just watch like scary videos or whatever that's off topic. However, like, you know, like ghost videos, ghost investigation, stuff like that. Again, I'm gonna add, however, I've been live for so fucking long today. Actually, it's probably like already 9 hours, isn't it? It's like, I remember it was like 4 hours or something like that earlier today. At 3 hours and 18 minutes. What time is it right now? 3:18? 4? Yeah, 7, 8 hours pretty much. So I would love to thank you all so much for coming by today. And yeah, good night, good day, whatever it is, and I'll see you all later. So let me thank everybody that was in chat. I mean, when it comes to like balloons and all that, just these people, some of these people weren't only furtively actually were in my chat when I was watching. Was in my chat actually when I was watching scary videos. Even though these weren't scary, these were more educational. Today's more educational. But like, imagine coming across a kid that fucking kidnaps you. That's scary, right? But if at all, if I feel like it, maybe I'll add like a part 2 because this one, it's not that it's weaker. Maybe if I feel like it's weaker in hindsight. But yeah, again, there's nothing like scary, but like they're very interesting. I mean, there is another 50-minute video. You know what? We'll add that one to the backlog too, or if not, I'm just gonna watch it on my own because I don't think there's gonna be anything else that's like crucial in there. So yeah, let me thank everybody again because I'm ending right. So thank you TTV Grumpy Kitten for coming by. Thank you the dumbest gamer ever for coming by. Thank you On Beat for coming by, and thank you for IG for coming by. And yeah, thank you the dumbest gamer ever for coming by and following. Thank you Bill Nye the BTD guy for coming by and following as well. And yeah, that's it. So again, thank you everybody, and yeah, I think that's it, right? It's like yeah, we're done basically. Cause we can listen to this, but I'm like, this is listening, and it's already late. I've been streaming for like 8 hours practically. So yeah, bye again everybody, and yeah, bye.